need some inspiration. Let's go get it. One of the things you gotta do is you gotta celebrate your successes along the way. All those small victories, all those wins. And I'm out here to do that, get my feet wet. Blessed to be where I'm at. You know, I used to live in my car and I used to come here and be in that parking lot over here. And I used to wish I was in the spot that I'm in to this day. And I'm not where I really want to be right now. I'm definitely blessed and fortunate to be where I am.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back. Welcome back to the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne this ish. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus, and you're in the Desert Storm Bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole effing show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg. Also the man with one trabajo, that is the Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the Anointed One.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Mating Matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the Deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. See God Allah. And I'll be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you today, and we'll be lucky to make it to the end of this stream. But we got a great show for you today. We have some women that are up here on Al Gore's internet. This is a female, well, she got a pretty large Instagram following. Her name is Laura Cleary, and she has a dissertation that she just put out 5 days ago on her Instagram channel, which is met with mixed reviews. We'll talk about the reviews that she's gotten from this one and some interesting commentary that she's gotten from it. She says why women are choosing not to get married in today's marketplace. All right. Why women are choosing. Why marriage is a scam for women. All right. And we're going to review that commentary and content later on in today's show in the main event. And I'll give you a quick preview of who the individual is. We'll pop her up on your screen right there. There she is right there. There she is. And she looks like she could be playing.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
All right, itty bitty titty committee, little A cups. All right, a lot of bra padding there. All right, little flat back, flat chested. Okay, I'll get her right here. I see where I see what she dealing with.
Where the white women at?
All right, women are choosing not to get married and why marriage is a scam from the woman's perspective. We're gonna hear about that in today's show. We also have Fuck You Boss Up, where we're gonna talk about a CEO Niggero of GoFundMe. He says the economy is so bad that more of his customers are crowdfunding just to pay for groceries.
'Cause I got the pussy for the money. if you got the money for the
All right, so this is going to be an interesting commentary. Fuck you, boss up, where the reality of the economy is coming to a collision course, and we're finding out men still are rebuking the all men pay. All right, men are still rebuking this as the all men pay, because we do have a comment on our YouTube channel that says this doesn't take into account the men that are good with women. All right, the men that are good with women. All right, it doesn't take into the account that there are men that are good with women that don't have to pay. There are men fighting this to the bitter death. All right, and there are some men who agree with him, possibly some women. It doesn't take into the account of the men who are good with women. All right, we're gonna actually put that challenge to the test in a segment that I call Jump In. All right, when you guys have the opportunity to voice your opinion on this particular topic. People are fighting it. I have put this opinion out into the sphere, and it's become popular. Even Dr. Orion, all right, has written a book, and he has provided some commentary on this one. So it doesn't take into account that there are men that are good with women, all right, and that they don't have to pay at all, all right? Men still don't get it. They're going to fight it to the bitter death, all right? But again, they got to agree with me that, you know, people trade time with money, all right? They trade time for money, all right, in order to use salary and get jobs. But when it comes to women, you don't trade time for punani, no. All right, time is not money when it comes to women, all right? We're going to talk about that, all right? So anyway, we got that. But to contribute to today's show, $, the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that be near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel.
New world order.
All right. Shout out to our brother here. Twin A says, I don't think LeBron is really afraid of being alone. He has a public image to protect. If he's on her podcast and says, I don't need this B, all right, with her sitting right there, it would be a PR nightmare. Yes, you know, well, he's playing the old Heathcliff Huxtable, all right, bowing down and catering to the happy wife, happy life. Shout out to Ninja Watcher is in the building. Shout out to the Ninja Watcher of all people. He is Ninja Watching in here. Shout out to you. Like a lot of people, Ninja Watching. No government name. Milk Dud Supreme, Coachellini, the Liberator. Can you explain the obsession with morality in the West when it doesn't exist at all in reality, like their imaginary sky daddy that they can't even prove exist yet? Hashtag the Mitch Purg. Price them out of life. Price out the Mitches. All right, but yes, morality always seems to be the callback. All right, well, you know, listen, we know you're getting a bad deal, but just follow the rules. In a moral sense, you got to agree morally. And I agree morally, you know, there's a place for morality. You know what I mean? I have a little bit of a heart. You know what I mean? I'm not heartless. I'm ruthless. I have a little bit of a heart. Now, you can't tell me where to put my heart. You know what I mean? It's like you can't tell me where to put my dick or my money. You know what I mean? You can't tell me this is how you should get. I play by my own rules. He who has the gold plays by his own rules. He sets the rules. So this is where people say, you need to give back. And you say, I gave back. You know what I mean? This is what I did. I wrote a check to the United Way. That ain't giving back. You know what I mean? See, morality allows them to put the rules back into their, you know, to their loser box. Wherever they're losing the debate, they're just going to turn it back to morality. We're in a moral sense, all right, but some of these moral people are undercover closeted heathens too. Destiny, undercover closeted heathen, always leaning on morality. You know, that's a perfect example of people who use morality. You know, church pastors, heathens behind closed doors, but they hide behind the cloth of morality. All right, Christians, lukewarm Christians. All right, they'll say, well, as a Christian, I believe, but they fornicate. You even had, I actually was talking to a young woman in Colombia yesterday, and she was like, oh yeah, you know, people have a lot of faith in God and Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints down in Colombia. And I said, well, if that was the truth, why do they do so much fornication? Why do they sleep around? Why do they have so many pregnancies out of wedlock? And she was like, that's true. All right, that's true. Why is that the case? That you're saying that they're moral people because they have faith in their belief system, but then they violate this belief system just willy-nilly across the board. You're like, all right, that is not proof. So then, well, people will say, well, I'm a moral person, but they're a closeted heathen. All right, I'm not trying to hear your Bible thumping and saying your prayers, and your Bible thumping. All right, that does nothing for me. All right, and shout out to you. You haven't been caught being a heathen yet, but I'm a pure, unadulterated, not closeted heathen. I'm out here.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, you guys know all my vices. All right, you know where I'm a heathen, but I'm a good-hearted person. I don't need to thump Bible and say prayers. All right, God's too busy for my prayers anyway. All right, so he says, CGA, I have faith in you. You do the work. So God has faith in me. He does. He does. Yes, he do. Yes, he do. Anyway, is it time for the hater blockers? Is it time for the hater blockers? Nah, the poor niggas ain't here yet. It's too early in today's show. All right, it's too early. The poor niggas ain't here. All right, we're going to wait till the poor niggas get here, because they are usually going to show up about an hour and a half into the stream, you know, because they don't have, you know, they're laid up with their fat whore that they banged, because, yeah, they're good with women, all right? If you're so good with women, show me. All right, this is all I ask. For the people that always say they're good with women, please, I know men good with women. I know. I'm good with women. But what I would like for you to do now is to grab your phone and just upload one photo to my DM. All right, that's all you got to do, fam. Actually, 3 photos. 3 photos of 3 women you scored with. You could put the 3 last women you scored with. You could put the 3 best women you scored with. All right. All right. Put the 3 best women you laid down in the last calendar year. All right. Because I'm all the way up. I'm going to just let you guys know. All right. Venmo has kicked me out. Did PayPal kick me out this morning? Venmo don't want no business real quick. All right. PayPal bugging too. What's going on here? All right. Did I get canceled? Probably got canceled. All right. Let me see here. But yeah, just go ahead. Just give me a photo of yo bitches that you're so good with. And that will just rest my case. I want to see. And you got to be near the photo. All right? You got to have something in the photo. You can't be like, "Oh, here she is." You got to be like, "Here I am with her." All right? This is typically how I do things, all right? But normally what's going to be the case is that they're not going to be able to show me. And then I'm going to say, "Are these the women you're bragging about?" These are the women you're bragging about. Wow. All right, boy, you sure are making the best use of your time. Here we go. You certainly are not paying. All right, these are some very fantastic quality women that you're scoring on. All right, shout out to Hustle Every Day says, "Oh, they refusing to marry. Okay, no man cares. The women care, and Tupac cares if don't nobody else care." And he says, "Coach, the Bruce Gregory Wayne of this ish." And he says, "Coach Tan's shirt for you Mitches." All right, look at this shirt. Y'all like this shirt? All right, it's a 2-tone shirt, but y'all can't see it. All right, you can only see the 1 tone. All right, now I got to check something on Twitter real quick because, yeah, something's frozen. YouTube is tripping. All right, YouTube is tripping at this particular point. Can't even download ish. It's all messed up over on YouTube. All right, so it looks like PayPal is in fact down. All right, so we broke in this bitch. So is Venmo. 30 seconds ago, yes. Normally, you know, Twitter is good for fast information. You can't wait to the news, you know who-ish media to report. Anytime I have something go down, YouTube, PayPal, you know what I mean, Instagram, all you got to do is go over on Twitter, type in whatever that is, go to the latest, and you're going to find out what the hell's going on.
New world order.
All right, PayPal is cooked. All right, PayPal is cooking right now. So I don't think you guys can support via PayPal or Venmo at this particular point. All right, so YouTube probably has been making some changes going on here. So YouTube has been down. I could not upload to the podcast because I could not strip my audio off YouTube because they're not downloading anything. It might have been fixed, but it wasn't even fixed as of this morning. So everybody's having problems right now. All right, everybody's having problems. All right, so anyway, what are we doing? Since everybody's having problems, let's get on with this part of the show. And we have Straggles and Sniggles coming up. Let's see if we have that beautiful intro for Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's see if we have that. I'm the only one working today, apparently.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
That's a deal, right? Ride with me. All right, shout out to you, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's get some laughs and warm up since everything's lagging and not working this morning. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we have a sister that says she's a celibate, and CGA ain't gonna buy a bit. All right, there's no buy a bit from this individual, but she said she's being in a celibate spirit. She's refreshing her punani. All right, all her sins are washed away. She's been redeemed, and she's in her final form of 304, which is a woman cleansing out her punani. All right, and so let's see what happens when a woman cleanses out her punani, but she was a hoe before.
Today I was very sexually frustrated. Came on my period 2 days ago. Today, I woke up fiending. I never felt this feeling before in my life. I mean, I was horny before, but this was like very, very intense. Like a crackhead needing some drugs or something. Like, I needed that shit. I needed it. And you know what the crazy thing about it? I have nobody to call to come get my rocks off. Nobody. I tried to play with myself. That didn't work. I needed some touch. I needed to get hit. I needed to get choked. I needed to get slutted the fuck out, and I couldn't. So that shit made me even more frustrated. Y'all know I cried. I literally cried. I had to call my best friend like, bitch, what the fuck wrong with me? I even got on Google. I got on Google like, what the fuck going on with me? They talking about some talk to your partner. Bitch, I don't have a fucking partner! Talk to my partner. Who?
All the
I
humanity.
need some dick!
All the humanity.
These are the so-called morality people here. These are the people, man, I tell you, man, turning into your 30s and trying to not fuck no more. All right. She said she wanted to get dominated. You see her and she grabbed her throat.
I like to get dominated.
You see, she did this. The first thing she did, she said she grabbed her neck like this. All right. She grabbed it because she wants CGA to get that neck.
I like to get dominated.
All right. I told you about these women, boy. They pure, unadulterated skeezers. They can't put that pussy pocket away. They got to put that pussy out there, man. All right. Because especially when they start putting that pussy out there, they want to take the pussy off the marketplace.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
They starving. They starving. She said she needs some deals, Nick. All right, and that church pastor tried to tell them, poverty penis. All right, this is why the Bible warned them. All right, the Bible warned them not to put that pussy out there. All right, because that pussy out there, once they put that see, she can't be monogamous to a man. She wants to be monogamous to a man. She wants a man to be monogamous to her, but she'll never be faithful. All right, she like to get dominated. She can bring that shit over here. I might punch that clock. Here we go.
Sexually frustrated. Today I was very sexually frustrated.
Yeah.
I came on my period 2 days ago. Today I woke up fiending.
All right, this is why, man, look, this is why a woman of a certain age, they can't be monogamous. They can't, because they fiending. All right, and then, by the time I'm 30, 40, or 50, I don't want to smash this every day, every night, 2 times a day, all right, 3 times in a week. I don't want to smash this. I want some young punani, all right? But then they want to be out here going to girls' nights and all that with that fiending ass, hot, boiling, percolating punani.
I never felt this feeling before in my life. I mean, I was horny before, but this was like very, very intense. Like a crackhead needing some drugs or something. Like, I needed that shit.
She needed that deals, Nick.
I needed it. And you know what the crazy thing about it?
What?
I have nobody to call.
Lies. I have nobody to call. You don't have to call. They be lying. I have nobody to call. Lies. All right, you got plenty of people to call. You just don't want to have to bring that poverty penis on her. You know what it comes with. All right. You got some people to call. You got daddy, sugar daddy. You got you. And let me tell you something. She gonna give something away, dead giveaway here in a minute. She gonna give a dead giveaway. I want you to listen to this.
To come get my rocks off. No.
To get them rocks off.
Nobody. I tried to play with myself. That didn't work. I needed some touch.
Look at that. She needed this. Look, I told you yesterday.
I like to get dominated.
Yeah.
I like it.
Choked, whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
She said, look, I told you about them. They like that neck getting got. All right. They like me to get that neck. All right. I needed some touch. Nothing pleasures a woman more than me choking them. They love that shit. All right. That's why when I hear a woman say, he choked me in domestic violence, I'll be like, nah, y'all was role playing sex. She needed some touch. She needed to be set straight with CGA to get that neck. All right. She needed you to get that neck. I want you to watch this real quick. Oh, damn. Okay. All right. Let me show you this. Let's listen to this.
I needed to get hit.
She needed to get hit, slapped. I had a woman one time say, I was stroking her punani so good. She said, you better start slapping or hitting me or I'm going to fall in love. I was like, man, these women are heathens. She said, you better slap or hit me or else I'm going to fall in love. I'm like, these bitches are demons out here, bro. She said, you just can't stroke me like that. You better spit in my mouth, slap, or hit me. I'm like, bro, these women are crazy. They crazy, bro. And this is why, man, being good with women is no point. All right, I'm going to just let you know. There's not even a point, bro. Just lease them out, slut them. Oh, listen, she's going to say this real quick. Listen.
I needed to get choked. I needed to get slutted the fuck out.
Slutted the fuck out. She needed to get slutted out. You nasty whore bitch, just pull that hair. You deserve this. You deserve to get digged down, don't you? You like daddy digging you down, you nasty slut. All right, she'd be like, yes, daddy. All right.
Okay, daddy.
I don't know, man. These are your daughters, too. All right, this is why you want me to mess with older women? This is older women for you, bro. You nasty, skank, nasty pussy having ass. You need me to smack it up. You get that punishment, you nasty. Pull your hair back. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, no, you can't come yet, ass nasty bitch. All right. She be
okay, daddy.
The natural dynamics.
And I couldn't. So that shit made me even more frustrated. Y'all know I cried. I literally cried. I had to call my best friend like, bitch, what the fuck wrong with me?
Now listen to this. She had to call her best friend. Uh-oh. This is another one right here. She need to call her best friend because you know what's going to happen when the best friend come out. All right.
Did you eat that cat?
That's what's going to happen when the best friend comes. Because when these girls call their best friends.
Did you eat that cat?
Cat going to get eaten. All right. She didn't say that part, but she tried to insinuate that. She said.
Did you eat that cat?
Listen to what she said. I had to call my best friend. That's a female friend.
Did you eat that cat?
They eat each other's cats. They eat each other's cats. All right. Ask the women down there. They'll tell you. They ain't going to tell you this, bro. But, you know, you got to find out. I had to call my friend, the girlfriend, the Lily Lint Liquor, the one that got a Yamaha Gixxer. I mean, a Suzuki Gixxer, a Yamaha R1. All right. Or a R6. All right. That's what happened.
Did you eat that cat?
All right. She called her best friend. Come on over. What's wrong with me? Here, I'll fix it.
I even got on Google. I got on Google like, what the fuck going on with me? They talking about some talk to your partner. Bitch, I don't have a fucking partner. Talk to my partner.
Who?
I need some dick.
Oh my goodness. These are the women y'all protecting out here.
Oh, the humanity.
These are the women y'all protecting. Black women need protection and they need marriage and they need loyalty. There they go. There's your black sisters right there. All right, Straggle Single Theater, we gonna go to the blade where the P's are laying it down. All right, we got a real P that's gonna come on here. No, it's not McQueen. No, it's not McQueen. No, it's not all of these other internet P's out here. We got a real P coming up here. Are y'all ready for some pimping? All right, are y'all ready for some pimping?
Do you have the stomach?
Y'all ain't got the stomach. You better be ready for some real pimping.
Do you have the stomach?
All right. Nope. Our brother ain't coming back from the grave. What's our brother name? What's his name? I can't remember his name. All right. But we got some real P coming up here. We have a wheelchair disabled P. All right. A disabled 304 owner, a real P, is on Fig recruiting 304s. All right. These are the men that say they're good with women. All right. So we're going to hold head right here. The Fig host role. We have a real P, but he's in a wheelchair. Here we go right here. Where's the volume?
Everything. On my pimping though. Hey, no contact. Hey, look though. I get some cheer out about this shit. I'm not gonna play with you though. For real, put it in my hand and understand the plan though. For real, you playing out here like a nigga gang. Niggas molly-ball dollars around this motherfucker. You hear me? I'm out here to the sun, up to the sun down. You hear me? Hey, look on pimp though. Can I have a bitch though? Can I have a trap though? Everything. I got you too hear me not to hear me though. Q-tip your earpiece and listen clearly though. Only thing square like is my motherfucking earrings though, ho. Blue money for the motherfucker album if the record too motherfucking short though, bitch. Yeah. Listen, my name Molly Baldell. I'm from San Francisco, California. I'm worth everything that it can ever be. You hear me? Can I have a bitch though? Contact sport. You out here lining up. That's a whole lot of options around this motherfucker. Already. That nigga must not be doing something right. I'm really one of them ones. Search me up on Google. I swear to God. Box your info, man. Box your info. Get everything for the box your info. On everything. Yeah. So I'm just saying, look. Yeah, box your info. We gonna stop here. Look, beautiful. We gonna stop here. I'm gonna have a bitch though. Search me up. Molly comes down. I got a motherfucking care about this shit. Nigga, that's how serious this shit is. Motherfucking short though. Everything I love, nigga. And we really coming behind this shit. This shit serious, nigga. Yeah, is it? On my pimping it is though. Hey, look though, we outside with our hands wide though. On the F though. On the motherfucking F with this shit though. You know? Everything, come on. Yeah, we gone though. On my pimping though, bitch. It's a whole lot of.
As Tupac said, picture me rolling. All right, picture me rolling. Gentlemen, when I say that black men waste their time, black men waste their time, bro. This is what Cold Approach was built off of, by the way. This is what Cold Approach was built off of. I keep telling you. So they keep telling you, no, you got to approach a woman one after the other after the other. That comes directly from men trying to knock hoes on the blade, all right? And that's what you saw. Instead of the woman choosing you, yo bitch chose me. These niggas is running up to skeezers trying to get them to choose. I mean, oh my God. All right. Not only that, he's disabled. All right. He's in a wheelchair. He's on the 2 wheels. This right here. Wow. All right. That is actually a sad testimony of so-called men who are good with women. That's what they do. This is crazy. He could go get a job. No, he's not even going to be a successful pimp. He said, look up my net worth. I'm on Google. All right. I'm from San Francisco. I don't think she chose you, fam. No choosing fee for you. All right, we got Straggle Sniggle Theater. We're going to go to the white kind. All right, the white woman is going to talk about what she did before she went to the nightclub. As you guys know, nightclubs are dying a slow death. So is Las Vegas and all things of Gen Z. All right, Gen Z, you know what Gen X like, Gen Z is going to kill. All right, but this woman is at the nightclub, and then she has this to say about her dirty deeds before she went to the nightclub.
And no one knows that I just came from having a threesome. Literally half an hour ago, I was being face fucked, and now I'm here at the club, and no one knows that I just came from having a threesome. Literally half an hour ago, I was being face fucked, and now I'm here.
Again, once again, gentlemen, we're all sharing. So you're at the nightclub pulling women that you're so good at, not paying, by the way. And she said an hour ago, she was dropping that neck, all right, with a... I've been trying to warn a lot of you guys, man. A lot of you guys that think you're good with women, you're getting sloppy seconds and thirds, all right? Because I've sent a lot of girls to the nightclubs, right? I've sent a lot of girls to the nightclubs, and I checked it out to see if she was trying to troll for OnlyFans, and there was no OnlyFans link, all right? Sometimes these are trolling for OnlyFans, all right? They're trolling for their OnlyFans content, but there was no link to OnlyFans. I was like, this woman really just put this out here, all right? And guess what? She's proud Mary out here. She proud than a motherfucker out here. But, oh, I'm supposed to save these women? I'm supposed to be the one that have the moral compass and marry them to all the trad-cons? I'm supposed to marry these women? All right, now. Also, I'm supposed to be proud and show you that these are the girls? Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm like Kool-Aid. Oh, yeah. All right, man almighty. All right, there you go right there. Your future wives, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and by the way, if she really did this or not, this shows their sense of humor. It shows what they think about and what they do for attention. All right. I mean, this is where we're at. All right. Good luck. Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have this woman that says she's going to a job interview, but she's dressed like this. All right, she's dressed like this for the job interview, but her job interview is at Twin Peaks, and judging from her costume here, her interview attire, I think that would be appropriate attire for Twin Peaks. What do you think? All right, she is definitely heavy up top. All right, she definitely top heavy. Normally, these top heavy women don't got no ass, though. All right, but this woman has this to say about why she wants to get a job at Twin Peaks. All right, let's take it to this woman right here, and here we go.
Y'all girl just left a job interview. I just left a job interview. Yes, I'm dressed like this because the job interview, I'm working at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Y'all, if y'all don't got a Twin Peaks at y'all, where y'all live, Twin Peaks is just like Hooters.
Habits.
Like you wear like the, you know, like the little Cleveland shirts and like the little booty shorts and shit like that. So like, yeah. So I just had an interview here and I think it went straight. I mean, they offered me something to drink. I don't know, but like, I know y'all about to say like, Lexi, why you just won't sell that cat? Why you just won't sell that cat? You don't gotta work a job. Just sell that cat. And it's just like, I've been selling cat for so long. It's just like, sometimes I gotta let this motherfucker breathe. You know what I'm saying? But now I feel like I'm gonna get me some little clientele at this motherfucker. You feel me? Like, shit. I'm gonna be like, you don't gotta leave me a tip. I'm gonna leave you a tip. Come shop. Come shop. I'm selling grade A cootie cat. That grade A shit. I hope nobody from Twin Peaks see this because then they might report me. Like, for real, I gotta chill. Like, for real, I'm just playing. This is for entertainment purposes only.
Cause I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy. Cause I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
Gentlemen, I've been trying to warn y'all, it's send it time. I thought she was trying to be an honest woman and go get a job. And I said, okay, Twin Peaks, probably not the best, but look at her. She's got a blonde wig. All right, that's an honorable job. Now she was like, yeah, you know what I mean? You should just sell it directly, her friends advised her. And she was like, I'm not selling it no more. Except the fact that I'm going to get a job at Twin Peaks so I can peak up my clientele. Holy mackerel. Oh, where's my oh my God?
Oh my God.
This is the world we're living in. This is the world we're living in, gentlemen. And you guys think these are jokes? These are y'all black queens that we need to be out here running back, being foot soldiers and saving out here. No. Lady Heroin, we can't save her, bruh. And this is somebody's daughter. And this woman is what? I would say 25, 26, 28. All right. This is where one guy tried to tell me I'm adding baggage to her life. You're adding baggage to her life. I think her life has enough baggage. Anyway, I hope you got to see that. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we have this woman here, and her name is Katie Porter. All right, I believe Katie Porter is running for governor of California, or AKA California, and I got up out of California just in time. By the way, Katie Porter, I believe, ran for one seat as a representative in Orange County, Anaheim, California. And Katie Porter, if you haven't been following the race for governor of the state of California, she's been making her rounds doing interviews, and they ask her some questions about what does she need from voters who previously voted for Trump in the previous election. So we're going to take you to Katie Porter just so you can see. I believe her name is Katie Porter here. She's had an interview. There she is right there. All right. A black man's dream. All right. A black man's dream woman. A black man's dream white woman. That's damn for sure. All right. For sure. Where the white women at? All right. This is the person running for governor of California. All right. Let's see how well she did in her interview here. Here we go.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, man?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're thinking.
In a general election, yes. If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
What if it's you versus another Democrat?
I don't intend that to be the case.
So how do you not intend that to be the case? Are you going to ask them not to run?
No, I'm saying I'm going to build the support. I have the support already in terms of name recognition. And so I'm going to do the very best I can to make sure that we get through this primary in a really strong position. But let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't think
I feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
correct. And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters, okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it.
Oh, the humanity.
Gotcha, bitch. See, what happened was, let me tell you what happened. All right, let me tell you what happened. She rage quit on the interviewer. She rage quit on the interviewer. See, what happened was, you know what I mean? She couldn't bullshit. You know, if you were a good politician, Katie Porker, right? Katie Porker. If you were a good politician, you could wriggle up out of there, man. But you ain't trained. See, what happened was, let me tell you what happened. All right, I'm going to tell you what happened because that's at the 1 minute and 46 second mark. What happened was, let me tell you what happened, because the Democrats in California, they already know they run the state. All right, they got the California Mafia, the 5 families of California. The Democrats basically took over the state, and they got it running. They're never going to lose. All right, they're never going to lose. So they already know that. She knows that. It's lock, stock, and barrel. All right, whatever Republican she runs against, Larry Elder, they're going to win. All right, so she already knows that. And what happened was, at the beginning, she led with smugness, all right? She was smug about it. So let me just show you at the beginning here. She was smug about it. Here it is right there. You can see her face right there. She's smug about this.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win?
There it is right there. So that's what she led with. And look at that wrinkled ass forehead. That's a real rhino. So what happened was she tried to be smug. What? Trump? You think I need Trump voters to win? And that's what she did mathematically. I'll just win the 60%. But the reporter threw a monkey wrench and said, what if you're running against a Democrat? Which in this case she is. She's running in a primary. So there was like, you're going to get split votes. What if you're running against a Democrat? You can't just go ahead and just say you don't need the 40% of Trump voters. She led with smugness. You see the smugness? Now watch this. I'll show you right here. Why would I need them in order to win? Watch this.
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60.
You see that? You see the smugness? She looked off to the side like, nigga, what? All right, this end the question. All right, I don't need them. But then the Katie Couric, $2 Katie Couric came in and said, bitch, nah.
60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%? Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're thinking.
In a general election? Yes.
You see that smugness? That's the smugness. All right, she's like, we know how to cheat the system. We're going to win, all right? No matter what Republican's running against us, and she ain't lying, they're going to win, all right? We have already seen this play out. So she already knows this. If I run against a Republican, I'm going to win, all right? But what happened was, that was like a minute later, she's rage quitting. I want you to think about the parallels. A minute, 20 seconds in, she's cool. She cool, calm, and collective. She's like, we ain't going to lose. $2 Katie Couric throws a monkey wrench in there and says, what if you run against a Democrat? Or I'm going to avoid that. And then a minute later, she's rage quitting.
If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
That's true. What she's saying is true. All right, I lived in California for 35 years. What she's saying is true. It's very difficult for a Republican to win at this particular point. California has pretty much been lock, stock, and barrel by the California 5 families of California. You got Pelosi, the Pelosi family, the Brown family, and also the Newsom family at this particular point, and so forth and so on. It's a wrap. So she's right. All right. However, you got to win the primary.
It's you versus another Democrat.
I don't intend that to be the case.
So how do you not intend that to be the case? Are you going to ask them not to run?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I'm going to build the support. I have the support already in terms of name recognition. And so I'm going to do the very best I can to make sure that we get through this primary in a really strong position. But let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
All right, so she's now going in on the Democrats. So what you're hearing now is saying, hey, man, the Democrats that I'm against don't have the experience. I come from Orange County. It flips from primarily red. It's a redder state than any other, redder county than any other county. So she's flipping it going, well, the other Democrats don't have experience. They come from LA or Oakland. It's already blue. They don't know how to win over Trump voters. So now she's saying, I can win over some of those Trump voters. And the reporter's going to catch her on that one, right? Oh, wait a minute. You previously said you need no Trump voters. Now you're saying you come from Orange County, you need Trump voters.
You just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Exactly.
You asked me if I needed them to win.
Exactly. Oh, see, now she's stuck. She's stuck. Now she's trying to play semantics. That's why she rage quit. Because Katie Couric, $2 Katie Couric said, you just said you don't need no to the Trump voters. Now you're saying you come from Orange County and you're going to use that as your advantage against the other Democrats. Bitch, which one is it? All right. And she got her. She got her by the short hairs.
Gotcha, bitch.
She got her by the short hairs. And this woman knows it. This woman knows it. This is classic arguing against a woman that tried to use emotion and basically saying, bitch, I got this. You don't know what you're talking about. I'll be any Republican, which she's right. She tried to be smug about it, but $2 Katie Couric is killing her right now. And anybody that don't think Katie Couric's killing her, 40 seconds from now, she's going to rage quit.
So you don't
I
think
feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is
2
your
seconds
question?
ago. 2 seconds later, you see this? Defensive. She's blocking her off. The smugness has gone away. $2 Katie Couric got her. All right. Got her in a headlock.
Gotcha, bitch.
Got her in a headlock. And then that little wig she got on her head. Like, what is this hairdo? Hairdo. All right. It's over a minute in.
Question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
Correct. And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters.
See?
Okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not.
Yep, nope, quit. She gonna quit now.
Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered.
I don't care. I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And
Porter,
we're just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never
reporter.
had to do this before, ever.
You've never had to have a
end an
conversation?
interview.
Well, see, what happened was they never challenged the Democrats in California. So we're the mafia. We run this shit. We don't have to answer no questions. And this could be basically how men deal with their wives at home. All right. As soon as you start applying them and hitting them over the head with logic, rage quit. I don't want to do this no more. I don't want to talk about it no more. All right. Shut down. And she's shutting them down. Ma'am, you're a politician. You cannot shut down an interview. Kamala Harris. You can't shut down an interview. You got to be able to wriggle up out of here with them big old sausage fingers.
To end an interview.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of I'm me. I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. So I am going to make...
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters? Okay, why don't we go through? I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through and ask these, and if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer.
Man, this is some white bitch shit right here.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, this woman's passive aggressive as hell, man. And these little mousy white women like this, you got to watch out for them.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, and she knows what she's doing. She knows she got her by the short hairs and she's trying to play reporter and shit, but she really using a snooty, condescending, very sneak attack, passive aggressive way to bury this woman. All right, she burying her ass real quick, and she done pulled her hair back. All right, yeah, man. Look, this is why when you get these little white wives, watch out for them. All right, because they passive aggressive. Watch this. Watch the hair pull back.
I will go through and ask these, and if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Right here, look, man. I know my white women right here. She means business right now. Yeah. When she's doing this, she hit her with the blue eyes. She hit her with the blue eyes, and then she pulled her hair back. Sheesh.
True. I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a
that's my job.
Journalist, but I will go through and ask these, and if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer.
Hey, man, this is how white people fight, man. This is why y'all think, you know what I mean? Y'all call black women loud, belligerent, aggressive. White women can play that game, too.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, white women can play that game. They just play it with a smile on their face. All right, they don't jump up and down and act a monkey or gorilla. All right. But when she do this, she pulled that hair back, it's a wrap. She about to go in. All right, she about to go in like she going in on a sandbox in the 3rd grade. She about to tear that shit up, and she knows it. Look at the little good. Look at the, I can see her little whiskers coming out right here. I can see her whiskers coming out, that little mousy white woman right here. Right here. He said, Katie on Karen violence. All right, this is a cat fight. All right, this is how white women fight and get away with the idea that they're all quiet and docile. This is a white woman fight. This is like 2 black women going at it. Donkey Kong versus Donkey Kong. Diddy Kong versus Donkey Kong. She going in on this woman, man. This means war. Oh, somebody gonna hear about this at the country club. Somebody gonna hear this. Somebody's manager gonna hear about this. They're gonna be letters written. We're gonna be writing letters. There's gonna be cease and desists fighting right here. All right, my lawyer's gonna hear about this. All right, there's going to be lawsuits filed and all kind of shit, bruh. They going to hear about this at Equinox. Bitch, when I see you at Equinox getting your matcha, I'm going to trip you, bitch. All right, this is going to be some whole white on whisker violence. See, the white people fight too. White people fight too.
So nearly every legislative...
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you.
This is how white women fight. I don't want to have a unhappy experience with you. HOA is going to get emails. All right. Can't wait till I get back to the office. I'm going to fire off a couple of emails. All right. There will be emails sent and gag orders and cease and desist, and they're going to be sealed documents. This case has been sealed. All right. There's going to be gag orders. All right. Fuck all that. All right. She has the nerve. I'm going to send an email. All right. Our HOA will deal with this. All right, we're going to hear from me. You're going to hear a few things from my lawyer ass bitch. We don't want to have an unhappy, pleasant experience right here. All right, this is how white women fight. And they'll go like this for 8 years.
I want this all on camera.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you either.
Look at that passive aggressive. Boy, I know my women. I don't want to have an unpleasant experience either. That's a pure, unadulterated lie. You can see the lion ass Pinocchio nose and the whiskers coming out. Look at this, bro. You better learn, man. This is just as violent as black women. This is a more violent fight than black women. Like, this is hundreds of thousands of dollars will be transferred based on this.
An unhappy experience with you. And I don't want this all on camera.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you either. I would love to continue to ask these questions so that we can show our viewers what every candidate feels about every one of these issues that they care about.
All right, Katie, look at how Katie looking, bitch. Your shoes is raggedy, all right? And she's like, your shoes is raggedy, and that Mercedes C-Class lease is about to be called back.
And redistricting, it's a massive issue. We're going to do an entire story just on the responses to that question. And I've asked everybody the same follow-up questions.
Boy, that's some white woman on white woman violence right there, boy. That's going to cost people a lot of money. All right, people are going to hear about this 100%. All right, man. I guess that's the last video. That was Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Did you learn a lot? Yes, you did.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
One thing I've always told you as men, women got a lot of petty in them. All right, women got a lot of petty. This is why I tell you don't argue with women. Yep, HR departments will be called in. There will be meetings held over that particular clip. When I tell you women got petty, all right, look, when you're wasting time with women, you're arguing with them, you're trying to keep them in check, they got more petty than you. You ain't got no time. This is why dudes used to be like, why I oughta, you know what I mean? I'll bang zoom, send you to the moon, because women got time, all right? If you got petty, they got the time. If they got time, they got the petty. All right, they will continue to do this shit over and over and over again, and you trying to get back to work, all right? And they out here with the petty, and you like, bitch, I ain't got no time for this, why I oughta. All right, but now you can't why I oughta a bitch. All right, you can't why I oughta her. You know, why I oughta, you can't do that. So you be like, bang, zoom. Only when you're in the bedroom, they link to be. So you can slap her up there and spit down her throat and choke her out into submission. All right, they seem to like that. They'll get quite the orgasm. All right, but other than that, all right, they got the petty. This is why I don't deal with women like this, man. I'd be like, y'all wasting y'all time trying to be good with women. All right, this is a waste of time. All right, because they going to petty your ass. And if you're a man and you try to out-petty a woman, you a woman at this particular point. You're not a man. You have to get into your feminine to win these arguments. You have to get into your feminine. And it ain't over just because you won the argument. This is just getting started. Let's just say you happen to intimidate her and she's like, well, all right. You win. The answer is you just lost. All right? Because when you come back outside, all right, you be lucky to liable to not have your car burning up. All right, you gonna walk outside and be like,
look what she did to my car. Look what this bitch did to my car. I can't stand this hoe. I can't stand this bitch.
All right, you get a woman to say, well, you know what, you were right. After about 24 hours of fighting, I'll just go ahead and say you were right. Nigga, you about to be wrong than the motherfucker. You about to learn, right? Because you're going to come out and why do I have a slow leaky tire? Why is one of my tires flat? In fact, why are two of my tires flat? You just going to have to be like, she going to be out there like, dang, that sucks. I don't know why you have a flat tire. All right? She'll help you fix it. She'll call AAA. She'll stand next to you while you fixing it. She'll bring you lemonade and water while you fixing the flat tire. I don't know why your tires are flat. All right, that's odd. That is Trey bizarre. All right, that's what they do, bro. I ain't got no time for this ish, but we do have time to find out why Ko-Fi is bugging. All right, it is trip season. All right, yeah, man. I believe the Wi-Fi's are down. All right, only Cash App is popping right now. But let me see. Is PayPal still down? Let me see what Twitter talking about. Yep, key in your car, setting you up for shit. Your sprinklers going off. Why are my sprinklers going off? Yes, your sprinklers are going off. And now your windows are busted. And now your sunroof is open and it's raining tomorrow morning. And you come back in. I left my sunroof. I left my sunroof open. And now all of my interior of my car is wet. How did that happen? I don't remember leaving it open. I'm telling you, man. It's little shit like that. You be like, damn, did I not close my sunroof? I think I did leave it open. I'll go ahead and believe. I guess I did leave it open. Now all of your interior is soaked. All right, because women are petty. She'll go on the weather app. You in. Now you got mold growing in your fucking car. All right, all because you had to win an argument. Trust me, gentlemen, it ain't worth it. They got petty, bro. All right, they got petty. Oh, man, not me. I'll watch her. I'll make sure. You guys actually know that when you watch someone, you actually imprison yourself, right? If you got to watch a person, you're actually punishing yourself. When you punish someone, you have to punish yourself. Like when you ground your kids, you have to be grounded too. All right, when you tell your kids you don't get to go out on the weekends anymore, you have to come back straight from school to home and then do this and do that and wash these dishes and do that. That's why parents end up not grounding their kids. Because what'll happen is you can't play video games. You got to turn off the TV. Well, what happens is you got to occupy that kid. You got to watch what that kid does because they have idle time. They're just sitting there. They can only study so much. All right, I did all my homework. So then you're like, okay, now mop the floor. Now you got to get the mopping bucket. All right, you got to get the motherfucking Ajax and the. Now you got to punish yourself. You can't leave the house because you already know. Right, so this the shit that happens that people don't realize when they'll be like, well, I'll just watch my woman and make sure she doesn't do. You punish it yourself. You making it hard. You don't realize you're making it harder for you. I'm a watcher and make sure she don't do. Now you actually are looking at her location. You sitting outside her car. You sitting outside her apartment, making sure she don't leave. I'm like, you literally punishing yourself. So he said, now you busy. Yep. Trying to make sure this bitch don't do nothing. Now, how do you get shit done if you're too busy watching her? Okay. So when men use these arguments as, well, I'll just be better and I'll just do this and I'll keep her in check and I'll just watch her and I'll just do this. How the hell can you do what you're supposed to do as a man when you're too busy watching her to make sure she don't do stupid shit? All right. This is why I tell you a lot of people don't have experience. Not only they don't have experience managing people, they don't have experience with women, relationships, children, managing young people. You don't have experience. So when you come argue with me, I'm like, that sounds good on paper for a 27-year-old man, but you're talking to a grown ass man that has experience managing people, managing children, managing young women, relationships, marriage, children. I have experience. So I know these things you're telling me are counterproductive. They sound productive. It sounds like a good idea, but when you put it into implement it, and then I say, okay, show me what you've gotten as a result of that. The bitch still crazy. She's still making you play cat and mouse. And let me just tell you this. Not all attention is bad when it comes to women. Just because it's bad attention, she actually wins. And I actually had a Filipina that used to tell me this, because the more she tried to do shit, the more I tried to rein her in. She was like, that actually benefits me. Now I won. Nigga, I was like, okay, I got to get rid of this bitch. Because now she's getting more of my attention, when before I would just let her do whatever she wanted. Now, the minute I changed and said, okay, you can't do that no more. Guess what she said? She was like, okay, that benefits me. What does she do? She intentionally does things to trigger me. Now she's like, that benefits me. Now that I know you're watching, let me play cat and mouse. Okay? Let me play cat and mouse. So now she's getting more attention from me. And the more she does little crazy shit, the more I'll be like, hey, you can't do that. She's getting more attention. Now, let me give you one more thing here. So that benefited her by me just focusing on her then. It now benefited her, and she said I won. She was losing when I wasn't paying attention. When I wasn't caring, she was losing. So she was like, let me get his attention. And then I was like, okay, you got my attention. She was like, I won. Now let me give you another one. It's kind of like when you have a dog. Okay, when you have a dog. And if you have a dog that's not trained, what'll happen is you'll open the door and the dog will run outside the door. Okay, what happens when the dog runs outside the door? Okay, the dog runs outside the door and you say, hey, dog, come on back, come in. And if the dog's not trained or the dog wants to play or it's a puppy, the dog's not going to come back. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to start yelling and screaming like the dog speaks English. The dog doesn't speak English, but the dog probably knows you're frustrated. And the dog's like, good, this is good because you were just letting me sit over in my crate an hour ago. You weren't taking me for a walk. All right, so now I got to get your attention. It's playtime now. So then you walk towards the dog 2 steps and the dog runs over there. All right. And the dog the whole time is like, it's playtime, nigga. Now you start chasing the dog and the dog runs over there because it got 4 legs and faster than you. All right, it's lower to the ground, lower center of gravity, and it's just, and now you're like, right? Guess what's happening? You're pissed, but you're giving the dog negative attention. When you catch it, you're going to whoop the dog's, well, I won't say that. All right, but you're going to give the dog the business, but the dog don't care. The dog's like, come get me. It's playtime. So when I hear guys tell me, and of course, are you wanting to play with the dog now? No. You don't want to play golden retriever with the dog. You don't want to play catch the dog. You just want, and now you're in your work clothes. You done ironed your clothes. It's raining outside. There's mud on the ground. The dog's running in the mud. Right? Now the dog's like, I determine what you're going to do. You're not going to leave me out here either. All right, to get me hit by a car. So what I'm telling you is when guys put attention on women, it's a loss. No matter if you get pussy out of it, you're losing. The longer you do it, you're losing. So when guys come over here and tell me, but I'm good with women, I'm like, guys, you're losing. You're paying. It ain't even worth it by the time you get it. All right, it's not even worth it. Then on top of that, let me see the woman. All right, it's the best way to deal with them, especially if you don't care about them, is deal with them quickly, in and out. All right, and most men that say they're good with women, they're not dealing with them in and out. They're hanging with them 3 hours, 4 hours, a little bit of argument, a little bit of bad attention, bullshit, keep them in check. Okay, and they're training you. They got you in check. You don't have them in check. They're basically going to get as much out of you as they possibly believe is valuable. Then they'll fuck you. That could be 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, and overnighter. So I'm trying to get guys to understand this and look at things pragmatically. And yes, every now and then you're going to get a woman that comes over, you bang her and she leaves. All right, that does happen. It happens to me too. It's okay. I don't think those are freebies. I never qualified that as a freebie. Because most of the time, I really didn't want to probably bang her like that. I really wasn't that hard up. She probably got more out of it than me. So I really don't count that as free, as men will count that as free. All right, there's always a hidden cost because maybe she might extend it for a date later on. Let's go out here. Let's take a trip. Let's go to a date. Let's go to a restaurant. After about the 5th or 6th time, she's going to then say, let me get something out of this. All right, other than the sex. So I'm like, that's where the payment comes in. And then what happens? The guy has to get rid of her. Well, when she does that, I'll just get rid of her and do what? Now you got to get a new girl. What does getting a new girl take? Time. Now you got to do the whole charade over again. Now you got to get the girl off the dating app, get her to the house, try to get her one date. Oh, let's wait a while. Date number 2. It's just like, dudes don't see this. And I'm like, I don't know how you don't see it. But of course, most niggas are dumb anyway. Most men are dumb. But I'm like, how do you not see that as pain? Or you got to get the other girl or the other subpar girl or the easier girl. I'm like, eventually this catches up to you. Eventually this will catch up. And then I'm going to ask you, what do you have to show for it now? All right. Show me your real estate portfolio. Show me your S&P 500. All right. Show me what you got out of this. All right. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. You can't even show me the women because the women don't exist in your life anymore. They came and went. All right. They're with a new guy. So you can't even show me the women that you got. So what did you get out of it in terms of what's going to make you better, put you in a better position in life? I'm just letting you know. All right. So same thing with giving women negative attention. Same thing in the situation of, your children. When you ground them, you ground yourself. When you put a person in prison, when you guys want prison and hard consequences, you put a person in prison, got to have people watch that person in prison. Not only do you have to have people watch that person in prison, you have to have an entire industrial complex around it. You got to feed them, right? You got to treat them humanely. You got to give them due process. You got to give them 3 hots and a cot. Okay, so you have to have a whole system to watch those prisoners, which means you just have to have, now you're watching prisoners that are people just castaways in society. Not only that, you have to rehabilitate those people. There's more cost to prison people than there is in point of putting them in prison. Okay. You got to babysit prisoners and educate them and rehabilitate them and feed them, right? And house them and clothe them. This costs money. So grounding a person is not free. Setting a person under your constraints and control is not free. You're basically going to commit resources for that. Therefore, it's not free. Right here. It is not free by definition to just get a person and get something from them and put them out. That will add up to a cost. And then people will look at it and say, why is it $700 a day to put this prisoner behind bars? $700 a day per prisoner. Why does it cost the taxpayer $700 a day per prisoner to imprison them? Health care. You have to get cancer. You got to somewhat treat them. Like, what? All right. Why don't we just kill them? I didn't say that. I'm just saying, why don't we just get rid of them? All right. They keep breaking the law. All right. 2 and 5 times out of prison. And now we just keep paying for them for committing a crime. I mean, it's crazy. All right. Anyway, I'm just trying to bring some logic to this situation here, of course.
So going to pull them, right?
Sorry. You know, there are people that are going to continue to debate me on this one. There's a cost to everything. Nothing is ever free. Shout out to Lucifer. Rat Singer says, facts, coach. Women are dogs. Playful bitches. Yes, they are. A female dog. Yeah. Yeah. What are you smoking? All right, it's PayPal and Venmo back. They costing me money. Nigga, what kind of shit is this? All right, they costing me money. All right, absolutely filthy rotten. All right, look, nobody can donate now. Filthy, rotten individuals. I'm doing this for free now. Well, in that case, fuck it. You guys get in the commercial. All right, that's what's going to happen here. Let's do it.
The Money Mindset 2025. Join us if you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the Blue Chip Mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our Blue Chip Mindset on. The window is still open.
Hey, we back here. The window is still open. All right, let's get to the next segment. It's Fuck You, Boss Up. Are relationships free? All right, we're going to talk about this. We got a guy that has a relationship with his girlfriend. He's a hey, it looks like Venmo is back. Venmo is back. PayPal is back. All right, yeah, man. But we'll get you guys coming back on the next side. I see Venmo is back, but let's see if PayPal is back. All right, let's see if they back up. Nope. All right, I've been blocked over on PayPal, so PayPal is down. I see Venmo is up, but we will take care of that business another time. All right, but let's get back into this guy's situation here. This is a content creator, and he has a relationship issue. His relationship is going south, which 99% of all relationships go south, and he has a girlfriend. I want you to listen to this commentary here. He seems to be a gamer. I don't recognize him, but maybe if you recognize him, you can let him know that I shared his story or his stream clip. There's the story right there. Now, there he is in a little dingy, shitty apartment. All right, as you can see here. And listen, I'm not shitting on apartments. I used to live in apartments, guys. Listen, it's not a big deal, bro. Even when I was a loser, I will acknowledge that I was a loser. Just because you're a fucking loser, I'm not going to save your motherfucking soul. All right, I'm not going to save your ego, nigga. This is a dingy little ass apartment. This is underachieving in life. But that's neither here nor there. All right, he doesn't have any other place to live here. And look at the furniture. Look at the furniture. I hope this is just a studio apartment. Right? He has a second apartment, and this is just where he does his streaming. But look at this shit. That's neither here nor there. He has a girlfriend, though. Remember, what do you have to show for it? That's always the question. Okay, you get it for free. What do you have to show for it? All right, in this situation there, the girlfriend's in the back door, standing there like Allende was standing in the door when he ran into Fresh and Fit. Shout out to both of those individuals. And as you can see, he's under duress. Most men are happy hostages, as 50 Cent said. So let's see why he's under duress in his relationship. It seems like his name is John Moss, LOL, but we'll go ahead and play it.
I don't care about myself outside of a relationship. So the only reason I would care about myself was to build a relationship with my significant other. She was the significant other. And then when we broke up, I went back into the old ways of how I interacted, as in only focused on content creation and work. Prior to her, I was like homeless. So I didn't actively have the place that I'm living in. The only reason I have it is because I was helping my friends with social media. And then I started to help her with social media. However, due to her procrastination and lack of work ethic in a situation where she had everything taken care of, I called her out on it. And every step of the way, she consistently flipped it onto me. So yeah, I got like this because for the last month, she's been living in my house rent free, and I gave her all the money from the events that we did, even though she was supposed to get 20%. 10% was going to go towards her fund fee.
Hi, how are you?
10% was going to go towards her old bills, and the other 80% was going to go towards us traveling next year. However, we could not do that. We ended up raising, I believe, $17,000 so that we can travel next year. And she said, fuck it. All she had to do was sit in front of the computer and stream, talk to chat, and listen to music.
Okay, so again, is this free? All right, is this love? Now, again, there are some relationships that work, but 99% of them are going to fail. Even 99% of all relationships you've had have failed. So as you can see, listen, this guy, he tried his best. He thought he had a girl that loved him, and he tried to help her out. We're going to have a clip to tell you why I don't help men out. That's why I don't help people out for free. All right, I don't even work for free no more. All right, I ain't helping you out. I don't give a fuck what kind of situation is, what your problem is, because why? Because what happens is when people, you help them out for free, they end up doing lazy shit. The reason they're in a problem is, number one, themselves. So they're in the problem that they created. They were lackadaisical. They didn't pay attention to details. Now they want you to help them out and dig them out of a hole. But now when you start digging them out of the hole, they just watch you with the shovel. So he tried to put her up on game. He tried to do a little savings fund so they can go on vacation. He told her how to do social media. He gave up all that game for free. And guess what? He said she didn't want to put in the work. Exactly. You didn't want to put in the work. So he was like, well, damn. This is why when people ask me about social media, put in the fucking work. All right, because I put in them hours. I'm not just going to give you the cheat code. So go ahead over there and pay. All right, just like when people used to ask me for fitness programs when I was a trainer. Hey, I'm going to go out of town. Can you give me a nutrition plan, a fitness plan? Then you work all that shit out. You spend time writing it all out and customizing it and asking them questions. And then a week or two later, they show back up. Hey, did you use that workout plan? Did you use that nutrition plan? Oh, no, I didn't do it. Okay. You done wasted my time. You done wasted my time. I could have did something else productive. That's why I don't help people for free. So in this situation here, he tried to put her up on game, all for the loyalty of the pussy. Now he realizing he paid. So what do you have to show for all that sex you got with her in a relationship? Was it free? The answer is nope. All men pay. Now he's obviously learning what relationships look like. He's going to put in a lot of the work. He had the ambition. He put people up on how to take care of this game. And guess what? Most people didn't want that. They just wanted the results. So she wanted you to do the work. She wanted to do the easy work. When she saw how hard social media was, she was like, I ain't fucking to sit here and do all this shit. Sit here every day in front of people for hours and hours. Nah, man, forget that. All right, it got to be easier than that. I ain't going to plug this in and do this research and have this and pull this clip up. She was like, I ain't going to do it. Neither did his friends do it. So he made it. They just want to sit out there and get the results. Now, he now realized she's a distraction. That pussy ain't worth it no more. That pussy ain't worth it. So it ain't no longer free. That comes with a payment. So now he's trying to get rid of her. All right. And he learned a hard lesson. Sometimes you got to learn the hard way and get thumped over the head. Now watch this. It gets worse. Not only is it a loss leader, now she acting belligerent. Here we go.
I didn't have to just be in the front of a fucking camera. I had to take care of your ass. You got a fucking job, but that doesn't mean shit. That don't mean shit fucking right.
I don't care about myself.
All right, you see how fast time is wasted? You see how it turns into a cost? He was good with her, and she said, I don't care about your job. Okay, you did care about my job. It was part of the reason you got with me. It was part of the reason we were making money. You wanted to learn how to make money that way. And she was like, I was taking care of you. Doing what? Making chicken noodle soup and top ramen? You used to run around here with bonnet, lazy woman outfit on. A bonnet, a head wrap, a scarf, and some tights. Right? That's a lazy woman's outfit. And now she's making him pay. Remember, I said,
Look what she did to my car.
okay.
Look what this bitch did to my car. I can't stand this hoe. I can't stand this bitch. Fuck this.
All right, it is what it is. All right, it is what it is. Now look at what you got. Look at what you got on your hands. And brothers, women are parasitic in relationships, meaning that they just don't walk away. All right, they just don't walk away. Guys that think they're just going to get rid of a woman, all right, once you go past the 6-week mark and then you try to get rid of her, that's what they do. They got time. They got petty. They're going to tell you everything they did for you and how they were more beneficial for you than you were for her. All right, they're going to stomp, kick, scream, cry, slash windows, tires, and screens, kick in doors, dent furniture. All right, they're going to domestically abuse. They're going to tear TVs and art off the wall. And guess what? He can't punch her. He can't hit her with the why I oughta. He can't put her in a headlock and give her a noogie. He can't twist her nipples and give her the purple nurple. Okay? He can't do any of that shit. He just got to let her rage and rage out. So when I say it was free, it's not free, bro. It's not. There's a cost. And he's exhausted. Look at he's exhausted. He can't even put up a fight. Because she got time.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
He got time. She got time. He ain't got no time. He wants to do his live stream. And it's even getting so sad that he can't even do his live stream. He can't even do his live stream. She's like, I'm going to disrupt the thing that's important to you, which is your job. You want to sit at home and talk on the microphone, nigga? I'm going to fuck that up too. Just like that, man. I'm telling you, this shit adds up. And you will look back 5, 10, 15 years and go, what did I get out of that? Did I play the clip of the woman saying that she looked at her ex-husband and said, I used to fuck him? Like, that's how big relationships are. You're in love as long as you're in it. When you're out of it, you look back and was like, what did I actually see in that person? I used to fuck them. I used to sleep next to them. We used to kiss and make out. We had kids together. And then you look over and be like, I don't remember none of that shit. You might remember like 3 or 4 nights y'all fucked over a 5 or 10 year marriage. Maybe 3 or 4 nights she had some pussy. And then why is that the case? Because the pussy is not that big of a deal. Right? You're going to remember the bad things and the gaslighting and the manipulation and the abuse and the arguments and that's what you'll remember. The sleepless nights. Okay? The nights you didn't have sex. This is a hard reality for men to swallow. You won't remember the sex. You certainly won't remember what it felt like. Like, you cannot mimic the feeling of all of the sex that you had. That's why I always say you'll have nothing to show for it. You'll say, I had sex this time, I had sex that time. You'll be able to tell me when you had sex. Can you put that sex on your dick right now and make it feel good? No. So you have nothing to show for it. You just have a memory of what you did or when you did it. You can't even mimic that feeling when feeling's not there. All right. And then most of the time you even regretful that you even had sex with that person, or you're regretful that you gave that person your energy, your attention and time. You're regretful of it. You're looking at it like, why did I even waste my time with that person? So when people say they don't pay, I'm like, huh? It certainly resulted in very little. Other than the intimate act that you can't even remember what you look like when you were doing it. Okay? All you can remember is that it happened. Okay, it happened. I fucked this woman one day. Okay, great. You know how many women I fucked one day? Lots. Many of them I don't even remember their first name, certainly their last name. Okay, and some I really don't know their first name. Some of them was named Trixie and Destiny and Tiffany, Jennifer. I never even knew their real first name. Those are my Hooter days. All right. All right. Those are my Hooters days. All right. But there you go, gentlemen. Yep. And look at his face. Does he look happy? The answer is no.
Outside of a relationship. So the only reason I would care about myself was to build a relationship with my significant other.
Yep. I only cared to build a relationship with my significant other. And look at his glasses. Look at his glasses. They cockeyed and all over the place. He got lint and dirt. No furniture all over the house. What did you have to show for it?
She was the significant other. And then when we broke up, I went back into the old ways of how I interacted, as in only focused on content creation and work.
Interesting when men break up. Interesting when men break up. What are the first thing they do? Oh, I better go back and get refocused. Exactly. I better go back to focus on my job. I'm going to focus on myself. I'm going to go to the gym. See, we criticize women who do this. They get into relationships, they get fat, and when they divorce and do the divorce glow up, guess what? We're like, why didn't you just focus on that when you were married? Wouldn't that be easier? Same thing with women. Same thing with men. As soon as y'all break up and have a bad experience, here y'all go at the gym getting buff. Here y'all go focusing on your career. Here y'all go focusing on getting your money right. But that's what you should have been doing in the first place. You should have did that first. I keep preaching this. You should have just did that in the first place. Then you wouldn't have been with that lazy bitch. But you didn't focus on that. Oh, I'm going to focus on a relationship. And then you focus on a relationship. It's a lost leader. 9 out of 10 going to fail. Not a surprise. It fails. And then now you want to go back and do what? Catch up for lost time. You want to catch up for lost time, which again, that's called payment. You paid by focusing on that. Now you got to refocus on this. It's not that hard to figure out, but y'all don't want to boss up at all. Y'all don't want to listen. Better boss up, nigga. Y'all don't want to listen. Now he wants to focus back on making money in this content. Why didn't you do that in the first place? Why didn't you do that to the point where she came into your life and you wouldn't even wasted time trying to help her do content? Bitch, just hand me water. I don't want, nah, bro. Help you with content? No, I'm too up to help you with content. What are you going to add to that? Nah, man, look, you know I'm doing my live stream. You know how many women have sat on the other side of this wall while I did live streams for 5 hours? And I didn't bat a fucking eye. I didn't rush off the podcast because they were here. There were women laying in my bed just waiting for me to come back, naked. There were some women that brought me water and drinks and all of that shit. I kept doing my fucking podcast, all 5 hours of them. They sat over there. Some of them tried to sit over there and listen to my podcast, but it was 5 hours long. Them bitches was like, yeah, I tried to listen, but they went to do something else. Some went young. They were playing video games. One was eating Fruit Loops and watching anime. Some just went back to sleep. All right, for me, that comes first. But what I'm hearing you guys say is they come first. All right, and then the other hustle comes last. What do you have to show for it is the answer. All right, now listen to 50 Cent. Because 50 Cent, this is supposedly an excerpt from her book, or his book, sorry, his book. His book about, I can't remember what it was called. I think it's Get Rich or Die Trying. There might be another book, but this is an excerpt of his book of why he doesn't help people. Why he doesn't help people. When people tell you you need to help people and you need to have less ego and you need to not think you're important, this is why he says he doesn't help people. I want you to listen to this.
Some people are not built to make it. That might sound harsh, but all my experiences have taught me it's true. No matter how much support you provide them or love you show, their lowest habits are going to pull them right back to whatever struggles they come from. That's why one of the keys of being able to hustle smarter is learning how to identify these kinds of people before they drag you back down to the bottom with them. One of the first rules of lifeguarding is never get too close to a drowning person. Why? Because when you reach them just before they go under, that person is just going to jump on your back and cause you both to sink. You always want to try and keep something, a float, a board, or a piece of wood, between you and the person you're trying to rescue. If they get too close, punch them dead in the face and get them off you. Otherwise, you're both going to die.
Ooh, wait, this is cold, hard facts for you niggas that don't want to boss up. It's Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter is the book. Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter. I'm going to get this book as soon as I get off. I'm going to get it on Audible. This is cold, hard, real, unadulterated facts. All right. And then when people don't have, they'll tell you, well, you just need to help. But when you have, helping them is futile. This goes back to this guy right here. He realized helping was pointless. He realized the relationship was pointless. All that time he put into a relationship, it was a loss. It wasn't free. He was like, oh, damn. Well, I'm put myself in the hole. We tried to save this money. to both go on vacation, and he only saved $17,000. Trust me, you could take 17 grand. He could have turned that to 34 grand and went on. He could have went to vacation by himself and fucked a lot of Asian women or a lot of Latino women wherever he went, and he would have been going crazy, ham. All right, he would have been going ham with that 34K. And now he got to go ahead and build up that pot again without her. All right, so it's all, he said it was all lost. All right, helping other people. So it's not free. He was like, yo, 50 Cent said it ain't no point in helping people that don't want to help themselves. Now, hear it again.
Some people are not built to make it. That might sound harsh, but all my experiences have taught me it's true.
All people ain't gonna make it. All right, and I've been saying that, and the boss up, most men ain't gonna make it. Y'all ain't gonna make it. You're gonna just disagree with me. Just go ahead and sit over there and disagree, because you're not gonna stop me and whatever my mindset is and how I'm processing things and where I'm going. If you don't want to come along, you ain't built to make it. Fuck it. All right, that's just what it is, man. I ain't got time to debate and argue. Okay, with somebody that don't got as much as me or ain't gonna get as much as me at the end of the day. I don't have time. All right, so if you don't see it, you don't see it, motherfucker. If you ain't got it, you ain't got it, motherfucker. All right, not everybody's built to make it. If you want to go ahead and be good with fat women, go ahead and be good with fat women if that makes you feel good. All right, he said, yo, not all meat people are built to make it.
No matter how much support you provide them or love you show, their lowest habits are going to pull them right back to whatever struggles they come from.
Yep, so people like, here, we out here struggling as black men, but then want to tell me they're good with women at the same time. That you can't have both, nigga. Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. You can't be good with women and then struggling in the institution of racism and all of this stuff. Whatever your lowest vibration is, whatever your lowest habit is, whatever your lowest vice is, it's always going to pull them back. Case in point, right here. He said he tried to help his friends and this girlfriend to get in the game that he was in, and it was too hard for them. Their lowest vice brought them back. All right. They wanted to go back to where they were. And he was like, what was the point? That's why you don't help people. Can't help them unless there's something that benefits you.
That's why one of the keys of being able to hustle smarter is learning how to identify these kinds of people.
Got to identify these people. They can't identify themselves. So you got to tell them about themselves. You got to tell them, oh man, hey, being good with women is loser shit. All right. Because you can be good with money and get women. All right. You can be good with women, but you'll never get money from it. All right. So, and don't tell me about no pimp. So dudes just keep arguing you, and you was like, okay, go be good at that then. All right. Go be good at that. I can't help you. But do not ask me to help you about understanding money. All right. Don't come over here about that money mindset if that's what you want to be.
Before they drag you back down to the bottom with them.
They're going to drag you to the bottom with them. And look, this is true. Family members, children, your parents. When you try to help a person that is not putting in the same amount of work as they are to help themselves, they will kill you. They will drag you back down. They don't have a problem dragging you back down. All right. Now, if they don't get up, that's fine. They'll be fine with that. They'll wish that you can bring them up. But in the process, if you're being drowned and dragged back down to the bottom, they will not care. Why? Because they're already at the bottom. They didn't get there anyway. They're like, well, I was already down here anyway. Well, you down here too? You down here too. So you can't just help everybody. All right. Because a lot of people ain't willing to help themselves. Let's give you this bit of information about here. Fuck you, boss up. Here is the economy. The economy coming back. I've been telling you, man, prices never lower. Any of you guys still trying to lower prices or wait till the prices lower, wait till the economy crashes and you're going to get everything at a discount? This is all loser talk. It's not going to happen. Case in point, the average U.S. new car price surges to $50,000, an all-time high amid surge in EV sales. Told you 2019 ain't coming back.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door.
I told you.
And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old.
Dude, I remember you could get a new car. This is how old I am. You could get a Ford Fiesta. You could get a Ford Fiesta for $3,000, $5,000. All right, this is in the 1990s. All right, now this isn't the best car, but you could get some wheels for $5,000. You could get some wheels for $5,000. A Hyundai XL. Okay, you could get some wheels for $50,000. Now, here's the deal. They're talking about the EV sales are going to surge, so now it has raised the price. So you say, I'm not going to get an EV. By the time you finance a $30,000 car, what car can you get for $30,000? A new car. We're talking about new cars. We're talking about new cars because there's going to be some fuck nigga that tells me you could just buy a used car. We're not talking about used cars, right? We're talking about new cars. What new car can you get for $30,000? Now, let me just remind you, if you do not pay cash for that car, you're going to finance it and it's going to be $50,000. Okay? It's going to be $50,000 by the time you end financing it and get done paying 96 payments. There's not many cars you're going to just run out here and get for under $30,000. All right? We're talking about new cars. All right? There's very few new cars that you can get at that under $30,000 price tag. Okay? By the time you finish financing it, you're certainly in the 40s and $50,000. So, this is the world we're living in. This the world we're living in. So if new cars are going to do this, you certainly can know that new cars are probably going to do this as well. I'm sorry, used cars are going to do this. And then it's going to be difficult for people to even afford to be able to purchase cars. Certainly if we have more push for EV sales, all right, EV vehicles, right, they're going to be more push for those type of things depending on where you live. Or you might say it might be cheaper for me to get an EV, right? Because you don't have to pay gas. Here we go. All right, here we go. So now you have more people more willing to buy these cars. By the way, EV sales were struggling at one particular point, but now it seems like they're making a bit of a push because the economy is crushing people. And they're like, how can we trim the fat? Maybe I can get an EV car so I don't have to pay for gasoline. All right, but this is kind of where the economy's going. I mean, this is pretty bad. The average price of a new vehicle in the U.S. is now above $50,000 for the first time ever. This is according to Kelley Blue Book, which noted the all-time high pricing has not stopped EV sales from soaring. Average transaction price for a new vehicle, $50,080 in September. The report released Monday found a rise of 2.1% from August and 3.6% year over year. All right, new vehicles average price sat around $40,000 mark for 5 years or 5 years ago. That was 2019, not long before price began skyrocketing amongst a semiconductor chip storage, and I remember that. Average new vehicle manufacturing sales retail price also hit an all-time high last month, reaching $52,183. Okay, and then it says the average transaction price was likely pushed up by a rich mix of luxury vehicles and expensive EV models, the report says, estimating that EV shares of the U.S. market reached a record high of 11.6% in September. Okay. Now, here's the deal, man. You know, it's getting tougher. I know people are saying, well, I'll just get a used car. Everybody knows when you get a used car, and I do agree, getting a used car with cash is going to be your best move financially in the money mindset. But you do know used cars with high mileage is going to be repairs. That's what it's going to equal a repair. So this is why I encourage people to get them with cash so that when those repairs come up, you do not have a car note plus a repair. But if you get a used car and finance it, you are beating the depreciation model for sure, but you're also going to be paying a car note. You're probably going to have insurance. If you're going to probably have to have full coverage insurance and a car repair, because a car repair is going to happen. All right, you're going to get a car repair. All right, you can't run around here with a $75,000 mile vehicle and not fuck with car repairs. All right, you're going to get some car repairs, and them car repairs do not have a warranty. Okay, all right, the warranties ain't gonna cover 75,000 miles plus. All right, if you're buying a used car with 15,000 miles, you certainly probably can't afford it with cash. All right, we're not in this conversation. Okay. We're not in this conversation. Only had 8,000 miles. All right, brother, you finance that. You finance that. You're going to have a car note. All right, you're not getting cars cheap at 8,000 miles. All right, unless it's a 1983 Cadillac Coupe de Ville, and you still probably ain't going to get it very cheaply. So you're going to get a car note. You're probably going to get something nice and good when it's going to be 55,000 miles, 65,000 miles, 75,000 miles. Yeah, you're going to get it for cheap, under $10,000 for a nice car that costs 60 grand, luxury vehicle. Okay, so these are where these things start to add up. All right, if this wasn't the case, people wouldn't be in these financial perils when you have the easy answer. I'll just get a used car and it's under warranty. No, you're not. It's going to be under warranty for about a year, and it's going to run good for about a year. It's still under warranty for 12 months. Once 12 months in, you're going to be driving that car for 3 or 4 or 5 years, and you're going to pay for repairs. All right, I know people have the easy answers, but if people had the easy answers, this economy would not be kicking people's ass. Right? Trust me, people don't have easy answers. All right, I bought cars that were under warranty. All right, and they were only 3 or 4 years used. I bought them with cash, and that warranty ended ASAPidly. Right? The warranty wasn't for 5 years. It was for about a year and a half, maybe 12 months, and so forth and so on. All right, anyway. All right, anyway, good luck out there. We got one more. Here we go right here. Fuck you, boss up. Fuck you, boss up. We got this one right here, which tells me, again, nobody has easy answers. All right, nobody has easy answers. Check this out. GoFundMe CEO Negro says the economy is so bad that more of his customers are crowdfunding just to pay for groceries. All right, this is where we are, the easy answer, niggas. Okay. GoFundMe CEO, the economy is so bad that more of his customers are crowdfunding just to pay for groceries. Man, let's hear some of this offer. Let's hear some of these this article here. And this is the executive. This is in, by the way, the online magazine is Fortune. Okay, it says the economy and inflation. We're going to listen to the audio version of this so I don't have to read. And that's the CEO over here, Dr. Evil. All right. And what's his name? Tim Cadogan? All right. I don't know.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
All right. Here's what the article says here. Let's roll it back.
Says the economy is so bad that more of his customers are crowdfunding just to pay for their groceries. GoFundMe CEO just said the quiet part out loud. In this economy, more Americans are crowdfunding groceries to get by. The head of GoFundMe, Tim Cadogan, told Yahoo Finance the economy is so challenged that more Americans are raising money to buy food, an arresting data point that captures the widening gap between household budgets and basic needs. In a recent interview on the Opening Bid Unfiltered podcast with Brian Sazi, he described a notable rise in campaigns for essentials like groceries, a shift from one-off emergencies toward everyday survival. Basic things you need to get through life have gone up significantly in the last 3 years in practically all our markets, Cadogan said. That evolution underscores the new economic reality for many Americans. Persistent inflation, higher borrowing costs, and thin financial cushions are forcing many households to triage bills, juggle debt, and seek help in new ways.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke. Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
Okay, so this also underscores something that I've been seeing over the last 5 to 6 years, especially being on the dating marketplace. You know, women are also selling pussy, all right, during this economy. All right, more and more women are choosing luxury dating, monetized dating, whatever they want to call it. All right, dating up. Okay. They're choosing to not date down because of this. This is affecting the relationship marketplace too. Certainly going to affect marriage and divorces. And I even showed you an article where people can't even afford to get divorced. All right. They can't even afford. They living together and they're separated. They don't even fuck no more. They don't sleep in the same bedroom because they can't even afford to move to a separate household. Okay. Because people are really making bad decisions and more bad decisions. And what they'll just say is they're not raising the salaries and the incomes to match the inflation or the cost of living and stuff like that. But I'm like, man, we don't live in an economy anymore where you have one income, it's not going to cut it. All right, even if you have a family of 4, 2 incomes are not going to cut it. So you do have to find out more ways to be able to overcome this, but people are using Band-Aids. Okay, they're using Band-Aids. They're using GoFundMe. They're using luxury dating and, you know, putting their mileage up on their pussy. And, you know, we're seeing this happen. You know, this woman's doing it as well. Okay, we've seen even this, you know, that's where they're doing it. That's where they're doing it. So, there's where it is here. The normies that won't do it. This is where people get the moral thing. Well, I won't sell no pussy. All right, I won't buy no pussy. Okay, guess what? They're doing GoFundMe to crowdfund for groceries. All right, so you know, one thing looks bad morally, but then you say I'm going to take the moral route, but still now you're crowdfunding. You're begging in the internet. All right, or you might be begging your church. You might be begging your boyfriend or girlfriend. All right. People beg their boyfriend or girlfriend. Women get into relationships. All right, I'll just get into a relationship where they can cover this cost. People cohabitate. All right, maybe if I get a relationship, I can move in together and we can split these costs. You see what I mean? Like, that's why I'm sitting there going, man, that's just as bad. Might as well sell some vagina at this point. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on. Because you're doing the exact same thing. You're just doing a simple version of it. You're just transferring a little bit of that pain to someone else where it's going to be painful. What if that relationship breaks up? All the time it does. Now you're fighting, but you got to stick around. 50-50 relationship. What did I tell you about men who want 50-50 relationships? They end up doing this, but they get a bad relationship to cover costs. I'll move in with a woman, or I let a woman move in with me and we can split the rent. What if she loses her job? What if you lose your job? What if she gets laid off? What if she doesn't want to cover 50% anymore? She says she's going to cover half the rent, but she says my student loan bill needs to be paid. I can't cover half the rent. What are you going to do, sir? And by the way, these aren't what ifs. These happen all the time in relationships. If she then says, now they're making me pay back my student loan, I got to pay $400 towards that student loan, I can't cover half the rent, she's going to tell you 2 days before rent's due. Or she might have to go take a date that night. All right, hey, man, I got to go take a date with CGA. CGA is in town. He wants to take me out and examine my effects. What are you going to do? Tell her no? Because she's going to come back with a full, crispy $300 back. You're going to tell her no, I can't examine her effects? You're going to tell her no, she can't go get some extra rent money? You're going to tell her no, she can't walk the carpet at the Aria or Caesar's Palace and go pick up a date real quick? Okay? Trump is calling them student loans back. By the way, this article is going to mention this, so it's not an exaggeration. Let me go ahead and play this, continue, so you can hear what this article is telling you.
Groceries as the new emergency observation that more people are asking strangers to help pay for staples marks a sobering turn for a platform historically associated with medical bills, disaster relief, and community projects. When the cost of food stretches paychecks past the breaking point, crowdfunding morphs from altruism to a parallel safety net. In previous Fortune coverage of inflation's long tail, consumers' coping tactics have included trading down brands, shrinking baskets, delaying car repairs, and leaning on credit cards. The shift Cadogan describes suggests those tactics have run out of runway for a growing slice of the country.
So again, one of these things I was just mentioning, a lot of people come with these easy answers. Oh, just get this and just do that. Get a car with 5-year warranty. Yeah. Those tactics are gone. There's no more wiggle room generally for a great amount of Americans for those tactics. I'll just get less groceries. I'll just minimalize. I'll just cut cable, right? You know, I've talked about that where people eventually they'll just say, I'll just do this. I'll just do that. I'll just cut Netflix and Disney and just watch Hulu. And I say, eventually you're going to run out of things to cut. Okay. I mean, I made that point quite often on the Blue Chip Mindset. Eventually you're going to run out of things to cut. What are you going to ride your bike to work next, nigga? You're going to ride 30 miles up, 30 miles back. You're going to ride your bike like you were in somewhere in Bangkok. Okay. Because eventually people stop going on dates and they stop cutting back here. But is your income going up? No. What do you have to show for it? Nothing. Even they're telling you all that cut back, there's no more tail left. The inflation tail's too long to play the cutback game. Eventually, you have to double, triple your income. Eventually, the only thing left, remember I keep saying, the only thing left is to boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
That's the only thing left. Or you're gonna be priced out. All right. You gotta just play the hamster wheel. Sorry. All right, you gotta leave America. But there's nothing left. There's nothing left to cut back. This article's mentioning this, so don't at me. There's nothing left to cut back. That's what they're saying. So people are then going to monetize dating, the women. What are these guys doing? They're going to crowdfunding, online begging. Instead of bossing up, let me come up with a product. Let me sell something. Let me put time into this social media game and then build an audience for 2 years. No, what people want to do is they want to go viral overnight. And then they want to look at CGA's model and say, how are you making being demonetized? You make more money demonetized with a quarter or a fourth of the audience. You make more money than the content creators that got 500 subscribers. Okay. And all they do is pump out 10-minute videos. How are you beating them, CGA? I'd be like, in order to find that out, you got to hit that money mindset. There's no more free answers. All right. We're living in a marketplace where the people who have the answers have to monetize that now. Because I got to stay alive too. Why tell you the secret sauce and tell the whole air the secret sauce? Now I don't have the secret sauce. I'm going to tell you how to do it. Because I make more money than the people who got 500,000 subscribers and 100,000 views every 5 days. I make more money than them. Okay. So what people do is they go, man, nah, I ain't going to sit behind the computer for 5 hours and 3 hours preparing for the show and 2 hours editing like that girlfriend did. Okay. CGA, how do you do it? All right. It looks easy. You just press live and jump on there. Nope. This is an all-day event. All right, 24/7. You just want to jump on here live and tell some jokes and sniggle and get the fuck off the screen. Or you want to do a little lazy 10-minute, 12-minute, 20-minute video and dip so you can get your 40K from YouTube. All right, and I'm like, go ahead. All right, but you can't monetize that outside of YouTube. Okay, you don't got no Patreon. You ain't got no locals. You ain't got no subscribe star. You can't get paid for appearances. You can't charge people for coaching. You can't do what? You can't go there, charge people for speaking appearances. You certainly can't build a membership audience, all right, because you got nothing to sell, because you just pumping out 10, 12-minute lazy-ass videos. Not lazy, but that's what people want to do. They just want to punch out some Instagram and TikTok and collect 40 and 50K. You'll do it for a little bit, okay? But make some public appearances. Be a household name. All right, be on here and sell some courses. Sell some membership program. You won't be able to do it, all right, because people just see you as somebody that's just going to give me a free 12-minute video. You can't sell a book. You don't have a philosophy around it. You're just reacting to videos. To me, eventually, you won't be able to monetize that. You'll just, that's your monetization model. So even the content creators deal with that. And then one demonetization, one copyright strike, one slap on the wrist by YouTube, and it goes all the way. Now you don't have nothing. Okay, so you do have to, even as a content creator, realize that once TikTok stopped paying, Instagram stopped paying for Reels, and people went out of business. I don't know if you remember, there's a content creator. Okay, there's a content creator, and I can't remember his name, but he's a black comedian. And he does some little comedy shows. I won't say little, but he was a big Instagrammer. And he's a well-known, like if I said his name, you would know him, but I can't remember his name. He went on there and said, I'm going broke. I'm begging because Instagram stopped paying for Reels. And I was like, just like that. Just like that. I can't remember his name. I covered it. Anton covered it. But yeah, I even heard Super Ray saying that. But it wasn't Country Wayne. It was, I can't remember the guy's name, but it was a black guy. And he was like, man, it's getting rough out here as a content creator. And I was like, man, because Instagram stopped paying for Reels. All right. And what people realize this, and I want you as content creators realize this is a money mindset. It wasn't Country Wayne, because he ain't going broke. He's fine. But I can't remember his name, but he's a liberal guy. He's a very liberal guy. He kind of like gets into some pro-black shit every now and then, and I'm like, it's ridiculous. But Instagram made one decision. Yeah, Kev on Stage. I think that's who it was. Kev on Stage. That's exactly who it was. Kev on Stage. That's who it was. Okay, and he probably does fine financially, but that's who it was. It was this guy. So he ended up coming out and he was like, yeah, it's getting tough for me. I think he probably crowdfunded or something. I think he did a crowdfunding. I can't remember the exact thing, but it was Kev on Stage. That was him. And he has 2 million Instagram followers. Okay. Let me see here. 2 million Instagram followers. It looks like he's got some stuff going on here. It says 2023. It says right here, he's making $30 a show to building an entire empire, right there. But he does comedy tours. That's what his thing is. You see here. But it was something that he came up with. And now here's the problem. What people were doing at that time was that they were dependent on the model of the monetization, okay? Meaning that the YouTube, AdSense, Instagram, Reels, TikTok, TikTok partner program. What happens is if they pivot, they change, they stop paying, which Instagram put a lot of people out of business. They stopped paying for Reels, and it was a wrap for a lot of people. To that point, a lot of people are making Reels, and they're building a good audience, but they can't monetize that audience. Okay, how do you monetize that audience if you're just rage baiting them? So if you don't know, for me as a content creator, I've talked about this on the Money Mindset. I stopped posting on Instagram. I was like, fuck that. Now, it did help. It did stop me because in this last 2 years, a lot of people built up a lot of their audience doing the same stuff that I was doing, red pill stuff. And a lot of people became popular and famous. But how do you monetize that? You would have to monetize that off the platform. You'd have to get people off the platform, courses. You'd have to book appearances, right? You have to build membership behind that. You have to get to the subscribe button. You have to do some live streaming. Right? You have to do a lot of these things to do it. And then a lot of people are too lazy to do it. Right? I just want to put my reel out. I put 5 reels out. I get paid. Once YouTube did that and you're not getting sponsorship, once Instagram did that, it knocked a lot of people out of the box. So what that does is that tells you the social media does one pivot and they stop. Now, all of a sudden it stops you from making that easy AdSense money. Right? That AdSense money dries up real quick. And then now you got to make appearances or take a sponsorship, or you got to read stuff, right? You got to sponsor pencils and pens and chips that you don't eat, right? You got to do an ad for this. This is why I'm independent, right? And I haven't had to chase that model yet, even being demonetized, right? Having 12, 14 channels demonetized. I haven't had to use that. So I said, okay, I have to figure out a way to do that. And even then, you could be out of order. Right. But what I'm finding is that content creators are lazy. All right. They get a couple 20, 30, 40,000 checks in AdSense and then they chill. All right. And they're like, oh, it'll be like this forever. As soon as YouTube starts pivoting away or demonetizing or not monetizing your videos no more, then it's boop. All right. Now you got to figure something out. All right. Now you got to charge people for coaching calls and podcasts, and it's too late. Podcast appearances. Charleston White actually experienced this as well. Charleston White experienced this. This is why he charges $10,000 or $15,000 to appear on people's podcasts, because he had a YouTube channel and he said, I was depending on the AdSense. Then he got demonetized and deplatformed. So now he has to charge people $10,000 and $12,000, maybe $15,000 to appear on their podcast to say crazy shit and get views for other people. And he knows that. So shout out to him for pivoting. And then you have to become even more extreme. I got to become more extreme so I can charge a lot of money for people to pay me to appear on podcasts. All right. So even the brother Charleston White has talked about that and acknowledged that. He got booted and then boom. All right. You got to find another model. All right. But again, that's part of bossing up. What I'm seeing is people ain't bossing up. People just sitting back comfortably.
Better boss up, nigga.
Last one, I want to remind you. When I heard, and this is why I'm critical of people in this particular mindset with this economy, because about 2 or 3 years ago, when I was telling people to boss up, you know what people were telling me, and you were arguing with me? You were telling me there should be such thing as work-life balance. See, this is why I'm really critical of people. This is why I'm really going, you know what? People are getting exactly what they deserve. Because at the same time, people were saying work-life balance, these companies need to give employees this, and they need to do that, and they need to give people amenities, and these people ain't going to take jobs if people ain't going to do. And I said, dude, you think that's going to help and work out? You're going to be straight out of luck. And now guess what? Companies don't have to do that. They're making y'all sit through 8 rounds of interviews. Okay? They don't have to provide with you for no amenities and reduce your work schedule and let you stay home and work hybrid. I told you that wasn't going to last. I said, that's not going to last. Who's coming up with this work-life balance shit? There ain't no work-life balance. You better take your ass to work, and even the job you got, one income ain't enough. One's too close to none. You better have 2 incomes and 3 incomes or 2 jobs and the side hustle and the gig. Nigga, if you know how to play the guitar, you better be playing the guitar on Sunday and Mondays at the local watering hole. Okay, because that shit ain't gonna last. But people were trying to tell me work-life balance and we shouldn't have to do X, Y, and Z. And but I was like, man, and these companies gonna have to provide employees with that. Guess what? I was like, that is a busted model. That's not going to last very long. All the company has to do is pivot one time, or the economy struggles and lags and work-life balance goes bye-bye. And people were arguing me about that. Like, coach, you don't understand. You old school. You a old head. You a boomer. Look at what you got now. What kind of hiring marketplace do you got right now? It's shitty. They literally got you going through 4, 5, 6 rounds of interviews for a job, clowning you. I'm like, they literally playing in your face. And I'm like, that's not going to last. You better get to fucking work. You better boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
Now, here we are, people crowdfunding for groceries. Life comes at you fast. Life comes at you fast. And I'm speaking most of the time from experience. And people are speaking from their feelings, and they're just speaking hopefully, and they're also saying, well, what people should do, and shoulda, coulda, woulda, nigga. All I know is at the end of the day, I gotta feed mine, and I gotta feed myself, and you gotta do whatever you gotta do. Okay, you can't play it safe out here. You know, people that brag, that say they're moderates, they're cowards. People that say, you know, I'm not gonna be extreme or one side or the other, cowards, because you can't walk the middle of the street. You got to pick a side to side. You got to pick a sidewalk to walk on. You got to pick a sidewalk to walk on, and that's life. You can't say, I'm going to just walk down the middle of the street and people on both sides are going to like me. No, they're not. You're going to get hit by a bus or a truck. You're going to hit by a bus or a truck. You're going to get hit by a bus or a truck walking in the middle. Okay, being a person in the middle is not a place you want to be. That's where people go and rest. That's where people go get soft, nigga. That's where you go get worked. All right, that's where all the motherfucking danger is in the middle. Not on the sidewalk, nigga. I'm going to walk on this side where it's sunny or shady. All right, either way, I took my motherfucking chance. All right, but walking in the middle can get you hit. Everybody's walking in the middle. That's where all the lazy people that can't make decisions in life, they're walking in the middle. I can't decide, so it's safer because I can't make a decision. False.
Better boss up, nigga.
Pick a side and roll with that shit. Take the consequences of walking in the shade. Take the consequences of walking in the sun. But you can't straddle the fence. You can't walk in the middle. You can't be a moderate. Or you can, but do not believe you're making the best decision. See, I'm making the best decision. I represent both sides. Okay. The only people who win representing both sides are lawyers and real estate agents. Everybody else, it's a coward's move. So boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
All right, cuff your balls, nigga. All right, that was my boss up segment. And we getting hot in here. Shout out to you, man. We getting hot. Stay broke. All right, but straddling the fence, staying in the middle, saying you're a moderate, saying you represent both sides of the argument, and that ain't gonna win. You're gonna lose. In fact, where's Switzerland stand? They stand good financially, but if the shit start hitting the fan, they gonna get their ass kicked. They start tucking tail real quick when motherfuckers start dropping bombs. Right? They collect people's money and they open banks and they're like, we're neutral. When it's time to fight, they be like, tuck tail. They go, yes, sir, ma'am. No, sir. Right? Yes, sir. No, sir. All right. They ain't got nobody to fight their battles. No bombs to drop. No nothing. They're inconsequential. All right. They just give up the ass willingly. All right. They let everybody finger fuck them. All right. That's what they do. All right. We're neutral. Everybody gets to finger fuck them. The Middle East gets to finger fuck them. Russia gets to finger fuck them. The United States gets to finger fuck them. All right. With no lube or no Vaseline. All right. It's nice. It's cool to be the nice guy and neutral in the middle. It sounds good to me on paper. Till everybody finger fucking you with no Vaseline and no baby oil. It's nice to have nukes and bombs and weaponry and all kind of shit and infantry and stock. It's cool to have weapons. It's cool to be able to defend yourself. All right, but when people just get to bend you over at will because you straddle in the fence, it's not the best move at many particular points. Yeah, in times of peace, nobody finger fucking them. All right, that sounds great. But in times of war, everybody start poking on your holes. All right, not a good sign. All right. Shout out to our brother. We're back with the donations here. Shout out to our brother here. Let's see here. Who's in here? No government name DH says, my ex called me complaining about her financial struggles. A lot of you guys are starting to hear that. She even asked me to pay dog support because she kept the dogs and can barely buy it food now. He says, I told her ass, she better boss up. It's 2025, season 8. Yeah, bitch, get with the program. That's what time it is right there. Now she want to hit you.
You better boss up, nigga.
All right, now she want to hit you with paying dog support. It's funny if people come out of the woodworks and tell you what you owe them. Hey, can you help me pay for the dog? No. All right, no. Go broke. Die slow. I mean, you got to be cold out here, bro. Shout out to Jones D says, a guy I know works at one of the 3-letter agencies. He said the entire work-life balance office got furloughed. Guess they didn't need them after all. Yep, if you're going to take a day off of work, they're going to realize they don't need you. All right, well, I guess we don't need them after all. The work-life balance office got furloughed. Bye-bye. All right, go ahead. You got work-life balance now. Now you got life balance. Now you got a balanced life without work. All right, so good freaking luck with these goofy ass ideas. Work-life balance is a loser proposition, man. That's loser shit. Now, again, you know, I'm at the position where maybe in the next 5 years, I can work 4 hours per week. All right, that would be ideal. All right, I ain't there yet. But I wouldn't even want to be there. I think, you know, once you get there, you're going to realize that work keeps you mentally acute. Work allows you to live longer as long as it's not stressful. So I don't mind work. I've never mind work. I mind work that I'm not good at, but work keeps you from being not informed. So I always want to be working. I just don't want to be laboring. Right? That's the difference. Joel said Pearl came out straight up racist last night. Pearl, you want to speak for yourself? Pearl watches me from time to time. I don't know if she watches me anymore, but Pearl came out racist. What did she say? All right, what did Pearl say? I don't know. I don't keep track of content creators on what they're saying. All right, I don't know what people are doing or saying. Every now and then I might watch a video here and there if I'm bored, but that's after I'm not watching some Asian women doing something on the internet. All right, I'm normally looking at some Asian women doing something. All right, so I don't know what people are doing. Like if you look up my YouTube history, it's some Asian women doing something. All right, so if Asian women ain't racist, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the manosphere, clanosphere is doing. What happened? Here we go. Somebody said work-life balance is so you have free time to work on the side hustle. And people don't. All right? People normally don't. You know what people do? They be going to sleep, staying up late, getting fat. All right? That's what they're doing. All right? Fucking. That's what they doing. Like, people don't do extra shit. Like, people, when they tell me that the work-life balance is to let people do a second job, they normally don't do it. Or if they do it, it's a second job that's going nowhere. Shout out to our brother Preston says, what are your 3 rules to live by for the JUCO? I'll tell you what they are if you join CoachGregAdams.locals.com. We don't discuss that over here, but I appreciate that. We only discuss the JUCO over there. People are not able to handle the idea of the JUCO. A lot of people are, they're getting used to it. It's no longer denying it, but it's similar to where I know girls who do OnlyFans. Like, I know they do OnlyFans. Now, they also do Instagram and TikTok. I actually show Money Mindset this. Like, a girl that's doing Instagram, you don't even know they're doing OnlyFans. But what I also know is I'll look at a girl doing OnlyFans and I'll look at her posting on Instagram. I'll look at the comments and I'm like, this woman getting fucked on OnlyFans. The audience on Instagram has no idea. All right. They are clueless. And then every now and then somebody will drop in the comments that what they're doing on OnlyFans. And the audience cannot believe it. They're like, that's not true. Why are you saying that about her? And I'll be like, wow. Again, like I'm saying, the normie audience can't handle what I'm saying about the JUCO. The normie audience can't handle that cute girl that you see making videos about eating watermelon and riding a bike and jogging in the intersection. They can't handle that she fucks on OnlyFans because they're not paying. They don't pay. They don't pay. They're not going to click the link. They're not clicking the link and investigating. They're just looking at what she presents on Instagram. And I'd be like, pfft. So the normies are clueless. They're not acute to the dark side. That's why my audience on YouTube, this is normie content. Even though I do get extreme over here, I curse now, I get extreme, I tell jokes about Vince McMahon dookie on people, right? So I do get somewhat extreme, but when it comes to an extreme topic like the JUCO or pay for play, most people can't handle it. They can't handle it. In their world, it's just, but what's happening is it's happening all around them, and they just don't want to investigate because they don't want to see that reality. They don't want to see that reality, or they don't want to address it. They just want to stay in the reality that they're a pimp and they pimp hoes and they got the advantage and right. But I will look at the comment section and I'm like, these people have no clue of what she does. And all they would have to do is click a link and then drop a $3 to $25 and then they could see it in broad daylight. But they won't do it because their world tells them not to go that far to the extreme, not to go on the dark side. And so people will say in the comment section, just like in my comment section, some people will just sit up here and say, you're out of your mind if you think all men pay. And I'm like, dude, I've argued this. I've demonstrated and showed it over here on Locals. You can go over there and make a free account. And then you can watch one of my live streams and you can pay for one of my live streams and get all the live streams. I'll show you what women and men are doing out here. I'll show you in real time. They won't do it because it's uncomfortable for them to do it. Because then once they do it, they got to confront the reality. So that cute girl on Instagram that you think is so innocent and she's smiling in her picture saying, this is my outfit of the day. Once you click over on her link and you drop $25, you would be like, God damn, right? You would have to be confronted with the reality. Then you would come back and look and go, it was right under my nose. But $25 is too much to drop. Or you'll be like, I'll never pay the OnlyFans. And I'm like, well, just stay blind. Again, people want to put on blinders. I talked about this before. People want to put on blinders. As long as you wear the blinders and you don't see it, it doesn't exist. This is how people live life. So then they argue with blinders on. And I'm like, okay, I have no blinders on. I see your side and I see that side. So I'm making an argument with no blinders. I have all the information. You have your information and nothing else. And so guess what you're doing? You're arguing with me with blinders on. And I'm like, yeah, but here's the reality. Look at this. No, I don't want to look. Or you got to pay to look at it. I don't want to pay. You see how difficult it is to debate with people with blinders? They just want to live in their world. As long as they live in their world and all innocent girls don't have OnlyFans links. Okay. That girl on Instagram does not fuck a 60-year-old white guy. That 19-year-old girl does not fuck a 60-year-old white guy on OnlyFans. Okay, I see her fucking a 60-year-old white guy on OnlyFans. I saw it. And she looks 19. She looks 16. Oh, well, you a simp if you paid. Okay, see, you see the blinders? See, you paid? You told on yourself. You paid. Yes, I did. I was curious. And yep, she was fucking a 60-year-old white guy. Sucking his dick and all that. But she looks like an innocent girl right there. She looks like a child over there. And now you're in her comment section. You look so beautiful today. And I'm like, right? I'm like, wow. Again, people just want blinders. And she was enjoying it, getting throttled, sucking them all every day on a live stream. And I'm sitting there like, bro, I'm like, people are clueless. They're just with blinders. Money, like work-life balance. That's a complete blind spot. It's a complete blind spot. And I'm like, dude, that's the biggest blind spot. But you want to argue with me about how realistic it is. Well, the economy is your blind spot. Why does the economy look like this if work-life balance is beneficial? Right? It doesn't make sense. I'm arguing with all the information and experience. You're arguing with little experience and a blind spot. It's difficult. It's difficult to be me. It's difficult to be them. But it's more difficult to be me because I come with all the information. I'm like, here's all the information. Here, look. I don't want to look. I don't want to see it your way. Complete lack of experience and blind spot. And it just, you just shake your head at some particular point and go, damn, like they really be out here. Like, how many years have you worked in the world? Okay, you worked 5 years in your life. You want work-life balance after working 5 years? You guys are complete idiots. Shout out to Donnie Yee says, to use an analogy from the business world, men effectively fired women from marriage. Now the women are saying, I wasn't fired, I quit. Nice try. That's a fact. All right, that is a fact. Okay, that's what they're using here. So we don't want to do marriage no more because men aren't doing it. Shout out to our brother here. Black Rue Investing says, thanks for the daily show, coach. Couldn't get through work without your show. LOL. Shout out to you. Hopefully I'm not distracting you guys. All right. Dennis says, as the only ninja in my office, I can say white people are mad, petty, and passive aggressive. If it was physical, I'd be in 10 fights per day, egging me on to have a nigga moment, but I know better. Haters gonna hate. Yep. The key to white folks is realizing they're passive aggressive, and passive aggressive is abusive just as physical abuse is abusive. So what they'll do is they'll know how to trigger you, gaslight you, manipulate you. And then when you crash out, then they say you're violent, right? They say you're violent, you're irrational, you can't be around certain things. This is classic white people 101. And trust me, I lived around a lot of white folks. I know white folks. I know how they play. They're mad dirty. They get underneath your skin. They irritate you. They love to put paper on you. We're going to write you up. We're going to file this. We're going to have a meeting about that. We're going to file a case. So they love to put the paper on you. And this does cause you unnecessary stress. And then when you go postal, they say, look at these violent people. All right. But they were being completely abusive, nitpicking, petty, and violent themselves. They just use black and white paper and emails and shit like this and documentation. All right, so that's how they win. And then they document your monkey ass going Donkey Kong on them. So that's how white people play. And once you realize that, you can play their game that way. All right, that's why you got to boss up. Play the game their way. Let me document all your shit. Let me pay petty and passive aggressive. Let me smile in your face. And all the time they want to take your place, the backstabber. But they play the game legally. All right. This is why they make laws and rules. This is why they rule society for 500 years. going on, all right, is because they establish laws that are intentionally against you, and then they throw rocks and hide hands and act like you're the violator of the law. Well, you know we wrote this law. It's the law, and you broke it. And then they deport your monkey ass, right? They throw your ass in jail and prison, and they keep playing that game on you. And then when you go in the white man's court, they put on a wig and a robe, and your Donkey Kong ass come in there with a muzzle and shackles, thinking that you're going to argue your way out of it with rationality, and they come back and document your ass. When you had a misdemeanor here, a traffic ticket here, a felony here, you a 2-time felon, 3 strikes out, you a loser, nigga, under the jail. All right, and then they get their legal representation, and they play their maritime admiralty law, and they fuck you over 10 times. Okay, that's the game. That's the rules. All right, everybody want to change them rules. You ain't never going to change those rules because you're never going to change those laws or those law books. You can march, you can protest, boycott, throw apples and oranges. All right, you can do whatever you want as long as them law books are those laws, and they got lawyers, and you know who is lawyers and white lawyers and nigga lawyers. They gonna win every time. They got law books. They make the laws. They make Congress. They got Congress locked. They're gonna win every time. Okay, so guys are always fighting aggressively. They're fighting loudly. Okay. And particularly the black men and you guys want to get on internet and crash out and yell and scream and boycott and march. That ain't never going to win. You got to win playing the game they're playing, that passive aggressive shit. Have you ever been in a courtroom and they start reading your charges? Okay. And the white lawyers be sitting there like this, smug, just, they be laughing at you. Laughing, and you just want to snap and crash out and turn over the goddamn table, and the bailiff gonna take that motherfucking baton and shove it up your rear end. And some punk ass lawyer with a seersucker suit that graduated from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, just sitting back like, add some charges to his shit. Put some more charges on him. Remember that judge, that white woman was reading off that nigga charges, and he went and jumped over there and beat her ass? He came in there the next court appearance with a muzzle. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, and I know it doesn't, this world will frustrate you. I'm trying to tell y'all how y'all win, okay? You got to get your money up, not your funny up. Nobody cares about your logic and your right, and you're better than these white devil slave masters. All right, I get it. It used to frustrate me too, but that's not how you gonna win. All right, let me show you this. Judge, let me see here. Appearance. Let me see if I don't know how to spell that. So there was a black dude. There was a white snarky ass Jewish judge looking like Judge Judy, 5'2", and she was reading that nigga rights and laughing at him, about to throw that nigga under the jail, right? She was about to throw him under the jail. He jumped over the damn thing and beat her ass. He barely even touched her. She came back. She said, I had a grade 3 concussion. I had abrasion marks and scratches. All right. He came in the courtroom on his next appearance looking like this. I keep telling y'all, men, this is a bigger game. You got to play the game by the people who make the rules. Look how you showed up. Like, this is an embarrassment. But she was about to go ham on his ass because she was being snarky. You got a felony charge for this, a misdemeanor for that. She's about to throw him in there for 30 years before he jumped over the damn judge. But look how he came in, because now he wanted to fight, boycott, stand up for his rights. He got frustrated, poked and prodded. And guess what? They was like, nah, you still under the white man's laws. Look how he came in. When you guys realize this, I know it sucks, and you think I'm my Uncle Tom, and you think I ain't got no fight, and we need to fight the power. All right, fight the power. You're gonna come in like this, looking like crazy. Now, how much you think the jury gonna put on his ass? All right, when the 12 jurors come in there, I don't care if there's nigga jurors in there. They see you come in here like this, and And yep, they made an example. They hit him over the head. You going to prison for 30 years attacking the judge? You should have seen the charges they put on him, bro. They put mad charges on him. Okay? It was like assaulting an officer, a public officer, a judge. That's 20 years. Life is not fair. And life is stacked. The decks is stacked against you many times. But let me tell you, gentlemen, you come in there thinking you're just going to fight the way you want to fight. They already have pre-programmed responses on how they're going to treat you. All right. They already know they're going to fuck you over. Shout out to John Quest, says, just past 6 years of six-figuring my income. He says, I have full custody of my kid in private school. He says, I laugh when I get overlooked by women in their 30s now. He says, I'm only going for women in their prime. No manosphere-related content comes close to how funny and on the mark Coach is. Thank you. Shout out to John Quest for bossing up. All right. Full custody of his kid, private school, 6 figures of income, and life gets a little bit easier. All right. Life gets a little bit easier. All right. J. Cool is back in the building. J. Cool has this to say, Coach, in this economy, is it the economy or people just are going into debt buying stuff like the newest iPhone, iPad, or TVs that they don't need? He says, I think that people are broke because they spend money they don't have on things they don't need just to feel good for a moment in time. It has a lot to do with that. Because people aren't really broke. All right, broke to me, I mean, people are able to cover their expenses. They're able to buy things. People are able to buy things. So you're not broke. All right, you just are mismanaging your money, or you're buying things that you possibly don't need, or you're going into debt, or you lack priorities. Look at the amount of people who buy alcohol and weed. Like, I can't feel sorry for people when you go out and party and go out to the club and you want to dress up for Halloween and you buy a costume, knowing you broke, knowing you ain't got the money. All right, you know you don't got the money. You know you're going to pay, minimum payment on your credit card when it comes back around. You're carrying revolving debt. But when the holidays come out, you want to show up. You want to get the new iPhone, or, you got all these tablets. You got 4 and 5 tablets plus a PlayStation 5. It's not that people don't have the money. They got the money, but they want to have these things and then say, I should have more money. Yep. Vape pens. People are just stuck. They're drifting. That's why I don't feel sorry for people. Now, if you just don't have access to anything and you don't have no running water, and, that would be a whole different story. All right. But I'm looking at your feet. You got the Hokas on, and you got the Nikes on, or you got some sort of, people are mismanaging the way they spend. This is when people give you a sob story. If you roll it back, they made all kind of bad decisions that shot themselves in the foot. And I was like, man, perhaps if you would have fixed that, hindsight is 2020. Perhaps if you would have fixed your lifestyle, you wouldn't be in this position. Okay. How many girls did you date during this time? How many girls that you're so good at dating and fucking, how many girls did you date? How many girls you had sex with? How many girls you took on a date? How many girls you tried to hook up with? Okay. I was watching this guy going around Indonesia, because, I'm going on these trips. They're going around Indonesia, and it was some niggas. All right. And they was walking around town with their camera and going here and there. And one dude was wanting everything for free. I want free this. He haggling for that. I'm not going to pay for this. He started off at 1 million pesos. I'm only going to pay 10,000 this. And he goes up to the massage girls. I want it for free. He goes up to a guy that says, I got girls, cocaine, and weed. He goes up to him. Do you got girls? I want them for free, but I want them clean. I'm like, bro, you could have been fucked already. You could have already fucked. But here I am watching you in an hour video that I'm scrolling through, trying to figure out, because he's got a thumbnail of some girls on his video. I'm trying to figure out where the girl's at. He even meets up with some girls, and he goes out on a date, and they buy a volleyball, and they start kicking the volleyball around. He didn't fuck none of them girls. There were 4 girls. He fucked none of them. He even went back to one of the person's house. 15 minutes, he's back out. Didn't even fuck her. Then he comes back out of the house, and he going on to try to meet some more girls at the bar. I was like, you could have already fucked. You could have had $51 to $100 fuck already. Okay. Right. If you had $50 to $100, you could have fucked a woman at least that had chlamydia. If you had $200, You could have fucked some woman that was ugly in the teeth with no chlamydia. If you had $300, you could have paid the bar fine for a woman that probably didn't have chlamydia that had a pretty face. $300. Like, you could have paid the bar fine, fucked her already. It's like, but now you on day 5 of your trip in Bali with a dry dick, walking around vlogging. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, bro? Like, y'all be making it hard on yourself. I want her to be clean, but I want it for free. Oh, bro. Like, sorry, man. Like, these things don't exist. If they do exist, it's going to cost you your whole vacation. All right. You're not going to see anything. You ain't going to see no shrine. You ain't going to see the Great Wall of China, nigga. You're not going to see no beach. All right. You not going to take no picture pictures. Like, you could have been done already, bruh. All right, you could have had $50 and got some, itchy between your legs, but you would have got some pussy, all right? Or you could have had $300 and got you a clean, pristine bitch from a bar that was just, came from the province, and it was her first week, and you fucked her like crazy. All night, long time. The whole night you could have fucked her. I mean, what are we doing? And certainly, how you in Bali or Thailand or Philippines with not $300 to fuck nobody? I don't get it. You didn't come with no money? Why? How did you get there? I just look at it and go, y'all be hustling backwards on GP principles, standing on like, what are y'all doing in life? You didn't have no money. What hotel are you staying at? Oh, you're staying at a hostel. Okay. It's adding up now. It's adding up. You went there, the cheap destination. Now you paid, for your hostel. Now you're walking around trying to get free pussy where they sell pussy. Let's not get it twisted. These are places where women openly sell pussy. I mean, shout out to my passport bros. There's no secret of how this is done. But when you take a nigga whose brain is smaller than their niggas got small brains, I'm like, this is a destination where it is pretty known. It's pretty clear and pretty much rule of law that the girls sell pussy here. Like the exact place you're recording. Let me just say this again. The exact place you're recording, 90% of the girls there sell pussy. There's not many hookup girls there where you're recording. If you want to go where the girls don't do this, go deep into the province somewhere where you had to go on a bus. You had to took the tuk-tuk all the way into the village, 1 hour on a bumpy road. That's where they're not selling it. Go get some free pussy over there. And they probably don't speak any English whatsoever. They're going to look at you and probably sell you some coconut water. Okay, but where you're filming, them girls sell massages and quick rubbing tugs and jerks, happy endings. You'll buy a massage and get no massage, but a 60-year-old Asian woman will sell you some pussy. All right, hey, there's no real massage here. We tell you that outside, but here is my 60-year-old granny. For $15, you get to fuck her. Condom or no condom, whatever you want. All right, that is what they're doing there. But you running around here, cold approaching women. Like, why did you do this? You're doing this to yourself. You're frustrating yourself. Again, like niggas will frustrate themselves trying to fight the white man when the white man makes the rules and the laws. You can't punch a white man that makes laws. They're just going to put you in jail. It's like, what are we doing? You guys, man, and men frustrate themselves. These women want to finesse us for dates. Exactly. I mean, what did you thought they wanted to do? You thought they liked you? I don't know what's going on. All right, anyway, shout out to our brother here. Caitlin says, Coach, you're right in saying no one is truly monogamous. My question is, if you have to think about someone else while having sex with your mate, are you monogamous? This is true. I can barely think about nobody else but somebody else. The difference is men still have to pursue that sex while women can just give it to whoever. Would you agree? Yeah, but you guys got to realize when a woman says, when we say that to a woman, well, you can pick whoever you want to have sex. That's not a win for her, right? It's a win temporarily. But just like we get to pick who we have a relationship with and marry, they don't have the ability to overwhelmingly do that. So that's what frustrates them. Remember, we both have pluses and minuses. We get to marry who we want and date who we want and choose when we get into a relationship. Women typically don't have that. So their power to just pick whoever they want to fuck only lasts for so long. Eventually that becomes tiresome. That's a great advantage if I'm an 18-year-old male, 19 or 20. It sucks that I don't have that ability to pick who I want to have sex with. Women do at that age. But what do? They turn down 90% of the men who offer them dick. Right? It's not a big deal to them. That power, it eventually is not as powerful as you think. And overwhelmingly, we can say this. Of all the men that they pick to have sex with, almost always this is the wrong choice. They always choose the wrong man to leverage with, in a sense, meaning that they think they're going to get something from it and they don't. It ends up being the right man, but most of the time they try to leverage this power by then saying, I'm going to pick someone who is honorable and won't use me for sex and will give me good sex and also a relationship. They end up overwhelmingly flunking this challenge. Okay. They picked who they wanted to be intimate with, but oftentimes they also try to leverage that with a relationship, a marriage, companionship, a man that won't run out on them after he nuts. So inevitably it is they don't take good care of this power. The power ends up being something that comes back to kick them in the balls or the nuts or the pussy hoof. So anyway, like the guy they want to have intimacy with, ultimately, maybe they also want a relationship with that guy or a marriage, and they end up failing that challenge. Doesn't always work in their favor. All right. So, but let me just say this. Men in their older ages get to pick who they want to fuck too. Especially if you have money. When you get older, this flips. Once the woman gets older, she has less power to pick who she wants to be intimate with. Plus, she has history picking the worst partners because it inevitably hasn't worked. So then she loses much of this power. Or it is not as powerful. Like she'll say, I can pick who I want to have sex with, but she's getting nothing from it, right? All she's going to get is nutted on. And then she knows that. She'll still brag. A lot of men want to have sex with me, but what are you going to get from them? Nothing. So it's not a power anymore. Whereas the man gets to then pick, I want to fuck a 20-year-old, a 19-year-old, an 18-year-old. I want to fuck a 26-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 40-year-old, a 50-year-old, a 60-year-old. We can fuck whoever we want when we're 50, 40 with money. You make 90K, you can fuck whoever you want. What do they do with this power with men? When men get this power, what do? They try to trick you out of the power. Don't fuck no one under this age. Don't fuck no one out of this race. Don't fuck no one because you're going to mess up and give her baggage. Don't fuck no old bitches. You only can fuck old black single mothers. They try to limit it. They try to limit that power once you get that power. Or if you black, you can't fuck a white woman. If you black, you can't go get a passport and fuck 18-year-old Asian women. They start putting limits on you when you get that power to fuck whoever you want to fuck. They'll put a whole bunch of limits on you. Okay, this nigga got money and he's older and handsome. He can fuck anybody he wants. You should feel guilty of fucking them young girls or that white girl or that Asian girl or that woman that's in poverty. You should feel guilty of getting on the airplane and fucking them and fucking them. So as soon as you get the power, they start trying to strip your power to be able to do it. You should just only fuck black women in Atlanta that weigh 100, 300 pounds. Don't fuck light-skinned women. Don't fuck dark-skinned women. Only fuck big-titty women. Only fuck big, beautiful women. They start telling you who you can and can't fuck when you get the power. A real man will only fuck this type of woman. They start telling you to go back to Christ and be moral. They start telling you you should just get married and stop fucking women because you have the power. Don't fuck no more extra women. Just fuck one woman the rest of your life. That's where the power lies. So they'll just try to strip the power away and guilt you out of doing it. You should feel guilty about fucking someone else's daughter. You should feel guilty about it, or they'll start threatening you. We gonna whoop your ass if you come around and fuck my niece. No, you're not. You're not gonna whoop my ass because your niece is not gonna tell, because your niece is gonna start having new clothes and shoes and purses and handbags and lip glop and lipstick. And she gonna have all kind of shit. She ain't gonna tell you who fucking her. All right? She's just gonna go to college and get her books, and then she gonna come over to my house, and she gonna go back to your house for Sunday dinner. All right? She not gonna tell you. Unless I put that baby oil on her. Okay? All right? Shout out to our brother Trayshawn, and I'll get back to the show. My little sis says she has PTSD from her 23-hour dollar an hour security job. A ski mask Pookie tried to steal her car at gunpoint, and she sat in it. Damn. So she's sitting in the car, tried to get robbed. I said, boss up and switch to cyber security. She got upset and said, my way isn't the only way. Meanwhile, I just got my brother hired, starting at $80K a year. You can't help everyone. This is a fact. All right, look, some people don't want to put in the work. Some people don't want to take the risk or the sacrifice. Some people don't want to learn. So your sister want to get robbed at gunpoint working a security job. Shout out to my security people here. I like good security. But most of these people aren't security guards. Most of these people, they barely got their gun card, their gun license. They didn't get a gun license. They got their guard card. They sat in a one-day course, 6 hours, 5 hours. They took a test. And now they sit in a motherfucking place where the, what is this called? They sit at a kiosk where the fucking thing goes up and down, all right, and letting cars in. I want you to look at these people. Shout out to these people that's probably watching me. I want you to watch them when the car's not at the fucking kiosk desk. These people sitting there in the box, sleeping, nodding off, scrolling their phone. I really be looking at people's jobs and I be sitting there like, you get exactly what you fucking deserve. Because I walk in the mall, motherfuckers is just standing there, walking around, looking at shit, sitting there at the cash register, and will tell me they're busy. They will tell me they're busy. They got 2 jobs. I'm like, whatever you tell, that's not a job. All right. This is some lazy ass shit, bro. You really taking the easy way out of life. When you can sit there and be like, waiting for the next shit to come around, like, whoa, you're not reading the book. You're not taking no notes. You ain't filling out your vision board. You ain't, when it's downtime, you ain't writing out your notes. You're not reading the book. You're not listening to an audio book on audio, a podcast. You ain't, what are you doing, man? And I'm like, people really are low achieving. They're low achievers. They ain't never, and then they wonder why they gotta go crowdfund for shit like this. And you like, nigga, you just sitting here on the internet talking. All right. People will say, well, I ain't doing nothing. All right. Listen, I had to pay the cost to be the boss. Fortunate enough, I can make a career doing this because this takes an extraordinary skill to hold 2,000 people's attention on a daily basis and then have 20,000 people allegedly watch it on playback for 5 hours. Even though it says 5 hours, a lot of people will watch the entire show day per day, week per week. So I have a skill, and that skill was cultivated through years of work to lead up to this point. So now it gets a little bit easier. I should be 50 years old working like this. All right. This is the benefit of putting in the work when you're young. All right. And building up the skill level. Because before this, I had to do a lot of editing and do a lot of public speaking and working on my craft, entertaining, coming up with humor and jokes. This is a skill set. All right. And not a lot of people can do this. All right. Not even your favorite YouTuber can do this. All right. They can only keep your attention for 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Pull up anybody's YouTuber right now. Pull up your name somebody. I ain't gonna name them. Name them. If they got a video that's 18 minutes long, I guarantee you don't make it 6 motherfucking minutes. Do the whole video. The whole video, you don't make it 6 goddamn minutes. They got 80,000 subscribers, 100,000 subscribers, 500,000 subscribers, 1 million subscribers. You don't make it 6 goddamn minutes because you already know what they're going to say. You're just interested in what they're reacting to. What are they reacting to? All right, they're reacting to this video. You're going to watch the video they reacted to. He going to pause it 2 or 3 times, and you're going to cut the fucking video off. Next video. Guarantee you. Now, compare that to me. 5 hours daily. And there be 2,000 people right now locked the fuck in. That's why I tell you, man, there ain't nobody better than me. I don't care what the numbers say. 2,000 people locked in for 5 hours. All right, shit, what? Show me somebody else. Show me people that can do that. There's very limited amount of people on the planet Earth that could do that. Most comedians can't even hold. Most comedians set is an hour. Hour and 10. No comedian has more than an hour and 30 minutes. All right, they get up there for an hour and 30 minutes and it's over. I be on here for 5 hours on a daily goddamn basis with people locked the fuck in on every word that I'm saying, getting me through the day. They're like, I'd rather watch this nigga than watch and click video to video to video. This is a skill. It's an ability. It's a charisma. It is aura, whatever you want to call it. And niggas had a nerve to say, I'm scared to talk to women. I talk to people all my life. So how am I able to entertain this amount of people for this amount of time? This goes against all YouTube principles, by the way. Keep it short, keep it sweet, knock out the content, get to the point. But I'm 5 hours in. All right. Tommy Sotomayor could, a lot of people can do it. There's some people who can do it, but there's limited amount of people that can do it. And I'm sitting here, need to piss, shit, pick boogers out my nose, right? Eat, take Nova on the walk, fart. And I'm sitting here just popping out the content, banging it out. 5 hours here, 5 hours there. And with information. Not just sitting here telling raunchy jokes. I tell you information, experience, raunchy jokes, tell you about the women, tell you about yourself. This is a course, a simple course in communication. I didn't hit you with, I haven't said, one time. I haven't left the chair for 5 minutes and expected you to come back. I haven't even checked my phone. I got women texting me, kids texting me. I got everybody texting me. I don't even check my phone. So this is a skill. It's not easy. There ain't many people on earth that can do this. All right. So if you think you can do this, try it. Try it. And I know there ain't no women that can do this. No woman can do this. There's no woman on earth. So when I say I set myself apart, I set myself apart. But think about the shit that you've done while you're watching me right here. All right, think about the shit that you've done while you watch me. Niggas done jerked off, shitted, pissed, ate, drank. All right, you done all kind of shit. Pig boogies, flicked them across the room. Niggas done took toe jam out they toenail. Bitches done played with they pussy watching me. Bitches done bled in tampons and all kind of shit. Took showers. Y'all done took showers and shit, put lotion on, cologne. Bitches done shitted in they Think about the shit that you've done while you watch me, and I just been sitting here. Y'all been working, pretending to work. All right, twiddling your motherfucking thumbs. Some men done fucked in between these streams and came back, niggas still talking. All right. Think about that. I had no guests, no female guests, no skeezers, no strags, nobody on here wasting your time. Niggas in here hitting the gym, right? Y'all done pumped out a whole workout, took a shower. Y'all done went in there and went in the steam room and all kind of shit. All right, and now sitting here just talking, keeping your attention. This the crispiest mouthpiece you done ever fucking had. Some of y'all will fly across the goddamn pond, get off the plane, and my ass will still be here talking. You can fly from New York to London, and I would have still doing the show, nigga. It's a crazy thing. And so then when people say, it's easy to do what you do. Please, bro, I'm one of only a few human beings that can do this on the planet. That's able, willing, and can do it effectively. I'm one of few human beings that can do this on the planet Earth. So never say what I do is easy at all. Y'all can run a 10K, a 5K, a half marathon, a whole marathon, and y'all can come back. I'm still here in this motherfucker keeping your attention. Come on. Can't miss TV. When I'm not on here doing this, what happens to YouTube? Just be honest with yourself, even if you're a hater. When I don't do a stream and I'm fucking some Asian or Latina or white woman, what happens when I leave and I'm gone for 3 or 4 days? What does YouTube look like? If you're a fan of me or you watch my playback, what does the YouTube look like? Answer that. When I don't put out a new video, right? You'd be like, where this nigga CGA at? Where he at? You want to click at least for 5 minutes, but you can't even click. You'd be like, damn, CGA ain't on. Okay, so don't lie. All right, don't lie. There's nobody else that's going to give you this length of content and great background information, education, entertainment, raunchy material, and so forth and so on. All right, you like, damn, I got to watch this old shit. So don't ever say what I do is easy. Right? But let's get back to this. Who wants to do evil shit? Let's talk about it's an evil world we live in. Is this an evil world we live in? Okay. Who wants to talk about men, women, black women? What do y'all want to talk about? Okay. We got it's an evil world we live in. Here we go. Sound effects. Best sound effect game in the game.
It's an evil world we live in.
The best sound effect game in the game for sure. Okay, we got a woman that says right here she's ready for a 50-50 relationship. Take a look at that rump right there. That's a ghetto booty.
Oh, the humanity.
Ooh-wee. All right, she got the stomach to show for it too, but it's hard to get booty without stomach. All right, let's see what this woman talking about right here.
The older I get, the more I realize, you know what, Tahiri, 50-50 is not such a bad idea. See, when I was younger, I used to think that if a man didn't pay for everything, that he wasn't worth it. But now I realize that one person carrying a whole relationship isn't love, y'all. There's a lot of pressure. And that kind of pressure could drain a good man's light, a good man's energy. See, I no longer want a sponsor. I want a partner. It's not always about the money. It's about the effort, communication, and peace. See, I still want to get spoiled, don't get me wrong. But the sexiest thing in a relationship is teamwork. Guys, I've woken up. The older I get, the more I realize, you know what, Tahiri, 50-50 is not such a bad idea.
Comment says RIP to Kevin Samuels. I mean, guys, nothing can stop this. We're going to be here forever. I'm going to never run out of content because this is how women get through life. Yeah, simple with whistle. And she's out here showing her ass. I mean, she can get back shots. And people are going to say black don't crack. Women still look good in 50, 50's the new 35. I get all that. Yeah, baby, I'm a crack. All right, that's the reality. But she says, as I get older, 50-50 ain't looking so bad. L. And this is when they say, well, why would you want a 25-year-old, coach? Look at me. I look 25, right? And I say, yeah, you do. The lips of your pussy don't, but that's neither here nor there. All right, that stretch marks around your stomach don't. All right, but yeah, you look good, baby. But there's many of you, all right, from 19 all the way to 60. All right, there's many of you. There's many of fine bad bitches, and I'm pretty sure you done been ran through more times than a Holland Tunnel. But now you want a 50-50 partner. I'm going to say it's too late. All right. I don't know how old you are. You look like you're in your 40s. It's a wrap. All right. Especially for a man that has made it already. Oh, why work so hard and this is my result? It's like, it's too late. It's too late to figure that out. You should have figured that out 22 years ago. That would have been when you should have figured it out. But of course, you still look good and you can go to the club and you got niggas fiending, right? That ass is popping. Ass is popping. I'll get it, man. If you an ass man, that's right up your alley. I mean, she got it. It's a little lumpy down around this area, but niggas ain't mad about no lumps. All right, but this is way too late in the game. But you can't tell them that because her skin looks good and she got good ass. I mean, her kids are probably grown. All right, this is way too late.
See, when I was younger, I used to think that if a man didn't pay for everything, that he wasn't worth it. But now I realize that one person carrying a whole relationship isn't love, y'all. There's a lot of pressure.
I mean, look at the reactions to this. RIP to Kevin Samuels. You got the Joe Budden. Or is that Joe Budden? Yeah, you got the Joe Budden. She realized this after she's old and washed. Kevin Samuels remains undefeated, even from beyond the grave. She's beautiful, but a disappointment. I'm still trying to figure out, okay, here it is. Cutting the hair and the thong is wild. She's still out here thirst trapping. She's not ready to. Look, guys, there's been proof. You can't just flip this mindset on and off. Once you've taken this and you live this, it's like me flicking the free agent lifestyle off. All right, I'm living the free agent lifestyle. And then all of a sudden, I'll come in here. Guys, look at my American wife. I married this American black woman and I believe in love. And I turn into Derek Jackson. All right, I can't just do that. I turn into Tony Gaskins overnight. I've been reading my Bible and I think the best thing for you American men is to get pregnant. I can't just flip that switch. I have a philosophy. She had a philosophy. It didn't work. And now she pivoting over here. This is the great pivot. And now she wants a guy to be monogamous and work 50-50 with her and be her partner. At this point, guys, this is a woman that has had kids. Kids came out of that body. And there's probably some young kids and some grown-ass kids that came out of that body. Now, a woman can't have this body without kids. That's a kid. This woman would be a heifer, all right? She'd be a heifer. Meaning that this woman is, she got udders at this particular point. She has hatched at least 4 kids. Okay. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, bro, why do you realize this now? And then people guilt me. Coach, there's some good women out here your age. Nope. Like, no. Where are the 19-year-olds? All right. Don't fault me for not picking up this slack. She just flicking this switch on to make it work because nobody's paying her bills anymore. She done ran out of that rope. All right. She done hung herself out here. Unbelievable. And dudes will fuck girls like that and tell me they're good with women. Bro, this is bottom of the barrel. Even though the ass is popping, I'm not even an ass man, though. And that looks pretty good. All right. I don't need all that ass. That's a little bit too much for me. All right. But what I'll say is dudes will tell me, oh, well, I'm good with women. If you show me this, I'm going to say you're getting the bottom of the barrel, just so let you know. All right. This is bottom of the barrel body. This is broke nigga body right here. There's some rich niggas that will fuck this, but all right. This is not a trophy. That's not a trophy wife. Anyway, we got, it's an evil world we live in. We got 2 women that are going to validate something that I talked about yesterday. All right. This woman's going to say she met a provider male, but she doesn't like him. All right, so let's see right here. Take a look at the woman. You can tell she looks like she's in her 30s. I'm going to say she's in her 30s, maybe late 20s, early 30s, maybe possibly mid 30s. She met a trick and he pays all her bills and gives her money, but she doesn't like it. All right, here we go.
This how I know I ain't ready for nothing. Because my little trick right there, you see him? Yeah. He is so nice to me. He's so nice to me. He be tricking. He likes to take me out. He likes to literally hand me money. All the things I said I wanted. But I don't want him. I don't like him. He annoys me. That's how I know I ain't ready for nothing. Because all I keep thinking about is the dude that don't do shit for me. And I miss him.
Again, gentlemen, you guys are so busy trying to figure out women. It's pretty simple. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they want. They don't know what they want, trust me. So they want a provider male. But again, provider males don't come with poverty penis. All right. So then they want poverty penis. Shit. They want the thrill of the chase. They want to chase down the guy, but they don't want to chase. Right? They want a guy that they gonna run after and wait for his text messages, but they don't want to text first. Okay? They want a guy that's a provider, but you know, that can stroke they pussy. All right. But maybe if he doesn't, I don't care if he can't stroke the pussy as long as he providing. All right. But he's a provider, but I don't like him. I just like the poverty nickies that gonna keep me in an apartment, domestic violence, and the police being called at 2 a.m. All right. But this is what. Now, guess what's going to happen? They're going to get the 50 and be like, you know what? I've come to my senses. All right. 46 came to her senses. It sounds good on paper. That sprinkle shit sounds good on paper. But what happens is these women think, there's a video I want to play here to back this up. There's a video right here. Let me see if this is the TikTok. Nope, that's not the TikTok. Where's the video that okay, maybe I didn't have it. Okay, I don't have it set up here. But, there's a woman that says, where's the video? I think it says something like, I finally just got to the point where I want to use men for their resources. All right. I think there was a TikTok video. It was like only a video with a caption, but it was like a thick black girl. And, you know, the women were like, welcome to the club. You finally here, sprinkle, sprinkle. But they think that's going to give them happiness. This is why I tell you the monetized dating marketplace favors men. You're in the leverage position because those women are going to come over there, do it. They're going to get ran out. All right, they're going to realize that wasn't the answer either, and then they're going to be left with you guys. They're going to be over here like this.
And that's you.
Or they got to go back to Pookie. So we're going to get what we get out of them. You know, people think the trick is getting used. I think the trick likes her. By the way, she called him a trick, but he's also doing everything she asked for, which is odd that you would call him what would be a pejorative. Now, I don't know if you realize this. This is where they get confused. You're calling him a trick, but women who have tricks are whores. Okay? And that is how it's always been. So as you're using the pejorative to the male, you're calling the trick. Tricks deal with whores. I'm not ashamed to say it. That's what we deal with. So you're trying to put him down and belittle him and say his breath stank and you don't like him and he likes you and you're taking advantage of him. But aren't you a whore in kind? You are a whore and you're a filthy, rotten whore and you know it. That's why you got to go back to poverty dick. This is why I say you can't save these people. You can't save them. And men that are trying to prove I'm better with women. Dude, you're better with a feral cat. All right. These people don't know what they want from day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year. They're a different person every 30 days or literally within those 30 days. They don't know what they want. They got a provider male, don't like it. They got a good, honest husband. He a lame, don't like it. They want a street nigga. All right. What comes with that? Well, I don't like that. They just hop around, and then at the end of the day, somebody said this woman doesn't have kids. Shout out to you in the research. At the end of the day, they end up, well, let me get a 50-50 partner. And that's not available to them. That's not available to him. All right, so now she just wants to go back to whore. But an honest whore gets paid. Now you want to go back to poverty dick, nigga. All right, this is crazy. Look, don't help them. See, when I talk about using money for leverage, it's only for access. What men want to argue is, well, just because you have money doesn't mean you're going to get a loyal woman. Guys, you could be broke and not get a loyal woman. All you want is access. This is similar to when women say, I don't want a rich man because he's going to cheat on me. Poor men cheat on you. You're going to go from rich man cheating on you, I don't like that, to poor nigga cheating on you. Like, guys, there's no... You're trying to make loyal women. You're trying to take today's women and make them loyal. And then you're like, well, if I have money, I can't get them to be loyal. But if I had time and I had game and mouthpiece, I could get them to be loyal. You ain't getting loyal women regardless. It's hard to get a loyal woman today. It's hard. I don't care if you got money or no money. All you're doing is getting access. That's all we're looking at. How do I get access? Quick, cheap, on the fly, like this. But unfortunately, this woman's trying to find the loyal Pookie or the unloyal Trick. I'm trying to figure out what she's trying to find out. She's trying to figure it out, but it's going to take her years. Then you're going to come in and say, I contributed to her baggage. I didn't do nothing. All right, let's see what she's figuring out here. This is sad. And she's a pretty woman. You know, she has good skin complexion and nice hair. No weed. You'd think she could figure this out. But now.
This how I know I ain't ready for nothing. Because
she figured it out. She's not ready for nothing. All right, so what is she going to do in the meantime, in between time? She's going to whore herself out.
My little Trick right there. You see him? Yeah. He is so nice to me. He's so nice to me. He be tricking. He likes to take me out. He likes to literally hand me money.
You forgot the part where you did this. You forgot that part, ma'am. All right, let me remind you in the audience. She told you everything that he did except this.
It's barbecue in there.
All right, you forgot that part. You forgot this part right here.
Because I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
All right, this woman will make a good wife for somebody, right? You know, this woman would be a good-looking wife for somebody. She's in the average mid, adjustable 6. This woman would be somebody's pretty wife. You forgot to tell about this part. All right, where he buttered your tonsils, where he nutted in you, where he nutted on your chin. You didn't tell us that part. He takes me out. He pays for this. He puts money in my hand, and you suck his black dick. All right, and he puts it in your dookie hole raw. You didn't tell us that part. All right, but I can guarantee you that's happening. All right, where you gargled his baby batter. Okay. Tell us the whole story before you come out here and try to demoralize this man, because he walking like he done emptied his balls. All right, let's get back into it, because he got what he wanted out of the whole goddamn deal, and he leaving in broad daylight to go get the 19-year-old he getting tonight. All right, so don't go over there and talk shit about that man. It's broad day. It's early in the morning the next day. All right, so this nigga leaving in broad daylight, I think he got what he wanted out of the deal. All right. All right, and he gonna have another woman tonight. I think he got the money. He got that long dough. So shit, don't look bad to me. All right, I look like he winning over there. All right, let's continue.
All the things I said I wanted, but I don't want him. I don't like him. He annoys me. That's how I know I ain't ready for nothing.
Yep. And by the way, gentlemen, again, they're not worth anything, right? They're not worth the investment. They're not worth this. Let's just say this woman wanted to marry that guy. She married him, and a year later, she divorced him. This is the bait and switch. Like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy, man. Look, this is why I tell you, man, they just change their mind. All right, change their mind. It's an evil world we live in. This is crazy, man. This is a crazy-ass world.
It's an evil world we live in.
Thank God for the internet. Thank God for the internet. We got this woman that says women cheat ahead. I talked about this yesterday, right? When we were talking about monogamy. I said people are not monogamy. They're not monogamous. They're just temporary sexually exclusive. And then women have a partner that they already know they're going to fuck when you break up. This is why when they break up, what happens is you break up with them and then you'll find out she slept with someone. And then you're like, oh, you cheated on me. And she was like, no, we were on a break. Right. So they already were ready to fuck somebody. Typically, they're not sitting at home twiddling their thumbs. They're not sitting back by the phone waiting for you to text. They're already getting their insides pushed to their esophagus. All right. Just know this. All right. Within 24 hours to 48 hours, if you're married. All right. Same day if you're not married to the woman. She gonna fuck somebody. All right. That's what she gonna do. Women fuck when they're traumatized. When their parents die, they fuck. Their husband died, they fuck. They get sexually assaulted, they fuck. Right, their kids don't like them, they fuck. Right, they get drunk, high, they fuck. They go on girls' trips out of the area code and their friends fuck, they fuck. All right, this is how women fuck. All right, this is why then they'll tell you they have mental instability, they fuck. This is why they tell you, man, I have a lot of things I regret. I have a past that I have to think, you know what I mean? I have to go through therapy. That's because when things happen to them, they get fired from their job, they fuck. Right? They break up, you get in an argument with them and call them all kind of cockeyed, knock-kneed monsters, they fuck. They get low self-esteem and feel bad about themselves, they fuck. Right? This is how they get through feeling that way. All right? Yep, they get laid off from their job, they fuck. So anytime a woman comes to you and say, I got laid off on my job, she probably took 2 dicks that day or that week at least. All right, don't ever think a woman gonna get laid off and sit on her vagina. All right, sit there over there and let it marinate. All right, this is what they do. They get traumatized, they fuck. By the way, Kobe Bryant proved this. Kobe Bryant proved this. And Kobe Bryant also proved that he'll fuck a mealy mouth muskrat at a drop of a hat. All right, he was at the top of his prime. But the Kobe Bryant accuser had 3 men's DNA in the panties she wore on the day she got assaulted by Kobe Bryant. 3 men, and neither were her boyfriends. Neither men's sperm was Kobe or her live-in boyfriend. And there were 3 other men's DNA in them panties.
It's an evil world we live in.
By the way, this happened to me. A woman claimed, a girl I was seeing claimed that her boss sexually assaulted her. Came back, legs wide open in my bed. And she was crying in my bed, and he did this and he did that. I was like, oh no, we should call the police. She was like, don't call the police. Give me some dick. I was like, huh? You want to fuck right now? She was like, yes. Had to get it out of her system. I was like, this is the weirdest shit I ever seen. But I was a young man at the time. I was 24 years old. I didn't know no better. I was like, how do you claiming some man sexually assaulted you and raped you and you froze up in panic and you come to my house and give me some pussy? When women are traumatized, they fuck. All right. People will have to understand this. I mean, this is the hardest thing for men to understand. If a woman says she's been traumatized and she had a rough past, that means she gave up a lot of pussy. Sorry to explain this, but many therapists can back this up. I know this is hard. I'm saying it weird. I'm saying it hardcore, but I'm saying the truth. When they get in a car accident, they fuck. And then they go into court and say they can't work because they back hurt. I mean, and aren't there any therapists in here that can verify what I'm saying? This is no, I understand women. They are on a different plane. They go through a divorce, they fuck. They get robbed at gunpoint, they fuck. All right, that's the first thing they gonna go and do because that's the easiest thing they can do. Lie on their back, meow. They break up with their boyfriend, they on the phone trying to line up the next fuck. They get ghosted from a date, they fucking somebody. All right, that's what they gonna do. All right. Yeah. That's what they gonna do, and I can't stop it. So it is what it is. Even a woman that don't normally be fucking like that, that's gonna happen to them, and they gonna fuck. That's their first natural response. That's their natural response. So be prepared for this. Somebody said it's called trauma bonding. There you go. All right. And they gonna fuck somebody that ain't even good for them. All right. And then you gonna say, how did you fuck that guy? Well, she was traumatized. And then she jumped in some nigga's lap. Yo, people don't want to hear this real shit. But this the real shit. Where the ladies at? Notice the ladies are quiet, by the way. Ladies are quiet. They are quiet. They are quiet. They are quiet. Notice no ladies rebuking me in the name of the Holy Ghost and the Satan right now. No, nobody's rebuking me. Nobody's rebuking me. No woman. There's 26 women watching me. Not one of them are rebuking me in the name of God, the Holy Spirit, and the Father. All right. Jesus and the Son. Nobody's rebuking me in the name of Satan right now. So, yes, and if they do drugs and they have tattoos, they fuck. All right, that's what they do. A woman that has multiple tattoos fucks like crazy. All right, she fucks a lot of people. She even fucked the tattoo artist. So, they quiet. Look at them. Me out. They quiet. This is what they do. If they do drugs, they fuck. They fuck for the drugs they got. So, here we go right here. Enough about this. I'm just trying to educate you men. This woman says women cheat ahead. All right. Women cheat ahead. Listen to this reality call.
A woman who is ready to cheat has already cheated. She knows who she's going to cheat with, when she's going to cheat, and where. Because women always plan ahead. She already started the argument with you in advance. So she doesn't have to answer the phone when you call. Because she's already mad at you. So you're not going to question her not answering the phone. Because why the hell would I answer the phone if we just had this big fight and you know I'm mad at you? Right? Women gain what they want and what they need from men. Not through hard work. And yes, there's plenty of us with all the degrees and the master's degrees and the bachelor's degrees and all of those things. But women typically gain what they want and what they need from men. Not from hard work. If she feels she's not getting any perks from you, then you know she's going to cheat. And she's going to find some perks someplace else. Believe me.
Oof. Oh. Now, this is hard, man. This is hardcore. Shout out to this woman right here. And people are going to be like, you're out here cherry picking. But this is true, guys. This has been proven by even data that says 50 to 75% of women have a backup plan while married or in relationships. They know who they're going to fuck next. All right. It's just a matter of that time and space to be created. And as soon as it's created, it's going to be immediately. It's going to be immediately. They're just going to call him 24 or 48 hour notice and she's going to get piped. All right. No rules apply. No rules, no date, no dinner, no pay for dinner, no pay 50% for the tab. Is going to get right to the esophagus because it's built up. So what'll happen is women will tell who the next person is. They'll tell you who got up next. Right? They can't do nothing but tell you, but what they do is they disarm you. Hey, this guy at the gym said, oh, this personal trainer made this comment to me while I was at the gym. Oh, this guy did this. Oh, this coworker Derek. All right. These are the next guy that's fixing the fuck. This guy said you look good. You don't look like you got 2 or 3 kids. You still look like you're 24. They didn't ID card me at the liquor store. Whoever these people they're talking about, and you say, do I have to worry about him? Oh, you never have to worry about him. Soon as you break up, that's the first person they call in the fuck. Because those people already are in her head. And there's so much in her head that she got to tell you about the motherfucker. It ain't going to be no secret, nigga. No nigga you don't know about. It's going to be somebody that you know. She introduced you to the motherfucker. This the next guy I'm going to fuck. I work with him on a daily basis. All right, I'm going to fuck him next. Here he is. All right, don't worry about him, though. All right. But that's the man on their mind. That's the man they think about when they're thinking about you. All right, that's the guy they're thinking about while you're fucking them. Okay, so they're going to give you a clue. They're going to clue you in on who's important to them. All right. My friend came from out of town. He coming to visit me. Soon as you break up, he coming to visit her again. Ain't gonna fuck. Okay. So she's already looking for these things here. And what we have to understand as men is as men, we can't be a 100% complete man for a woman. So she has to have these men. Like I can't be the emotional guy. You ever heard a woman say, well, he makes a lot of money, but he's never here. we can't be the 100% guy. We think if we make the money, she'll be loyal. If I give her a, if I don't have to make her work and she can do Pilates and yoga and go pick up matcha and juice diets, and you think she's going to be loyal to you for an extended period of time. She's going to eventually be like, well, that's nice. The money's nice. And I bought all the purses and handbags and Louboutin shoes. And you took me all the trips on vacation, but you ain't been here lately. But this guy's been here. He been complimenting me at the gym. He been complimenting me when I go pick up juice. He been here at work. He was a coworker. He was an ex-best friend. And guess what? You made me feel lonely. You pushed me into his arms. She fucks him. Okay? Candace is telling on herself, you don't mess with those dudes. You just want to see your reaction, which a lot of us failed that shit test. Oh, this guy said something to me when I was at the gym. Who? Who said something when you was at the gym? Now you hating on this nigga and he really didn't say nothing. She lying to you. All right, so you see these games that they play. All right, so they'll tell you, hey man, I saw the neighbor mowing the lawn with his shirt off. He the next one up. All right, she gonna fuck him when you go on your business trip and he back out there. She gonna be out there. You need some lemonade? Legs up. So here you go right here. This woman's giving you an indication. This is why women are better cheaters. This is why men are known to be the worst cheaters or cheat more when women cheat way more when you count the emotional cheating that they do. What'll happen is you guys will think that she may not be physically cheating on you or you might not catch her red-handed, but you're going to catch her at some particular point. She's going to give you context clues. She's going to slip up and her friends are going to vouch for her. I'm going to just say this, man. Women cheat more and they cheat better. But most of the time when they are doing this, men get the impression that you have to catch them red-handed. In my opinion, in my experience in life, you're rarely going to catch them red-handed. So if you get an inkling, if you're insecure, if you have something in the pit of your stomach that tells you that they're doing something, believe it. Believe it. Never feel like you're jumping to a conclusion. Just go ahead and cut her ass off as fast as you can. And never think twice about it. This is advice from a grown-ass man. Never think twice about it. If she's doing something kind of weird or coming up with some weird excuse or why she left her phone at home overnight, just go ahead and be like, yeah, fuck that. And never, ever be like, oh, let me hear her side of the story. And don't do this, gentlemen. Don't make excuses for her. Well, maybe I could see that happening, and let me make an excuse for her. And if this happened, she certainly could be in these circumstances. Just go ahead and cut that bitch off, all right? And don't look back. And, you might even want to find some evidence as to why you should have cut her, and you'll find it. You'll find it. Never, ever think that. And don't allow them to get a word in edgewise. All right, well, I can't help it that you've had trauma in your past and you're insecure. Sure can't. Cut that bitch off. All right, cut her off.
Gotcha, bitch.
Keep it moving, because even this woman's telling you, all right, even if you don't catch them pussy-handed, all right, you don't catch them with the dick in their mouth. You're not going to catch them, all right? You don't need to catch them with the dick in the mouth. My strategy is this. My strategy is this. I always say, well, whatever you want to do, emotionally, financially, physically, spiritually, I'm going to only give you one choice. Okay, that's my philosophy of it, because I know I'm too old. I'm out of the game, y'all. All right, for people who are here, I'm out of the game. I'm not in the game for monogamy or a relationship or anything like that. Maybe if I'm 75, maybe 80, 85, and I'm down bad and I need a Filipino nurse that's going to poison me and take my power of attorney and, kill me and take all my money. Okay, that's another story. I ain't there yet, y'all. But my opinion is I'm always going to make them choose. I'm never going to let them play both. All right, they'll get both for about 5, 10, 15 days. Or maybe she try to sneak up over there. I will always say, hey, if you want to go over there, I ain't going to stop you. But you can't play both. All right, you can't have me and that person. Okay, so you can't be with me and emotionally with them. or you can't be with me financially and physically with them, or physically with me and financially with them. Like I always say, you can do what you want. I can't control you. You're feral to me. What I can do is say, I'm going to leave you only with one choice, or I'll leave you with two other choices. Whatever those other choices are, I'm not going to be in the choice. I'm not going to be, hey, I'll be with you physically and him financially, or him emotionally, or you physically and him financially, or you financially and him emotionally. I'll be like, you got to pick one, all right? Or you're going to pick whatever remains over there. So you're going to get them and zero of me. That's how I play the game, all right? Because this, I'm too late in the game to get somebody that's going to be loyal to me. And all the women that say they want to be loyal to me, I just want to say this. I appreciate you ladies. But I already tell you, send me a picture. If you look like this, I'm not going to be loyal back. All right. So you just going to have to be loyal to me right here. I am going to check the stomach area. I'm going to check the cakes. I'm going to check the titties. And if you got titties in the back, if you're shaped like this and you want to be loyal to me, I'm not going to be loyal back. This is a busted Pillsbury biscuit can. I don't care what kind of compression outfit that you put on to make yourself not look like this. I'm not taking applications for loyal women. But if I was taking applications for loyal women, if you look like this, an egg with legs, I'm just going to just go ahead and tell you to just keep it walking. All right. I don't want to be loyal to you. All right. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? Them BMW badly made women. Baby, thank you for the loyalty, bitch. I mean, I listen. I'm going to fuck on steal some young pussy on the side. All right. All right. I'm not going to be loyal back. In fact, there's almost no woman on earth that I'm going to be loyal back to. All right. I'm not in my loyalty. I'm not going to be sexually loyal to you. I don't find that women could be. I'm going on too much, am I? I don't find that women can actually deal with sexually loyal men. They actually don't do well with men. I think men get the worst of the deal when they're monogamous to women. All right, the majority. There are some women that do very well in this department, meaning that if I'm monogamous to you, that means you got to suck my dick at on request. Like, we fucking in the car, when I grab your hand, you got to fuck right then and there. All right, or whatever I tell you to do. You can't be like, well, I can just put lip glop on. Nah. Right now, I just put on my new dress and I finished painting my toenails. I'm sorry, but since I'm monogamous to you, time to pay the piper. You can't be like, yeah, but I'm on my period. I'm bleeding like a stuffed pig. Put a towel down. We're going up the dookie hole. Okay, so that's the type of sexual loyalty I demand when I'm monogamous. If you can't do that, I'm not ever going to be monogamous or loyal to you. You got to suck dick on command. You got to bend over in the shower. Get in the shower then. All right, bend over right here. Let me put that in there. If you're not doing that and you want to negotiate when and where I get sex, we're not going to be compatible. You're fired. You're fired, bro. All right, you're fired. All right, I'm not loyal to any woman that get to negotiate when and where. You got to say yes when I just go ahead and grab between your legs. That's it. All right, whenever on command. Like, you can't be like, well, I'll fuck you 2 or 3 days out of the week. Nah, bro. I might need a 3-day break. You might have to just suffer through the 3-day break if you horny. But when I say go time, it's go time. If you cannot do that, please do not ask me to be loyal or monogamous to you. These are my rules. This is not every man rule. Because I'm every woman's fantasy. So I'm just saying what I do. It's always a yes. You stop what you doing. Baby, I got to finish my shrimp scampi. Your shrimp scampi can wait. Bitch, you can put it in the microwave. Come suck some dick right now. Right now. Let me put this in your mouth. By the way, ladies, you can't be mad at this. This is what you signed up for. When you're asking a man to be monogamous, this is what you signed up for. On command. The Filipino women are like, no problem. Right? All right, the Filipino women typically have no problem with this, so you're good. Trust me, I've had a couple of Filipino women, and this was not a problem. All right, but they also still were able to cheat on me, even though I was fucking them twice a day. I don't know how they were able to do that, but they did it. I don't know. Filipinos are special human beings. They can fuck on command, on demand, on command, no problem. Lights on, lights off, morning, afternoon, evening, and then still cheat on you. You'd be like, God damn. Filipino women, are you in here? All right, but the Filipino women have got this down. All right, I don't think they've ever been able to do it. Some Latinas are able to do this too, but the black and white women, they were reneging every time they can do this. All right, so anyway, do I have anything more? All right, I've had 2 Filipino women that could do this on command. I'm like, how do they do this and still be out here fucking other dudes at the same time? How does this happen? All right, they do it. And don't even have no driver's license. How do they not even drive and they cheat on you? These are a special human beings, because you know Asian women driving is, you're taking your life into your own hands. All right, anyway. We're the Asian women. Are you here today?
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, it's hard for a 5'2" person to be driving a whole big ass car. 4'9", 4'11" and shit. All right, they definitely gonna crash into something. But how they ain't got no driver's license or a car and still be fucking around on you? I mean, they be crazy, bro. And by the way, I do have a rule: never drive in the passenger seat of a woman driving me unless it's desperation time. But certainly if an Asian woman is driving me, I'm never going to be in the passenger seat. I know that. There's a 0% chance I'm going to let an Asian woman drive me around. Okay. There's never in time that, I don't care. I mean, I could be drunk. I'll live in my car, nigga, before I let an Asian woman drive me around. Okay, this is literally just, you know, you might as well jump off a building because you're going to die. Okay. All right, and I go to these countries and they be driving mopeds and all kind of shit. I'd be like, not me. All right, I ain't never letting an Asian woman drive me around. All right, that's not gonna happen, bro. That's asking for it. All right, let me do these real quickly and then we'll do the main event. I know you guys want it. You guys want it. The main event is just the main event. All right, anyway, you play it with your life. If I got in the Uber and an Asian woman was driving, I'm out of there. Bye-bye. Nope. Fuck that. Cancel this Uber. Cancel this shit. All right, nope. Are there any Asian women drivers? There ain't no fucking way, bro. I can't even let a regular woman drive me. Black women gonna drive. Hey, black women drive you. If you letting a black woman drive you, you better background check her and see if she even has a valid driver's license. There's a high chance that if a black woman's driving you, her license is suspended. All right. I'm just giving y'all some free game. People say I don't put y'all up on game. Saweetie is Filipino. If you let a black woman drive you, check if her license is even valid. There's a 50-50 chance her license is suspended. All right. I'm just letting you know, bro. There's a like a 30% chance she got a hit and run. Check her. Black men, check her driver's license. Nigga, run a background check on her. I guarantee you 50% chance her license is suspended, nigga. And you ain't even looked at it. All right. Shit, bro. All right, man. Yo, I'm telling you from life experience, bro. I let a black woman drive me, background checked her. Her whole license was suspended on 3 DUIs in 3 different states. I was like, nigga, what? How the hell I let her drive me, bro? She was driving, living on the edge like, damn, I bet not get pulled over. I'm going to get exposed. She ain't paid parking tickets. She had failure to appear in court. All right, she got a whole warrant out for her ass. All right, bro. Like, what in the hell? These people, women live on the edge, man. They be living on the edge. She ain't got car insurance, Nathan. And people, please challenge me on this one right here. And I'm going to just say this again. Look at how quiet the women are when I speak on these streams. There are people here. There are women here watching me, guys. Guys, you can't get 2,000 men together without women coming in here to thinking, what is this nigga saying to him? Guys, they're not debating me, bro. They're not debating me. She got a Nissan Altima, a used car. She got a suspended license too. No car insurance. Yep. Plates past due a couple of years. License expired. It's just so crazy, man. It is crazy what people be, and they come out here and tell you are brokey. All right. You broke. All right. And you're like, what? Your whole life is broke. Your whole life is broken right now, bro. You living on the edge. If you were a man, you be in prison. All right. But for some reason, your punani done got you out because you done smiled at the judge. Where the ladies at? Where the ladies at? All right. Anyway, quickly here, Gen Z women are preferring older men. This is a quick story that people have been saying. I don't know if this is propaganda, but they also are preferring their bills to be paid out here. A growing number of Gen Z women are turning to older men for relationships, citing emotional maturity, financial stability, and stronger communication as key reasons. Also, money.
I got money.
Dating data from 2024 shows a noticeable rise in age gap relationships. Probably not this wide as the picture is insinuating, but it says right here, especially among women in their early 20s, because, well, there's a reason for this right quick.
Because I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
Psychologists say this trend reflects frustration with peers who struggle with communication or direction in life and money. Okay, all right.
I got money.
Older men, by contrast, are often viewed as more grounded and capable of providing security in uncertain times. This is a phase that they're going through. I do deal with a lot of women, even non-JUCOs, all right, that say they can't date Gen Z men. All right, and the reason why is Gen Z men are the new women. Gen Z men are passenger princesses. They want princess treatment and want to be chased. They also say that Gen Z men are broke, right? They're not ambitious. They also suggest that Gen Z men play video games too much, right? So this is what's happening, and they don't go on proper dates. So this is why you're seeing this. Not quite at this age gap right here, but it says the dynamic is reshaping modern dating culture, with many young women prioritizing stability and emotional safety over age, proximity, or social norms. This is according to Psychology Today in Bumble Relationship Report. This is pretty apparent as to why this is happening. And not only that, this has been happening since the beginning of time. I mean, this is a tale as old as time. Older men, established, mature, money, younger women, prime, pussy. All right, that's what it is. All right, not that hard to figure out, but we've gone away from this so that now this seems to be weird. All right, there's nothing weird about this. This is quite normal, so much so that they try to talk you out of it. With that being said, we have the 45-year-old divorced man that will end this segment, and then we'll get to the main event. This is the 45-year-old divorced man being set up on a date. Tell me this sounds familiar.
My last couple girlfriends were 21 and 24, and they were honestly kind of immature.
I can imagine it might be a little hard to relate to girls born in the 2000s. I have a really special client. Her name's Sophie. She's a highly accomplished lawyer. She's 39.
I wasn't really thinking 30s.
So when you said older...
I meant more like 27, 28. It gets really intense and complicated with women in their 30s. They have really high expectations, and they tend to rush things because I guess their biological clock's ticking.
I have another really beautiful client. She's 31.
No. Someone 27. Even 29 is pushing it. Trust me, it's the best thing for everyone. I genuinely get along much better with girls in their 20s. My last couple girlfriends were 21 and 24.
Age just right. I got a woman, she's serious, and she's looking for a committed relationship, and she's looking to settle down, and, looking for an established man,
And that's you.
Nah, I need somebody young and just right. All right, that's what I need, man. I don't need that. And white men can do this shit and not get too much ridicule. Look at Leonardo DiCaprio. He does get ridiculed and all that. 20, 30, 31? Nah. They tend to rush it. They tend to think they're doing me a favor. They tend to want to beat the biological clock. They tend to want to settle down quicker. They want to define the relationship right away. Give me something young, dumb, and full of cum. Give me something young, fresh, and green in the tubes. All right, give me something in the tubes. I'll wait. I'll pay for it. I wanted something just right. Shout out to that video right there, right there. The women are irate right now. All right, they actually flabbergasted. So if the age of consent was 15, would you go there? Stop the bullshit. Stop the bullshit. All right, it's not for everybody. All right, black men, you can have the old bitches. All right, y'all can have the old women. All right, ladies, older women, practice. All right, that's what you're here for. All right, you're here for practice. You're practice for young men and older men. Don't try to flip the script. All right, we do have some supporters, man. We had Dennis S. last. AYOXA says, celebrating 50 years of life of the trailblazer of the free agent lifestyle. Got a box of 8-arm party favors headed your way that I think you'll enjoy. He says right here, stay free agent and stay legendary. He says, F all you hoes in the building. Shout out to you, man. Where is it at here? People are going to say, Coach, man, you're an absolutely disastrous human being. Okay. Ladies, older women are for practice. Shout out to our brother or sister, Tari? Maybe it's me here. All right, this is a guy, Tari. Says, hey, Coach, I remember telling you in 2023 that my brother married a single mom. They just got divorced this past July because she kept assaulting him. They are expecting a baby boy. But he said she won't put him on child support, but I'm sure that's a lie. Free agent lifestyle for life. Look how fast. 2023, second marriage, single mother, married her. She got pregnant, bait and switch, put her hands all over him, divorced, and guess what's happening? He got 18 years a slave. It's an evil world we live in, man. Shout out to our brother here, black man in the suburbs. The only way to survive is to use existing skills you already have in the new world. Only the money mindset can teach you this, but you niggas are worried about getting punani for free. Fuck you and boss up ass niggas right here. I get it for free.
Boss up,
guys, getting women for free is not a brag. That's not a humble brag. That's not a brag anymore, right? Because everybody know free women cost the most. Most free women ain't shit. Like I do, I get free punani, but I don't even want it half the time. I'll be like, never mind. Because it's a sneak. They're sneaking you. All right. They're leading you down the line of thinking that it's going to be easy. Only to bait and switch you. They're going to pull the okie doke. You already know it. They're going to be like, why don't we go on a date? Why don't we go, do this? Why don't we go over here? Why don't we go to the movies? Why don't we hang out more? Why don't I come over every day? Why don't I help you? They use pussy to get their foot in the door. All right, so they're giving it to you, but there's going to be expectations on the other side of it. And then, of course, you don't care because you're getting laid. But guess what? Now, 5 days a week, now you done stayed up to midnight on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday just to fuck. Right? And guess what? You go into work groggy, unfocused. You take a day off of work because she say, I'm going to come over. I had the day off on Wednesday. You want to take the day off? And then you take the day off on Wednesday so you can get some pussy. Guess what? Now you didn't get paid today. Right? You didn't left work early so she could throw some punani your way. Now she gets pregnant. Now she gets attached. Now she wants to go out on a date, a proper date, and she wants to hang out and go to the festival, the fair, the farmer's market. And then what do? You cut her out of there. I got to dump her, pump and dump her. I already got what I wanted. Now you got to do the next girl. Swipe on Tinder. Go to the next girl. And one thing I'm going to say here, and I know I'll be going off. Guys, men's biggest frustration is that you're greedy in the sexual marketplace. All right. So a lot of you guys are frustrated with women, but a lot of it is because of your greed. Right. Like if you had one woman and you focused on her, one woman is not frustrating, but 3 women are frustrating. So you got 3 and 4 women, you're pumping, dumping, and you're cycling through free pussy. And guess what happens? A collision course of bullshit. So one woman start bugging you. Or you go over another woman's house and the other one blowing up your phone because she know you fucking. all right, and she's accusing you of shit, and then you gotta wake up in the morning and hit her with the good morning text, I fell asleep early, and then she on your neck, and then all of a sudden she want to come over the next day, and you're like, damn, I'm tired, I was out with the previous girl bugging you about you with the other girl. And normally your frustration with women is because you're dating too many women. You're dating too many women. Then they start becoming, they start giving you the third degree and start telling you this and showing up at your house and monitoring you and this and that, giving you the bullshit. And much of your frustration, many men's frustration with women is that you're dating too many women at the same time. All right, you're trying to juggle and spin plates. And then women start feeling that and they start messing around with your head. They want to occupy too much of your time. Why can't I hang out? Let's come together here. Oh, I got something to do. My brother's in town. I got to hang out. And they start giving you problems. And then you say, these bitches out here, they tripping, they acting up. No, they know inherently what's going on, and they're shit testing you, and they're making it difficult for you. They cancel and flake, and you got plans with the next girl on Thursday, but the girl flakes on you on Wednesday and say, I can't come over on Wednesday. Shit test you and say, can I come over on Thursday? Knowing good and damn well you didn't set up the date with the next girl on Thursday. So now you got to do a double header. Now you got to go over the girl's house at 4 o'clock and finish fucking her out the door at 5:30 so you can meet the next girl at 6:30 or 7 at happy hour. Like, and now guess what? Is that free? Ah, man, you done stress yourself out. All right, you stressing yourself out. Herpes ain't free neither. Condoms aren't free neither. So now you like these bitches tripping because you leave the door, right? The girl knows you're going to go fuck somebody else. So now you trying to rush out the door at 5:30 after you nut. Oh, look at the time. You trying to rush out the door. And now she going, oh, where you going? Can we cuddle for a little bit? Like, oh, shit. I bet you going over another girl's house. Not me. All right, baby, it's only you. I just got a report that I got to type up. Why don't we lay down? Why don't we talk? Let's grab some popcorn. Let's watch a movie. Oh, man, I can't. Then you leave the house. Every time you come over, you never want to hang out. You just want to come over here and fuck on me and leave. Guess what? Now you're like, man, these bitches be tripping, man. Nah, man, you got too many girls you're dealing with. Too many girls you're dealing with. Not only that, you're dealing with them in a free manner, meaning that they're going to make you pay somewhere else. All right. And now they're driving you crazy. Now they driving you crazy. Is driving you crazy free? No, they in your head. All right. They blowing up your phone while you digging out the next girl. All right. That's not free. See, when you're dealing with them monetized, then they already know, bitch, you on the calendar. All right, you know what I'm doing. I'm digging out somebody else's guts. All right, is it your day? No, it's not your day. Don't ask me to come over. I got somebody else today. You see what I'm saying? Like, y'all be paying in a way that y'all don't realize it. Just frustrating yourself, stressing yourself out, trying to run over here and run over there and meet this one over here and meet this one over there and this one there. Keep your dates up and spin these plates, stressing you the fuck out. One girl late on her period. All right, now she late on her period. Oh, shit. Damn. Why you want to get pregnant? You said you didn't want to have no kids. Well, why you nutting me? You be like, what do you mean why I nutted in you? You nutted in me. Bitch, you let me nut in you. You clamped your legs around me. Well, I didn't want you to nut in me. Who's been through this? Press 1 in the chat. Press 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm talking about. This is why there's no such thing as free pussy, because this shit is inevitably attached to pussy. Right? Have you ever had that conversation? Well, I'm pregnant. You be like, bitch, why you get pregnant on me? Well, you shouldn't have nutted in me. I'm sorry, what? You felt me nutting in me. You felt me nutting in you, balls. Like, I'm nutting in you. I'm about to bust. Here I come. She didn't push you off. She clamped her legs around you. She pulled you in and you was, you done finished up. She was like, I can't believe you nutted in me. You're like, huh? Were we doing the same thing? What do you mean you can't believe I nutted in you? I can't believe you nutted in me. Like, baby, you clamped your legs around my butt and pulled me in. felt me doing it and literally kept me in there, releasing the last drip drop in your coochie hole. You literally let me release the last drip drop in there. We cuddled and I left it in. Then you told me I nutted in you. No, baby, you let me do it. She loved it. She busted a nut afterwards. And then have the nerve to tell you that it was your fault. It was your fault that you nutted in them. This is why I say it ain't free, bro. Because now it's 18 years of child support and 18 years of headache. Because you really don't like this woman. You're really not interested in her other than the sex. Now you got 18 years of child support and boom. With a woman you don't like, with a woman you don't know, with a woman that you don't know will be a good, proper mother for your kids. And then you blame her for it. And she's blaming you for it. Who do you think's going to win in court? Okay? That ain't free. That is a grand payment of about $200,000 of your earned income, tax-free income to the woman. Those 5 or 6 pieces of sex that you got is going to be worth $200,000. Now, this happens to men all the time. Not me, coach. I wear condoms all the time. That's not what the data shows us. People don't wear condoms that much. Maybe the first time, maybe possibly the second time, but then condom coming off. Boom. Okay. So anyway, enough about that. No government name ASD says, I see James Harden is dating the baby mom of Mario Chalmers, and she dated Lou Williams in the past. When are these athletes going to learn? All right. What are they going to learn? Lamont James, the hypocrisy of the normies. Women are capable of their independence, but when these same women make these decisions, is somehow CGA's adding baggage. For real. You know, women choosing what they want to do. It's never my fault. It's never the man. The women are choosing it, but we just live in a world where they have plausible deniability and they can blame us. You chose to sleep with me. You chose to let me hit with no condom. You chose to let me nut in you. But the world says otherwise. You should have known. You knocked her up. She didn't know what she was doing. You manipulated her. You corrupted her. A lot of times we know in the Cassie situation, and if you ever been with sexually, women that are charged up sexually, they're animals. They're beasts. If they're sexually aggressive, a lot of women are sexually aggressive on men. The men aren't sexually aggressive at all. Right? They want what they want, and they want it now. Men can't really be sexually aggressive with women because they can say no, or you're doing too much. So women are the sexual aggressors. I would say probably 60% of the time. And that's across the board. Married, single. Women are the sexual aggressors. Okay, women are the choosing, and when they are choosing, they're the sexual aggressors. 60% of the time of all sex that have ever happened on the planet, the woman's the sexually aggressive. So, but the world doesn't look at it that way. The world looks at it opposite. Right? In fact, if a woman wants to have sex with you and you turn her down, they're going to go crazy. Like, what? As opposed to the other way, if you are requesting intimacy from a woman, she could just turn you down 98% of the time and you got to deal with it. So if you think about how much sex has been had, you would have to say most of the time the woman was willing or sexually aggressive. That's certainly in today's world. I mean, maybe not in yesteryear where women were getting clubbed over the head and gang raped in bushes and shit. I mean, I know there was a past, but I would say today, certainly the woman is a sexual aggressor, young or old. This is just something I think, and I don't have any data or science to prove it, but just judging from how it happens with me, they're the sexually aggressive in my world, because I'm not an aggressive sexual person. I'm not like pursuing and begging and trying to get to the titties and come on, baby, come on, let me just get one. I'm never gonna be like that. I'll be like, all right, here, let me grab your neck, all right, and then she'd be like, let's go. All right, to the bedroom. All right. And she'd be like, all right.
Okay, daddy.
All right, it don't take much. Just grab the back of their hair and kiss them on the lips and they ready to go. Pussy be already wet. So I'm never sexually aggressive to women. I'm very passive, only when I want to check her temperature. All right, she's sitting there and we just looking at each other. I guess we don't have anything else to say. Let me grab your neck. And she's ready to go. So that's sexually aggressive to me. Right here. That's sexually aggressive. So they're the ones that are initiating. They're the ones that are aggressive. They're the ones that are positioning themselves. And maybe the exception to the rule are younger women with younger men. All right. So if there's a young woman, she's 16, 17, 18, 19, and there's a young man of the same age, it would be probably opposite. The male will probably be the sexual aggressor. But once you get past 25 and plus, I think it's the women overwhelmingly. Anybody disagree with that? Let me know. Let me know. You can disagree with that because I don't have anything to back that up. I just have my own experience. All right. But even in marriages, the woman could tell the husband, get away, get away, get away 90% of the time. And he has to deal with it. He can't just club her over the head or grab her or peel her bra off or pull her panties off her ass as a wife. But when the woman's ready to go, I'm ready to get frisky. Right? She gets 3 glasses of wine in her and she wants to get frisky and she starts touching on you and you slap her away. That shit ain't going to work. Right? She's going to have to go ahead and bow down and she'll go ahead and put. Right. Shout out to Mr. Inquisitive, the legendary straight up CGA. That's how I play the game too. I always say, I don't want to control you. I can only control me and what I choose to participate in. We can't have, we both have to either choose this or lose this. We can't have it both ways. That's a sponsorship. Facts.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right. Facts. All right, so yeah, when you got to let women make choices. All right, so it's like, baby, we can play the field, but I'm not gonna be monogamous. Okay, all right, you can be monogamous to me, but you know, if you want me to support, provide, be monogamous back, you can't have emotional, physical, financial relationships outside of that. So once they prove that they want to do double dip, I say, well, I choose. Like I can't control you, I can control me. All right. And that's where I want most men to learn to communicate with women. Okay, baby, I never want to control you. I only want to control me. Okay. I can't control what a whore is going to do. I can't control what a schizoid is going to do, a manipulator. I can't control it. So I'm never going to control you. I'm never going to say what you're allowed to do. You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. What I say is I'm not going to accept you doing that. I'm not going to accept that done to me. That way you let her do what she does. Bitch, you can do what you do, and I'm not against what you do, all right? I'm against you doing that to me. You can do it to the rest of the guys, but I'm against you doing that to me, okay? But I'm not against you doing that in general purpose. We do have some more people that I need to acknowledge, so stay tuned here. Main event coming up at the 4-hour mark. Our brother Sean John is in the building. He says, take this 50 ball for your dog, or for my dog. I'm not sure. He says, happy birthday. And it's from your dog, Sean John. He says, happy birthday and thank you for making us a part of your show. When we donate, it's like shaking hands with MJ. Shout out to you, brother. Co-sponsorship. By the way, what content creator reads all their chats? I'm going on 8 years and I've read almost all of my super chats. Right? Unless I forgot. Caitlin says it's not necessary to be an ad. I'm not necessarily an ass man. It's not necessarily to be an ass man. Her having a big booty is more of a bonus than a need. The main thing, we still have sex with women who want to sleep with us. He says beautiful women don't have big butts, but we'll still F them if given a chance. Yeah, some men don't like big butts. Some men do. All right, so it does, but it doesn't have to have a big butt, is what you're saying. All right, shout out to our brother, no government name. He says, Coach, on yesterday's stream, someone that I know, my son, a young man at a certain college, CGA Junior, listening to yesterday's stream, like, hey, bro, come on, dog. He texted me afterwards.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
All right, I done forgot where I was for a second here. We got Eagle Eye says, alley cats aren't made to be kept inside. Don't marry these alley cats. The streets will always be calling them. Happy birthday, CGA. Shout out to you. If you ever know why men marry plain Janes, it's typically in the past, plain Janes didn't have many sexual options. Men didn't marry whores per se. All right. So this is why then attractive women in today's marketplace seem to be the least married, because attractive women don't come with the quality of monogamy and loyalty and faithfulness. Them bitches always trying to do what? They're trying to test their marketplace. right? They trying to extend the clock out as far as they can. They trying to be outside as long as they can, right? And this is only natural. This is only natural. So you don't see men with attractive wives, do you? Do you see men with knockout wives and just attractive wives, especially if they're a black woman? You don't see attractive black women married. Like highly attractive black women, they ain't married. They selling pussy. Sweetie, Ruby Rose. They certainly don't get married in their prime. All right, they get married when it's Hail Mary time. Come with me, hell. So you don't see attractive black women jumping in and to try to monetize their marital marketplace. Them bitches try to extend their sexual marketplace far as they possibly can. With that being said, when they're single, Kayla, Nicole, when they're single, people be like, but you're beautiful, you're wonderful. They're not marriageable. Them bitches ain't marriageable. They all trying to monkey branch and sell pussy and finance, you know, they're trying to get as much as they can out of their beauty. All right. Only when it's at the end, they be out them. What's that one woman name that I cannot stand? All right. Her acting, but she basically a Sapphire. Loudmouth. She in Tyler Perry's movies all the time. She like 60 years old running around here. This is why I'm single. Bitch, you 60. You 60, bitch. You gonna be single forever. Ain't nobody coming to marry you. Taraji P. Henson. Hey, she's attractive. She's been attractive for many, many years. She had certain charisma, you know what I mean? She fucked a lot of dudes probably, and she broke up a lot of relationships and marriages. Now she's 60 years old running around here. Ain't ever. Yep, Claudia Jordan, Lisa Ray, go up and down the line. Them women don't monetize themselves for marriage, and even when they do, they treat the man like shit in the marriage. And they can't stay married. Yep, Jennifer Lewis, all of them. They're never going to be. This is why you don't see highly attractive women married. They're normally going to be a frumpy, dumpy, regular, run-of-the-mill, average Becky, average plain Jane, goofy bitch. All right. Those are the women that tend to get married because they, in the past, by the way, that's in the past. Today, that's different. All right. You know, fat, a snow cow, like, but today those women try to press it all the way to the end. You're going to see this in the main event. Yep. Melissa Ford, all of them, they never get married, or if they do, they get divorced relatively quick. All right. They're not marriageable material, but Mr. Fryer says, thanks for everything. That's a double sponsorship. One more. We gonna get to that main event. Trust me. You still hearing some great show here. All right. Shout out to our brother Preston says then niggas trying to buy chicken at the steakhouse. Them niggas trying to buy chicken at the steakhouse for real. Joshua Moon says niggas finished a 4-part shift at Jack in the Box. Coach still streaming. 100%. All right, we almost good. Yep, Halle Berry, Nia Long. Like, look at the amount of men that women think are attractive that really can't hold down a marriage. By the way, Donovan Sharp, I learned this from Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp probably learned this from somewhere else, but I give Donovan Sharp credit. 9s and 10s are monetized. Okay, now in today's marketplace, so are 7s and 8s. Okay, in the past, before 2019, a woman that's a 9 or a 10, she's monetized. Yacht girls, bottle service girls, real estate agents that don't sell houses. All right, a woman that's a 9 or a 10, models, video vixens, whatever it is. These women are monetized. They're never meant to be married. They're meant to be married to rich, old billionaires and millionaires. These women are not for you. They're never going to be you. They were oftentimes unattainable to you. They're only attainable because you see them on Instagram. Now these women could jump on OnlyFans. They're not attainable. They're never going to be attainable. They were never meant to be married or in a relationship with. They were meant to be bought and purchased or leased and rented. That's what they were meant to be. And we're still seeing that. That's highly true. Now, today, 7s and 8s are monetized. So we're in the monetized dating marketplace where 7s and 8s play the fence of monetized and not monetized. All right. They can hide the fact they are monetized. They could go back and forth and pitch. So that's why you have a monetized dating marketplace where you have even the 5s and 6s wanting to be treated like 6, 7, 7s and 8s and 9s. All right. We call them 49ers. 49ers are out here monetized. They'll even play the monetized marketplace because they're like, let's see if I can cash in. So now you have women, that's what they're doing. Now when they turn 40 and 50, they're like, hey, now I realize I want a partner. Even the idea of a partner is a feminist term. And not only is it feminist, it's liberal and gay. All right, so no man has ever woke up and said, I want to have a partner. No man, zero men, only gay men. All right, so it comes from the gay agenda, the LGBTQ. Shout out to Dr. Thunder and the likes and BOS. I'm saying this name wrong. Not BOA, but BGS and more and the people of the Black Manosphere. Okay. That comes from the gay agenda, partners. All right, that's not a masculine term. That's not a progressive patriarchal term. That's a feminist term. That is a liberal term. It's a gay agenda term. All right, no man wakes up and say, I want a partnership. I want a woman to be my partner. Okay, maybe some partner in crime shit, some Bonnie and Clyde. All right, but nobody says, I want a partner. Women say that shit, and that's basically to destabilize your masculinity. All right, by her saying, I'm going to be in a relationship with you, but we're going to have equal whatnot. All right, it's other than equal blame for the end of the relationship. All right, it's 50-50 across the board, but it's going to be 100% of your resources. Okay, but for me, sometimes we slip up because we hear the term so much that you might hear me say partner, but I don't believe in partnerships. All right, that's what a woman will say. I'm looking for a partner and somebody willing to build a partnership. Nigga, you will have sugar babies say they're in a partnership. Like, the shit is wild. Like, what? We literally are in a power dynamic relationship where you have less power other than pussy. How is this a partnership? All right, this is less than a partnership. I mean, you're getting paid by me. All right, I'm the boss. All right.
Okay, daddy.
I'm your boss. All right. Do you walk into a job where they're cutting you a paycheck and paying all your bills and insurance and resources and shit and say you're in a partnership with the people you work for? The answer is no. Nope. No, you're a employee. You're a subject. What do they call it? You're subjugated. What do they call it? You're a superior. Not superior. You at the bottom of the rung, bitch. You in the bottom of the ladder. So you're not in a partnership when you're at a job. You're an employee. All right. Especially if I came in and you saw value and you saw benefits and you wanted to come in here, you're not a partner. All right. So subordinate, a subjugate. You're a subordinate in this relationship. You have no power. Subservient. Yes. You're subservient at your job. You're subservient in this relationship. All right. But of course, they want to hit you weak men over the head. This is why they do choose for weak men. G says, ever heard of a partial reward schedule? He says, basically what casinos use to lure gamblers. The same principle a Pookie uses, never consistent, up and down, never text, causing the excitement to overwhelm them. And he says right here, do you agree that if a woman has poor coping skills, she fills that void with dick? He says, hit the like button. Just give me the likes, pass the dro, or bust another bottle of Mo. The partial reward schedule. If you guys know, like, guys that say they're successful with women get very inconsistent sex from one woman, right? From one woman. They have to overcompensate by getting sex from multiple women. But the sex is not, it doesn't last very long. 6 weeks here, 2 weeks there, onesie twosies. So they'll say they're good at it, but it's very inconsistent. So much so that, have you ever done this? And listen, when I'm saying this, I'm not saying this as you. I'm saying this that I've done this too and realized this is weird. Put a hand up or hit a 1 if you were a player, if you had a rotation. Press a 1 in the chat. If you felt this, you have a rotation. You have one girl here, one girl here, one girl there, and you got them lined up and you got your calendar for the week or the month lined up. If you go 2 days and no woman is there, you literally feel like something's wrong. Like something's wrong. Press a 1 in the chat if you've ever felt that way. Why? Because as he's saying, you're getting a partial reward schedule. You got 2 or 3 women, 3 or 4, 4 or 5, however many you got in your rotation. You doing 2 a days on Saturdays. All right, you got 1 on a Monday, Tuesday. You got your Tuesday bitches. All right, which is the slump buster, the booger wolves, the knock knees, the cock eyes, the gorditas, the tortas. And then guess what? You get the Friday, you got your slimmies, you got your women with the big apple booty, you got the bitch you want to take out on Showtime. Sunday come, you probably doing the 2 or 3 a day. And then Monday comes, Tuesday, you go through a drought, 2-3 days. You're like, what's wrong? What's happening? You ain't getting that dopamine hit. You feel like something's wrong. Your Mac game is going on. Your phone dry. How many times that happened? You look at your phone. Damn, where the bitches at? Why ain't nobody texting me? Why ain't nobody texting me? The girls ain't checking in with you. They swallowing another nigga's nuts. They in my DMs. They in my phone. They at my crib for the weekend. And you over there on Friday, Saturday, looking at your phone dry. Like, what's going on? What's happening is you thought you were getting it for free, but now you're getting the pay ski. Now you realize you sharing women. What happened? You don't have anything there. It's nothing there. Okay, you had nothing. So you had a partial reward schedule. You were getting them bonuses. You were getting them hits. The machine was running, and you was hearing ching, 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 ching. And all of a sudden, phone dry. You ain't getting no beeps, no DMs, no pages, no nothing. You like, what happened? Right? What happened? Especially if it's on a Friday or Saturday and your phone go bone dry. You like, oh, Lord. You start checking in on your girls. Well, where y'all at? What we doing? Don't go drop for a week. You really feel like you down in the bottoms. So all you didn't realize is you in their rotation. Uh-oh, and that really hits your ego. Now you realize them bitches got you in your rotation. You thought you was playing them, but they playing you. Player. And then you overcompensate, and now you got a big fat woman in your bed that you done swiped in on Tinder because you got to get that hit. All right, man, fuck it. Man, these bitches don't want to check in. Now you on Tinder. Now you got a 300-pound bitch in your bed on Friday. Getting free pussy. But guess what? When you hit that nut and you get that post-nut clarity on a Friday, and you have to look at the fact that you got this big cankle, big bear paw, big chiclet toe, big sausage finger ass woman with the double chin in your bed on a Friday. Now you going, I'm really down bad. I used to have a lot of bitches. Straight. Now all your bitches is gone. All right. Now you down here with the slump busters trying to get that dopamine hit, that validation of you're so good successfully with women. Now you with this big bitch. On a Friday. Prime time. Try to do what? Oh, man. Trying to fill that void. Shout out to G. He also adds, had a woman tell me she had a great fantasy she wanted to experience. It says, I was like, you want me to take your punani. Have you heard of this? I've done some research, and yes, 50% of women have this fantasy, and no, I couldn't go through with it. This is the truth. All right, I did streams on this in the past. There are women that have great fantasies. I had one woman that wanted me to hit her, beat me up, and she would trigger me to want me to slap her and hit her, and I never would. And then towards the end of our relationship that got toxic, she said, why don't you ever grape me? Okay, but a lot of women do have great fantasies. It's kind of innate in them. I did some research on this, and there's research that tells you psychologically is that, they want to be taken advantage of. They kind of see this as sometimes it's euphoric. Sometimes they want to experience it. Sometimes they experience it and they don't like it. You've had situations where women say, I was being assaulted, and they enjoyed it. They had an orgasm. All right. Some of them want to be, you come through the window in Timberland boots, look dressed like 50 Cent. This is why they deal with pookies. This is why sometimes you see them doing reckless things. Why did you walk home from the nightclub at 2 a.m? Sometimes it's part of a great fantasy. They want to feel that thrill of danger. And they're like, if it happens to me, it happens to me. It's a sad thing because we want to feel that women are innocent, and Little Red Riding Hood kind of pans this out. Don't go out there. There's dangerous men. First thing they do is go out there half naked with dangerous men. Like, you know, why? This is what happens in their psychology, right? This is psychological shit. This isn't stuff we can debate. This isn't stuff they would ever admit to. This isn't stuff that they would even admit to enjoying. But they also watch gRape videos and you know, they pleasure themselves to these things. Where three men walk into a window with their hat turned backwards and tank tops dressed like 50 Cent with big Timberland boots and saggy jeans. This is what they do, looking like G Unit. Okay. So, yes. A lot of women have these fantasies, and it becomes a part of sometimes if you represent that. This is why people will normally won't have relationships with black men, but they'll date black men because of this edge. Oh, because I find that he has charisma and he's confident. No, you find that he plays into your great fantasy or domination fantasy. Okay. And that's what happens. All right. But yeah, they ask you to do these things and role play. This is part of role play, and men have some terrible role play things as well. But yeah, this is part of their fantasy and role play stuff that they do that they never will run out here and just openly admit. They'll tell therapists and psychologists and yeah, consent, non-consent, CNC, consent, non-consent. I've done streams on this. So it does happen. Not every woman that happens to. Certainly if a woman says, I want you to take control. I like the fact that you took control. Okay. I've had women be like, here, they take your hand and put it around their throat. Do me like this, do me like that. That church pastor was talking about it. Once they've experienced it or they fantasize about it, it becomes what they want to do. Now, if you just a lame nigga and you last 3 minutes in bed and you hit her with some 5 strokes, she's not going to be enthusiastic about being with you. This woman talked about it. This woman basically insinuated it early in the show. Right here, let's go ahead and pull her up on the screen. Okay, this woman. This is what she just said. She's like, I like ain't shit niggas. All right, this trick ain't doing it for me. All right, I just want to be throttled and taken control. Oh, by the way, this woman said it too right here. Let's see here. For people that want to see it, you might have missed this in the early part of the show. This woman insinuated it as well. I'll play the video.
Very sexually frustrated. Today I was very sexually frustrated. I came on my period 2 days ago. Today I woke up fiending. I never felt this feeling before in my life. I mean, I was horny before, but this was like very, very intense. Like a crackhead needing some drugs or something. Like I needed that shit. I needed it. And you know what the crazy thing about it? I have nobody to call to come get my rocks off. Nobody. I tried to play with myself. That didn't work. I needed some touch. I needed to get hit. I needed to get choked. I needed to get slutted the fuck out, and I couldn't. So that shit made me even more frustrated. Y'all.
I mean, terms like slutted the fuck out. I mean, that's plays into the consent, non-consent, great fantasy, just taking advantage of and treated like shit. Like I said, I had a woman said, you know, I was giving her that romantic stroke. And she said, if you're going to do it like this, you better spit on me, slap me, or hit me. Because otherwise, I'm going to fall in love with you. Right? But I'm going to need you to slap or hit me just so I know what this is. Okay? Now, are there a lot of women like this? Can they verbalize this? No. But even this Asian woman said it right here. She said it.
I like to get dominated.
Okay. It's the world we live in. It's an evil world, but it does happen. All right. It does happen. All right. And then a couple more and then we'll get to it. Shout out to Tyron, says Coach CGA facts to hold an audience with valuable, honest, relatable information for several hours daily is definitely a skill. Keep going. Shout out to our brother Tyron verifying this. It's a skill. This is not easy. Michael Frantantoro, coach, I've been in monk mode. He says right here, haven't watched you in a couple of months, came back today and you look so different. Looking good, brother. New threads, better glow. And I'm bringing out the glow. You're going to see me out here shining in full 3D colors. Full 3D colors. And most women cannot be honest with men. And for the men who have never heard any of these things, one of the reasons why is because, number one, you're not on the dark side. When you're on the dark side, you get the truest version of women. Okay? Women can tell you the truth when you're on the dark side, when you can put things up. So I'm on the dark side. All right. I'm in monetized dating. When you're in a monetized dating, as long as they ain't finessing you, they're going to tell you more truths than they'll ever tell a man, because it's not about romance. They don't see anything long term. All right. They can tell you what it is, and they can most of the time get their fantasies achieved this way. All right. This is why more women are doing luxury monetized dating, because they can get what they want out of it. They can tell the guy, okay, if this is going to be this, this is going to be that. Number two, the reason why most men don't hear these things is because you can't handle it. Let's say a woman says, I want to be slutted out. I want to be choked, whipped, spanked, kicked, spit down the back of my throat. Most men have judgments about these women. You judge them, you expose them, you have names for them, right? You're going to tell everybody about it in the locker room, and some of you guys will crash out. Women inherently know this. This is why you rarely hear them. And yes, I've had some innocent library looking bitches tell me the same thing, right? They'll tell you where to put it, how to put it up in there, when was the last time they had it put up there, and so forth and so on. So a lot of guys can't handle women telling you this. You can't even handle the fact that a woman can be innocent on Instagram and have an OnlyFans, right? Men can't handle it. Thus, this is why women typically don't tell you any of these things. They certainly don't open up about them. And you can be married to a woman that wants this, but she knows if she shares this fantasy with you, your insecurities will go crazy. And then you might divorce her or call her all kind of sluts. And then you'll say, who have you done these things with in the past? You want to know her body count, and you want to know every man she's ever slept with. And she's like, nah, bruh, can't tell you nothing. Okay? Can't tell you nothing, because now you're going to make judgments about me, right? But now if I ask you to piss on me in the shower, you're going to want a divorce. Then you're going to want to know how many dudes have pissed on me in the shower. And then she's going to say, well, CGA. Then when you hear CGA pissed on her in the shower, now you're going to really have a problem. So this is why this is problematic. This is why most men never get the real version of the woman. So it's better for them to think that she's an innocent wallflower and you gave her an orgasm when you were stroking her. Okay, let them think that. You did a good job. Good boy. All right. You done did something with me with that 7 minutes. Meanwhile, she come over my house. She getting choked, whooped, spanked, pissed on, and slapped. And she getting all kind of 25 minutes, and I'm sweating on her, all right? Sweating on her forehead and all that. And she wants you to pull it out and decorate her face with a CGA serum facial, but you feel like I shouldn't do that to my girlfriend or wife. That's not a proper thing you do to her wife. Meanwhile, I'm giving her the CGA serum all over her facial. So much so that I got to pay her to leave so I don't see her making my breakfast in the morning. All right. A woman like that, I don't want to see making my breakfast in the morning. All right. I'm going to have to say, here's a couple of dollars so you can get home tonight. I'll make my own breakfast. All right. But you give her that, ooh, you give her that 7-minute special. All right. And then she making breakfast in the morning with your ass. All right, but I can't have a woman making me breakfast after I decorated her face. All right, and I glazed her donut. All right, I can't do it, baby. And she mixed it in like this. Dude, I had this one woman. She was in her 40s. I remember I smashed. She was actually married but separated, and she was ready to go ahead and leave her husband. She came over my house, white woman too. Came over my house. I did the whole rah, and she was like this, like this. She was mixing it in like lotion. I was like, yo.
Where the white women at?
This woman was married, separated. Bro, I was like, I know you are not mixing it in like lotion. That's why I was like, these women are nasty, bro. Hey, dude, I'm going to tell you right now. Women are nastier than men. It ain't even no contest. Now, we some nasty niggas. Men are nasty, but the things I've seen women do, I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it, the things that I've seen them do. And I'm like, and y'all be kissing them on the mouth. Like, y'all be like, y'all be marrying these women. And I'm like, man, no way. Anybody ever had that? I said, I don't got the stomach, bro, for this, bro.
Do you have the stomach?
Then she want me to hug her and lean on her and cuddle her. I was like, nah, baby, hit the showers. Hit the showers, man. I was like, there ain't no way, bro. Man, there ain't no way. They be gargling, spitting, and I be like, man, these people are demons. They demons, man. Women are sex demons. That's why I don't, when I hear somebody said men are far nastier. Who do you think are nastier, men or women? I just think the things that they've done, I've seen them do, I just can't even, you know, maybe I'm not vanilla, but I've seen them do the most disgusting things. And it's mostly been white women. But with that being said, I've mostly been with white women. All right. Overwhelmingly, it's not even close. All right. Let's see here. I done seen, now I'm going to do a poll. But I'll be like, man, these are not innocent flowers. Women are not innocent flowers. I don't ever see them as innocent. In fact, if you look at what Cassie did, take Cassie, right? Take Cassie. Cassie is proof number one of how nasty a woman can be, and she looked innocent. She looked like Cassie is the proof of how nasty a woman can be, like, and like how far she could go, and you didn't even see it coming. I got to get a sister. Man, I've been with plenty of sisters enough that I don't need another one. All right. I'm good on sisters. I didn't have enough. It's not like that I didn't have enough. I've had enough. I'm good. All right. I'll fuck them and all that, but that's it. But Cassie is proof number one that a woman could look like this and be a demon. Okay. Now, men are nasty, but we look nasty. Okay. So it's not a surprise when you see a nasty nigga. It's not a surprise. We look nasty. So, but if you take this woman right here, now before we knew anything about her, I would think she couldn't even take my dick. You know what I mean? She would be like innocent in the bed. But knowing what we know now, can't we clearly say that this is a nasty woman? Like, this is over the top, bruh. And then they tried to make her be a victim. On top of that, she was victimized and forced and trafficked. All right. She was not forced or trafficked. She was doing exactly what she wanted. She was lining the niggas up, right? She was going through 4 and 8 and 12 and 2-day sex marathons. Some of y'all will never do what she's done. You will never have one day. She's had 10 years. She was 10 years a demon. 10 years a demon. And then when you finally get you a girl like this and you be like, let me caress you. Can I touch you? Right? Can I hold your hand? Can I kiss you? You see this and you would never think she took 5 men to the mouth. You would never have thought it until you do it and you see a pretty girl do this shit and you be like, what is life? All right, dude, it's going to break your heart. It's going to break your heart, gentlemen. Yes, and your daughters, your innocent wallflower daughter. Okay. It's the reality. You'd be like, I can't believe, dude, you're married to women that done had demon nights and you don't even know it. Okay, you're married to women and they had nights as a demon in a dorm. They've been throttled, orgied up. Ladies, how many ladies have been in an orgy? They'll tell you, these women will tell you, all women had trains. Now, I don't believe all women, but there's been a woman that got trained. I think I would just say 60% of women got a train ran on, whether it was by choice or not choice. And it's like, wow. All right, it's mind-boggling, where most men have never had a threesome. Never. Most men have never had a threesome. Ever. Ever. Maybe when they're 40 or 50 or 60, they finally get them one, and they had to pay for it. So it's a cold, evil-ass world we live in. Let's do the main event before we run these men out and break their hearts. They leaving the stream. I broke some men's heart here. It's just the natural state where men and women are. Let's do the main event. I guess we won't stay long too much. We won't stay long. Where's the bell? Okay. Women are refusing to be married. All right, we have a commenter here. We have a person here. She goes by Laura Cleary. And she says, women are choosing to not get married because it doesn't favor them. She has a whole dissertation out here that she wants to tell you why marriage does not benefit women. And because of this, women are choosing not to be married. Here we go.
Marriage, as it exists today, is a scam. These are my thoughts, okay? And I'm going to tell you why. And before men in the comments start typing bitter single mom, fucking relax, bitch, because I'm actually not bitter. I'm free. I laugh and come every day. My life is full of joy, loving relationships, kids, works, friends. It's abundant. Okay. And like, sure, life gets hard sometimes. Like I crashed the fuck out just last week, as you guys saw, but 9 times out of 10, men are the reason why. And yeah, you'll always hear someone say, well, my marriage is great. And okay, you're the exception. You are the exception. And also it's great now. What if it turns south? What if it becomes damaged beyond repair? Now you have to break an insanely expensive contract and probably sell your house. And honestly, when I look around, the majority of married people that I know and don't know look exhausted and quietly homicidal. Most marriages I witness are just two exhausted people tolerating each other for tax purposes. They don't even really fucking like each other. This is what I'm seeing, okay? And I'm taking notes. And don't come at me with the kids do better in a 2-parent household argument, because no, kids do better in a healthy household, one that's calm and loving and safe. And even if it's just you and your kids, you know what kids don't thrive in? A house where mom's crying in the shower while dad's rage texting her from the living room. That's not stability. That's fucking trauma bonding with a tiny fucking witnesses. Okay. And can we talk about what marriage actually is? Because it didn't start as some romantic union between equals. It started 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. And it was never about love. It was about property. A father literally transferred his daughter to another man. She wasn't a bride. She was inventory. That's how deep the patriarchy runs. It's in the language. Then religion came along and was like, cool, let me make this holy. But the blueprint never changed. It was built to benefit men, and it still does. Literally, statistically, married men live longer, make more money, get more promotions, and are happier. You know why? Because marriage is the world's best wellness plan for men. They get built-in therapist, cook, maid, sex worker, scheduler, emotional support system, all rolled into one. Meanwhile, married women are more stressed, less healthy, and they earn less than single women. We literally lose years of our lives trying to keep everyone else alive. Marriage was built for a world where women couldn't vote. They couldn't own property. They couldn't survive without men. We have stopped needing men for survival a century ago, but marriage never updated its fucking software. There's a 56% chance your marriage will end in divorce. 56%. That's not cynicism, that's statistics. So if someone told you that there was a 56% chance that the plane you were about to board would crash.
All right. Let me stop here. All right. Wow. All right. Boy, does she have a lot to say. All right. The crash out. Look. All right. So, just so we know, apparently, according to my research, this woman has been divorced. All right. She's a single mom. She's divorced. She was married. I believe her divorce is fairly recent. So what you're hearing is her kind of going through the free agent lifestyle, but she's using data that men overwhelmingly have been using for a long time. Like, we've been already making this argument for a long time. And women have been fighting us and saying we've been bitter and hurt and all of this stuff. But as I look at this, let's look at the comment section. People are calling her, they're using the same thing against her. Well, she's kind of making some sense here, but you can see she's all pouring CGA's catalog into one video. I think you just married the wrong one, babe. It was a cute monologue, but no. This woman says, I'm the exception. I've been happily married for years, and I love him now just as much, if not more, than when we got marriage. I guess I'm truly fortunate. Okay, marriage have been my saving grace. Truly, I would be nothing without it. All right, this is just confirmation bias. I sympathize, really, I do, but my husband and I have been through it all. 3 kids, 17 years of marriage, our party days, financial hardship during college, and so forth and so on. I'm sorry this was your experience. I was rooting for you and Steven, but that doesn't mean it's everyone's lives or even most. Okay, right here. Sorry, I get you. Have been through a lot of difficulty, but this is quite biased. All right, marriage is work. Yes, both sides need to do work. There are a lot of examples where married people have thrived, in my experience anyway. Sorry you did not have the experience. And example, not coming at you, but the situation with your former partner was horrendous and you need to just get out of there. You needed it. Not all marriage are tests the way yours was, and I applaud you for leaving for your mental health. All right, I like you as an artist. This is the problem when everyone is an expert with the mic. This is only a version of her own reflection and personal conflict. Do not align with your reality, so forth and so on. And as you can see right here, maybe my marriage is so wonderful because we met later in life and don't have any kids together. All right, they going in on her. Happily married and still 100% get where you're coming from. Okay. There was another quote that I wanted to get. Oh, I felt this way too after a bitter divorce at 28. I'm now engaged to a wonderful man who I am in a true partnership in life and parenthood with. All right. There's another one that I wanted to acknowledge. Let me see if I can find it. I'm happily married and I still agree with this. Oh my God, a wellness program. Here we go right here. It's technically in a legal sense actually negligent to get married. Where's the other one right here? I'm a better mom getting a divorce. Okay, I've been with half my, but there's another one I want to do right here. I'm married and I agree with you. My marriage is dead. Okay. Another liberal rant. No, you aren't bitter now. You probably are happy. Where's the marriage right here? I think I already said it. Oh, here it is. I found it. Just as I was going to give up. This is what I want to highlight. The first marriage is like the first pancake. You just toss it out. The second marriage is where it's at after you're done, after you've done the work for yourself. For me, it took getting sober, finding who I am, finding self-love, dating myself, and falling in love with myself. adding that and breaking generational curses. And after all of that, when and if you find someone on the same level of emotional maturity that wants to grow with you, this is a whole diatribe. This right here, man, like, listen to this. Now, it's enough. We heard about this one, women are refusing to marry. We actually see what it was. You know, people are calling her bitter and hurt. But wait a minute. Here. I want to see how many people like this comment. And let's see here. I can't tell if it's a white woman. I think it's a white woman. Why is it doing this? 5 people liked it. But wait a minute. See if I can scroll down on this one. Wait a minute. The first marriage is like a pancake. You just toss it out? Remember, you're talking to a divorcee. This is a divorcee, and she has this stance. Obviously, she's not up with the marriage shit, and I agree with all of her talking points. This is what men have been saying. Now, the women are disadvantaged, and now they have a voice and a platform to say it. But the first marriage is like a pancake. You just toss it out. Now, what about the trauma this does to men? This is what sends men into a tizzy where they sound bitter. But they're saying, yeah, just get married. The first one is for marriage. The first one is for money. The second one is for love. The first marriage is like a pancake. You toss it out. But the second marriage is where it's at. What if you're the first marriage? What if you're a guy and this is the first marriage? You're understanding that men are in love, women are in business. So if they're looking for a marriage or a way out or to find their emotional stability, to get sober, all right, whatever they're doing when they're young, all right, now when you get older, you have a second marriage. Another woman said that. Oh, I got married. I had a bad first one. It was that. I got married at 28. It ended up bad, but I found the love of my life second. What if you're the first? Many times you guys are the first. Okay. And we can acknowledge that. Most of you guys aren't getting a woman that's been married and divorced, and you're picking her up second where she finds out who she was and does her work. You're the starter husband. Most of us aren't a husband number 2. We're husband number 1. They're actually saying right here, it's like a pancake. You just toss it out and move on. You find yourself, get sober. This is baffling, man. This is a baffling approach to marriage. Even the women that disagree with her are like, yeah, but, you know, you just do it one time. You toss it out. You get your alimony and child support. You fuck up a whole family. And you come out here, you get sober, you find yourself, you stop fucking around, and you settle for another person. All right, essentially this.
And that's you.
What's the harm? I know you're bitter, but it didn't work. What's the harm? It's just a divorce. I don't agree with that idea. That's insane. All right, but this is where now you see more women taking over the idea that the marriage didn't work out. And I'm going to give you a reason why women are refusing to marry. Okay, all right. There's a lot of reasons why, but I'm going to tell you why. There's been recently something happened in the state of Kentucky where the state of Kentucky has adjusted the law that where they don't want to fight over child support. They don't want to fight over child custody. So they're presumed that it's automatically 50-50, no fight. Now, Sweden has this. A lot of other places around the world have this. Even other places have it where the man gets the custody of the child. All right. And it is presumed that the man will be the better parent. That was what it was presumed to be before we got into the doctrine that we're in today. But I'm telling you, because of the progress we made with women earning money, with men being more parents, more involved with kids, is that women are not getting 50-50. They're not getting advantages in custody. Okay. And because they're not getting advantages in the custody, in many cases, they're paying alimony and possibly child support. Because they're not getting advantages, because they're just presumed 50-50, that now marriage doesn't benefit them. Okay. They're not getting lifetime alimony in Florida. So now it doesn't benefit them. So what happens is a woman that gets divorced, like this woman, thought she was just going to get 85% custody and this nigga was going to be a weekend dad and she was going to get child support. That could be possibly the case. Or she was going to make him out to be the victim and she was going to get the house and the car and the keys to it. there was a reason, a great benefit for women to get a divorce. Now that's kind of eroding away. So now they're coming out saying, oh, it wasn't worth it because I ended up empty-handed. I didn't get what I wanted out of the first one. The starter husband here wasn't rich. I ended out on my ass. I ended out doing DoorDash. I ended up, he became rich and I couldn't get him for the extra juice. So this is my belief as to why more women are not willing to get married, other than the slave component and they don't want to serve men and they're whores, right? I get that part. But I also think there's no benefit on the back end. They're earning more money. Some women earn more money or just as much. So now they're like, hey, I got married. I didn't get nothing from it. So they're going to go to the second man and get something from it. When they are realizing that men are going to younger women, we've already clearly established that. What's the benefit then? All right, there's no benefit across the board. This is why I believe women are refusing to get married. They don't see any benefit to be traditional. They don't see any. Men are kind of saying these women are old. They're dried up. They hit the wall. No single mothers. So there's no benefit there. She probably having a problem dating men because she has children from a previous marriage. Then there's also no benefit on the back end. So that's why they're crashing out. All right. I got 50-50 custody. Oh, shit. Which means I can't control and manipulate the situation in the courts the way I thought I would, so it wasn't beneficial. This is my belief as to why she might be having this issue, right? She went in there and said he was narcissistic, he was controlling, he was abusive. He was abusive. He was a narcissist, all right? And went in there and tried to run the old game, but the court's already seen all that and was like, nah, and bitch, you got an OnlyFans or you got a big social media, you got 2 million, 3 million followers, you owe him child support. She's like, oh, hell no. See, that's what I believe is happening here, why more women are coming out against it. There's nothing to gain. The farther and further we go to women progressing to be employees and indentured slaves, to the corporate system, running out here trying to put their debt on dudes. Dudes ain't going for it or it doesn't benefit them. That is my belief. All right. They're able to, but back in the day, a woman could cheat on the man or the man could cheat and then lose out on the kids, but they can still get 50-50 custody and cheat because it's irreconcilable differences. They're no fault divorces. All right. So the man could cheat and fuck young women on the side, but that doesn't prevent him from being a father. She goes into court and tries to present that and still ends up with 50-50. In my position, I always said, when a woman gets 50-50 custody, it's a loss. When a man gets 50-50 custody, it's a win. Right? So men and women are different. Our outcomes are different. Our desires are different. I believe women are refusing to get married because there's no benefit. Now, I'm going to prove this with this video, although it's comparing apples and oranges, I will admit. I want you to listen to why this woman says nightclub is dead. This will kind of go into the same reasoning. Why women don't want to go to nightclubs. Okay. Why do you think they don't want to go to nightclubs anymore? All right. Let's hear what she says here. There's 2 minutes of her going crazy here.
Why the club scene is over. The club scene is over because men want to be women. And when I say men want to be women, they want to cut the line. They want to go in with the promoter. They don't want to buy their drinks. They don't want to buy their bottle. They put on their best fit to impress other men. They're at this club to see this performer, to get a video that they were there and then talk about it for months that they know this performer. You know what I mean? They want to stand on stages with performers. Look at the Metro Boomin shit. That was so embarrassing. So embarrassing. At least if you're going to be a man that wants to stand on the booth, stand on the stage, stand in the section, at least bring a vibe. You're all just standing there looking at each other, clocking each other. I'm like, what's the point? And then you have other people on here like, oh, girls don't wear heels anymore to the club because there's nowhere to sit. There's nowhere to sit. You get to the promoter section, it's filled with the promoter's friends. The promoter will be like, oh, hey, like, you got to get up. Like, these women are here. Like, you got to get up. Like, these are the stars of the show. And they're having an attitude about it.
So, as you can see, I mean, as you can clearly see, just like the previous woman where they say women shouldn't get married. We used to be slaves and property. There's no benefit. What you're seeing is that this person says the reason why nightclub life is dying is because men are no longer paying. There's no benefit. Men are no longer paying. They're not letting them sit down. They're popping bottles. They want to be on the stage too. They want to jump in front of the line and take pictures of the celebrity that's there. The comment section proves this. Okay, so there's no benefit. So they're saying actual representation, men are the new women or men are the princesses. And this does reflect more Gen Z and millennials. As a bottle girl, I can confirm you're 100% correct. Back in my clubbing days, men weren't allowed to show up unless they brought a certain number of women. We used to be a proper country. The club scene is over because men literally used to go to war. Okay, Metro Boomin literally said this, that there are too many of y'all on the stage. Y'all got to go. And the men just stood there. So they're not standing up for seat. They're not giving their seats up. Male on male courtship. Now they're calling it gay. They culturally appropriated women. And I'm tired pushing girls out of the way so that they can get closer to the male artist. Okay, so the women want to get closer to the male artist, but so do the young men. All right. As a go-go dancer, this is 100% correct. Men asked to get on the platform like what? Now, back in the day, men used to put women on their shoulders so that they could see over the crowd and get a better view. Today, not so much. Number one reason why, these women too fat to put on my shoulders. So ladies, there was a time when y'all was so nice, young, petite, and so sweet. Now y'all old, big ass, butch bulldagger ass, big fat, wide hipped ass women. You ain't getting on the back of my monkey ass neck. Okay, so first of all, y'all bitches too big to put on a neck. All right, that's your fault. You wide hipped ass hippo, all right? I can get on the back of a lot of these whores' necks, all right? Back in the day, a bitch was just a little piece of waif, all right? We used to put this waffle waif around here. Look at the bitch, all right? Now these big knock-knee skeezers, big thunder thigh, low, big, wide-hipped, low center of gravity ass. I ain't putting your big ass on the back of my neck. All right, so there's that. All right, so times have changed. All right, ladies, you got your own money. Y'all independent. Get to the front of the line. All right, it says right here, they want to be us so bad. I had one tell me I don't buy drinks. I get them bought for me. I was like, okay, queen. You see what's happening here, man. So it doesn't benefit them anymore. So why go to the club? And the music isn't even for girls. Yo, and the woman isn't even, and the music isn't even for the girls. Huh? Y'all hoes like that nasty, raunchy ass music. That's why you there, or you there to fuck Chris Brown. So the men enjoying themselves without the need to validate the women, and the women want to give up. That's interesting because I have the same opinion here. Now it doesn't validate them. It doesn't benefit them. They don't get to get away with murder anymore. Now marriage there's no point. There's no point. But this is the bed they made. I believe that that's their own fault. Literally had a grown man shove me because he wanted a better view of the performer. I'm 5'1". Too bad. Oh, boo-hoo. You're 5'1" and probably 180. All right. You didn't mention that you're 180. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Lillian. All right. She actually a flatback. All right. She actually is tiny and petite. All right, Lillian, you can come over here and bring them feet out on CGA. Okay. Here we go right here. They want to be backstage. Look at this. Look at this right here. Paris Hilton. Is that the real Paris Hilton? Wow. As someone who has worked at the nightclub for 5 years, yes, and it's so embarrassing for them. It's embarrassing. Now it's embarrassing, okay? This is the same thing as this woman right here, all right? This is why they're saying now it doesn't benefit us. So anyway, that's the main event on that one. Good luck to these ladies here. I think this is what they asked for. They're getting what they asked for, in my opinion. But what I know is they want it both ways. All right. They want it both ways. They want you to pay the bill, but they want to be independent. I had a young 24-year-old woman explain this to me, and I'm like, how, bro? She was like, I want to be in a relationship. I want to be in a partnership, but I don't want to change. I want to still be able to go on girls' trips and go out to the nightclub and party. I was like, what's the benefit for the guy? What's the benefit of him marrying you and paying all the bills? And she was like, and give me an allowance. I was like, you want him to marry you? First of all, that's an L. Then give you an allowance. Then you be independent. You keep your own money. And then you go out and whore yourself out. I'm like, ma'am. But again, that's the bed they made. So this is what they're offering you. And then when you don't take the offer, you're a princess. You're a pretty, pretty princess. Okay. You out here pushing them out of the way. What's wrong? All right. Actual physical representation. Now we wearing a dress. And Gen Z men are actually, you know, sachet and Shantae. So I will understand what she's saying. But now the nightclub's dead because these men want to get into the front row. They want to see the show. Bitch, ain't you a feminist too? Get your elbows in there. All right. To the window, to the wall. Now they want us to continue to buy drinks, but they out here, we make more money than men. We buy more houses than men, but men should buy the drinks. Now we sassy. And now this ain't us because I'm out of the game. You ain't going to see me at no nightclub unless I'm my birthday party. All right, but now because men don't buy drinks, but y'all making all these monies and shit and selling pussy and on OnlyFans and you out here with a corporate job and buying houses, but now men don't buy drinks. We're out here lapping men. We're lapping men at a single bound, right, Dr. Thunder? These broke niggas, we lapping these broke niggas at a single bound. We more educated. We got more jobs. DEI. Now we gay, but they got the money in hand. No, they lapping us. All right, ma'am, pick a struggle. All right, anyway, these ladies don't want to lose. They want to lose. Where we at? Tranisha. We knew Tranisha was going to come in here. More good women have been lost to marriage than to war, famine, disaster, and disease. You have talent, darling. Don't squander it. This is Cruella de Vil from the 101 Dalmatians. As you can see, Disney has gotten to their head. So here it is. More good women have been lost to marriage than to war, famine, disease, and disaster. I cannot agree with that. All right, women would not be alive right now if it wasn't for marriage. I mean, I believe men invented marriage. All right, first of all, I believe men invented marriage. And it was for the benefit primarily of the men, but for the society at large. Okay, so women wanted to be feral whores all throughout society. Men wanted access to punani. All right, men have always fell on the sword for access to punani. Men have always simped for women. Men have always done the extra mile for women and gotten nothing but bullshit back the majority of the time. With that being said, there would be no humanity if women did not benefit from this. There would be no humanity. All right, we would all be not here if there was no benefit on that side, if women didn't greatly benefit from it. They were the ones that highly benefited from it. It's just that today we live in a stable, civilized society, mostly, all right, thanks to Donald Trump. Today, in the last 60 years, we lived in a stable society. Now, I don't know if you grew up when I was old enough to grow up, before I grew up. I was born in the 70s. Historically, the Vietnam War was just ending as I was born. With that being said, as I was going through the late 70s and 80s and I started to be able to understand what I was seeing on TV, by the early 80s, many of the things that were still discussed were the after effects of the Vietnam War. Okay, so I'm seeing images and people are still talking about it. It's fresh conversation. You have MASH, right? I'm seeing and hearing about absolute disaster, right? Disastrous times, meaning that there was a draft. Like, there was a draft. This was a traumatic time in the experience of the history. There were people that I remember that were walking the streets that came from Vietnam, and they would be walking around chewing on shit that wasn't in their mouth. They'd be walking around like they were coming back from the after effects of Nam. They were like 29, 30. These are all, he was in Nam. Like, he was in Nam. He went to Nam. He was out there at that Agent Orange. All right. Niggas was fucked up. You would see people in the front of the liquor store with no legs and a wheelchair and shit. Like, this is my reality, where I grew up normally knowing that there was an unstable society. The society was unstable. Matter of fact, 30 years prior to my birth, we had the Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the atomic bomb. So it's literally, this is my era, bro, right? This is how I grew up, knowing that shit could pop off at any moment. In fact, when I was in high school, we had Desert Storm or Desert Shield or which one. So in my youth, shit could pop off. I remember doing bomb shelter drills when I was in elementary school in the Midwest. We're doing bomb shelter drills and tornado drills. Like, shit was going to pop off. Like, I grew up, shit was going to pop off. Now, the generation behind me, the millennials and Gen Z, because I'm Gen X, the millennials and Gen Z, right? They grew up in a stable society. It was mostly stabilized. At best, weapons of mass destruction, you know what I mean? 9/11 and, 9/11. Like, shit was going to pop off. But most people, especially Gen Z, grew up somewhat stable. Very much a stable society. There was mostly peace. And if there was wars, we was just fucking people over and the media would just hide it. We had 9/11. But most Gen Z weren't even alive in 9/11. Okay, so with that being said, we live in a world where women don't get hurt. You know what I mean? Women could just be like, okay, women can fight. They can kick footballs 50 yards or 10 yards. This is our world today. As a result of this, women believe that they're stable. We live in a stable world. There's no disaster. So now they can say, we've done this and we could put in this and we could do this and we could walk down the street. They can do what they want and call their own shot. Like, that's because we don't understand shit used to go down. Shit used to go down. Let me give you a frame of reference. About 10 years before I was born, John Kennedy got his head parted right in front of the goddamn world. All right. So did Martin Luther King. So did Malcolm X. So did Robert Kennedy. They shooting politicians and niggas down. I'm born slightly years after this. Now, you seen Charlie Kirk get hit, and you like, damn, that's crazy. Imagine back to back to back. Every 2 years, they just assassinate motherfuckers. That's an unstable world. Everybody could get that work. Today's world, we don't have that instability the way shit used to pop off. And when it does, we're like, why are these white people invading other white people, Russia and Ukraine? When in my world, white people been at each other's neck for a long time. The whole goddamn European map would change motherfucking borders at the drop of a hat. Y'all grow up and don't understand why Russia invades Ukraine. But when I was a kid, Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union and Russia. This is how crazy time can go. Right? I saw the whole Soviet Union fall. So I'm like, that's normal. But y'all grow up like, why is Russia going over there fucking with them? You see the difference? So this does give people and women and young men a false sense of security. Believing that the world's stable and women could survive without men and so forth and so on. But in my world, there was a Vietnam draft years before I was born and no women were getting drafted ever. There was even no inkling of a woman getting drafted. There were niggas that was hoping their numbers didn't get called. Okay? So we just grew up in a world where there's so much civility and stability and so much empathy for each other as human beings that women have a false sense of security. Huh? Look at this shit right here, bro. This is our world. This is a world before I was born, slightly before I was born. And I was wondering if we was going to have another war if I was going to get drafted.
Draft Lottery, a live report on tonight's picking of the birth dates for the draft. Here at Selective Service Headquarters in Washington is CBS News correspondent Roger Mudd.
Good evening. It was 29 years ago that the first and most famous lottery number, 158, was drawn as the United States entered World War II. Tonight, for the first time in 27 years, the United States has again started a draft lottery. And the famous first pick tonight is September 14th, the first birthday that now is designated 001.
All right, so in this world, this is 1969. I'm born 1975, so we're 6 years later, right? I wasn't in danger of drafted, but the next war, I was in danger of being drafted. It was like if shit pop off again, there's going to be a draft. Now imagine, they do have video of kids watching this sweating fucking bullets, all right? And they putting birth dates up here. Look at this shit, bro. You sweating bullets right now, nigga. New world order. You sweating bullets, bro. And if you don't go, Bill Clinton, draft dodging. Muhammad Ali, if you don't go, you go to jail. You can't leave and flee to Canada. Like, this is... Okay, so we got to realize what world we're in. And I think, unfortunately, young women, 35 and below, they just have a false reality of what the world used to be and how brutal and barbaric it was, even as early as 1980. Barbaric. To the point they could be out here, well, women were lost a marriage and women didn't benefit, bruh. If it wasn't Trump too, did Trump dodge? Trump paid his way out of the war. People used to do this, by the way. George W. Bush. I ain't going. Okay, so I just think people have a false sense of reality, whereas I'm older and I'm like, huh? Like, nah, bruh. All right, y'all don't realize how shit used to get on and popping. All right, they used to hijack planes back when I was a kid. All right, they used to be like, oh, the Northwest Orient hijacked. Where you getting on the plane, he was like, they hijacking shit. Now, they did hijack in 9/11, but we wasn't worried about plane crashes. We was worried about our plane getting hijacked. All right, they used to just hijack a plane like, all right, we taking this shit over. All right, you know, you guys have a false sense of security. Women have a false sense of security of how much they can deal without men. I don't see it. All right, that's just me. And that's the difference between an old head and a young head. Right here. They would just hijack a motherfucking plane at will. Here we go. Just gonna take this shit over and then have niggas outside on the tarmac. Splat it out. 5 Americans killed. Hijacked plane from Chicago. Like, holy shit. Look it up. All right, shout out to our brother, your former college student. Says, my ex found your number, our text, and deleted, blocked you. You asked me to make a beat for you. I was a musician. He says, only reason I discovered this is my old iPhone. Everything popped up. By the way, having fun with my rotation of women. Appreciate your coaching. My ex found my number, our text, and deleted and blocked me. Huh? Oh. Okay, she found my number in your phone. I was like, wait, what happened? Okay, here we go right here. Shout out to you. All right, I was confused for a second. Shout out to Fred. He says, average people marry average. Definitely. And marriage is an average activity, for sure. Shout out to you. That's a sponsorship. I'm rich, bitch. Yep, that's a sponsorship. Hey, most countries today don't even exist. Most countries that I lived in today, they don't even exist anymore. Because of war, passive wars, whatever it is. Like, that's how much things have changed. All right. And where I'll be like, y'all got a real false sense of security. People used to fuck people up back when I was a kid. Right? They used to fuck people up, blow people up. They used to light people on fire and shit. Right? War was brutal, man. Most things were super duper barbaric back in the day. Super barbaric. And I was a kid watching true barbarianism. You guys have been shielded and protected. So this women out here saying we doing this and we powerful and doing that, bro. People used to be barbaric not that long ago. So, you know, I don't see why people have this false sense of security. Women are nastier than men, ? Went up the banana up the tailpipe on my girl since she was on her period. He says, I was turned on, but surprised she kept telling me I want it all and making it hurt, busting inside. She never wanted to try it, but then said, why didn't we try this sooner? She looked innocent and sweet. He says they turned into a different person. This is true. I've had women say that, although I didn't believe that it was their first time. But I had a woman say that was her first time, and she was like, I want to do it all the time. I was like, damn. No government name. Coach, love the work. My girl only has 4 bodies, but I only get sex every 2 to 3 weeks. Should I be on high alert? I've been contemplating the side piece, but I'm not cut like that. How old are you? All right, if a woman's only having sex with you 2 to 3 times sex once every 2 to 3 weeks, you need another woman. All right, you can keep her. You need to inform her she's not living up to her responsibilities. But if you're young, then I might have a different opinion. Like if you're 18, 19, all right, but sex once every 2 to 3 weeks, she is cheating you, bro. She might not be cheating on you, but she cheating you for sure. All right. All right, I would tell her on high alert, there's going to be some other pussy out here. That's terrible. All right, Money Mindset Steve says, for guys who say they ex want dog support, he says, I wonder if the family court would catch on to that. If they do, you heard it here first. I'm hearing more and more people split custody with dogs. Absolutely atrocious. Time Out says, Lauren Cleary married an addict in recovery and expected perfection. And was she an addict? I'm actually curious because she looks crazy. Jay Ferg says, thank you for the teachings, coach. Enjoy your celebration this weekend with the coach gang. Toast to one of the greats. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, Ferg. That's a co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
Dennis S says, women are nastier. I was sitting on a stool at a bar. I had a plumber's crack and a girl said something. He says, didn't think she was talking to me, so I ignored her. She stuck her finger between my cheeks, then sniffed her finger and said, you're clean. All right. Men be out here getting traumatized by these nasty ass women. Shout out to Mr. 2 Gobs says Ukrainians speak Russian and don't have their own language. Hence, why would they invade those people? Like, the whole thing where people were having Ukraine to protect them. I think that was a sense of they're not used to white people fighting, because we've seen a lot of white civility in the last 40 years. We've seen a lot of white civility. We've seen white people be very civil. Now, the problem is white people are very barbaric. Okay? They've been barbaric their entire goddamn existence since they crawled out of the Caucasus Mountain. The Caucasian Mountains. They're the Caucasians. Okay? In my history of white folks, anybody white have been invaders, barbaric, vandals, motherfucking the cavalry, the goddamn what is the Christian when the Christian Crusaders, Ku Klux Klan. All right, my experience with Caucasian people is true barbarianism at an epic level. All right, so I don't see how y'all surprised the Russia invading Ukraine. White people have been, in my experience, barbaric across the board. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck people was looking at when they were like, well, I can't see why Russia would, because they've seen white people be civilized and not civil and diplomatic for the last 40 years. But white people have been nothing but fucking barbaric. All right, since history class, all the way leading up to 1980. And so forth and so on. Shit. Like, just look at history. Look at the history we've been taught as Americans is just white barbarianism. White people invading this and stealing that and ambushing this and doing this left and right. Shit, that's just conquerism and colonialism to a T. So it ain't shocking that white people gonna invade another white country. All right. All right, not a stretch of the imagination at all. I wasn't sympathetic at all to the plight of Ukraine. I was like, that's simple white people shit. They've been doing that for a minute. Shit, they took a rest for a couple 30 years, but it is what it is. All right, we just have a false sense of security in history. White people be fucking other white people up, and black people and brown people. That's what they do. That's what they do. What is it called? The Monroe Doctrine, or what's the doctrine they gave? Hey, nigga, God told us that's ours. We can do whatever the fuck we want. All right. The whole fact that white people own the whole world. The United Kingdom owned all of the damn country and land in the 7 seas. Barbarianism. All right, shit. Shout out to our brother Joshua Moon, says the draft lottery was actually diabolical. Actually sad diabolical history of the United States. He says people fuck people up. Facts. I mean, if you had actually the loser's history, you could look back at everybody whooping everybody's ass. The Indians, the Mexicans. All right, everybody fucked everybody up back in the day. Manifest Destiny is what I was thinking of, not the Monroe Doctrine, but I was thinking of Manifest Destiny. The whole idea of Manifest Destiny basically says, well, God said white people can fuck other people up. All right. God says that's what God said. But everybody fuck people up. All right. But, we don't nearly hear that part of the history because, well, white people fucked everybody else up. All right. But that's all it is. All right. Anyway, shout out to our Larry C. He says, happy birthday to my all-time favorite African-American. Thanks for inspiring us to boss up every day, coach. Here's the 11 years of you being blessed and blessing us with your infinite aura and wisdom. He says, shout out to you and the coach gang. This is from Larry C., the mathematician. That is a co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, man.
All right. Shout out to you right there, man. Shout out to you, man. And shout out to European history. All right. European history is lethal. I like European history. All right. European history demonstrates real fast. All right. And people be like, they only teach the white man history. Thank God, because they be fucking people up, bro. All right. White people just get in a boat. Hey, you get white people a boat, they will fuck everybody up. And a cannon. All right. Gunpowder. Bullets. The only time white people was on their heels for a minute was when them Native Americans was hitting them with that bow and arrow and ambushing their ass. All right. They was sitting there eating turkey and the Native Americans would just ambush. All right. White people had rules of war. All right. You shoot, you duck, I shoot, you duck. All right. And then white people was trying to have formations and lines and niggas playing the drums and shit. White people had an orderly way of doing things and fucking people up. And they was like, you got to play by our rules. Native Americans was like, no, we don't. Nigga, we up in the trees, bow, with that bow and arrow. We riding on the horse, shooting you with an arrow. Don't let us steal your guns, all right? Ambush, nigga. White people was like, all right, gunpowder these motherfuckers. Musket. Pow! All right. All right, yeah, man. All right, they had to come in with the motherfucking blankets. All right, let's motherfucking smallpox these motherfuckers and steal their women. And by the way, ladies, you guys were spoils of war all the way up until 1975. All right, look at what they did to them little Vietnamese women. All right, women, where was y'all in a stable world? Y'all got a false sense of security. Women, y'all literally were spoils of war up until the 1970s. All through the 1940s, Germany went into France, took all they hoes. All right, Americans went into France, France and America went into Vietnam, took all them bitches. Came back, Tiger Woods was born and shit. Spoils of war, had 14, 15-year-old bitches waiting in the barracks. Take them. Just all cool, man, bruh. Where do women get this idea that they don't need dudes? We don't need men. What? Y'all literally, nigga, if shit got popping off, bitches was getting took, pregnated, raped, gang banged. It's like, if somebody said we marching in, tanks rolling in, bitches was gone. All right, all your bitches gone. All right, they done came in and rolled in the tanks and shit. Anybody ever want to just deny this shit? Ladies, you need to think, man, I don't know why women don't pray to men. Women should just pray to men, bruh. Just wake up. Thank you, men. Nothing. These women ain't shit, bruh. All right, they think they can run shit, bruh. If shit get the popping off, y'all gonna be spoils of war. Overnight. Niggas with bullets in their head and bitches gone. Just like that. Dude, Ukraine proved this. Ukraine proved this. And look, this is what the French did right here. They shaved women's head. This is how cold it was in the 40s. Look, the women that went with the German soldiers, look at what they did, bro. So because France gave up the ass to Germany, all right, what happened was France was supposed to be a power, and they've been a power for a minute, all right, all the way back to Napoleon and all of that shit. But France gave up the ass to Germany. The little mustache man rolled the tanks in, and the French didn't do shit, all right? They bent over and got taken over in 48 hours, all right? So what happened was the French women was now kicking it with the German soldiers. But the French men was like, bitch, I know you did. And so what happened was the French men shaved the head of the bitches that was going over with the German soldiers. They was like, we need to mark these hoes. They had to mark them. These are women with their head shaved and say, oh, you was fucking with them German soldiers? Mark these bitches. Now that's patriarchy right there, bruh. That's patriarchy. That's some patriarchy for your ass. Oh, bitch, y'all want to fuck the German soldiers? Shave these bitches' heads off. All right, shave their hair. Cut all they shit off. Cut they weave, extension, they wigs off. Cut their eyebrows off. But y'all don't need men, huh? Okay. All right, keep rolling with that idea, bruh. All right, if shit get on and pop, and I don't want it to get on and popping. They put them bitches in the amber roll. Cut their hair off. These bitches done lost their mind. Had us over here getting shot in the head by the little mustache man and shit and bombed up. All right, the German didn't even bust a grape and the French gave up the ass. All right, all because the women trained. He said, I'm okay with that, bro. Hey, it used to get barbaric around here, man. Ladies, don't ever think SnapTech Fix says POV of someone who hires people. The overwhelming volume of applications from any open position gives huge leverage to the employer. I've gotten over 300 applicants in 24 hours for an entry-level position. It's hard out here. You got to boss up. Free agent lifestyle for life. We don't have a marketplace. Thank you for that.
Boss up, nigga.
We don't have a marketplace where y'all can comfortably believe you're getting a job. All right? Nah. We don't have that marketplace, guys. He said he opened up an entry-level job, got what? Got 300 applications in under 28 hours. All right, this is another one right here, just so you can see, of them shaving the French women's heads right there. Look, right in line. This is the patriarchy they tell y'all about. Oh, you want to suck the French? You want to suck the German men? And this is white people, bruh. This is white on white crime. All right, this is white people doing white people dirty. All right, so never think, man. You want to go fuck them soldiers, bro? I got you, fam. I got you. Yep, Coco Chanel. One of these feminists, she fucked the German soldiers. She was a sugar baby for German soldiers. All right. Look at them cutting their hair off. Look, they like, aha. Look at the kid in the back. Look at the kid in the back. Man, cut her hair, bro. And these are young women. These all look like women in their 20s wanting to get out there and be whores. All right. Slut shaming them. All right. Cut their hair off, bro. All right. They out there fucking the German soldiers? No, hell no. All right. Hell no. No, we ain't doing this shit, man. Dude, I got a picture here. They shaved her face off and put the swastika on her head. Ooh-wee. Look, I'm going to put this up here real briefly. Ooh. Hey, man, when I tell you, man, history is brutal. And you don't even have to go that far to find brutal history. And this is what happened here. So this is the original picture right here. Look, check this out. This is before they got punished right here. Look, in these streets. Look.
In these streets.
Look, in the streets. So this is why I tell you guys as men, you think these people or women are loyal? Women used to be loyal. When? When did women used to be loyal, bruh? They were loyal to whoever had the power. Waiting at the finish line. This is the German soldiers rolling into France, rolling tanks in, and look who up there with the punani percolating.
In these streets.
Punani just out there, just dropping neck soon as they pull in the tanks. They didn't need Dubai. Nothing's new, man, under the sun, bro. Shout out to Vans. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on. Ain't nothing new under the sun, man. I'm here to give you that drunk history. I'm here to put some clarity in here when you think you're struggling. These modern women are different. No, they ain't. Suave Genius, the happiest woman I know, worship and respect men, probably because they're well taken care of and in return for their submissiveness. Yeah, shout out to you. It's hard to find them like that anymore, but they are out there. Shout out to our brother Joey. He says, the sure we stop talking about these women, the better off society will be. Hashtag no attention. Indeed. Force India says, just got the keys to my new house in London. And he says, it's your words and guidance that got me here after my marriage broke down and I got taken to the cleaners. He says, I got a 3-bedroom townhouse, 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 1 bedroom. He says, but don't worry, I got 4 bedrooms. You got 4 bedrooms and 3 baths. Free agent lifestyle for life. That's a co-sponsorship. And congratulations, man.
I'm rich,
All right, man, enough about this. We got a super duper long show, but I appreciate the late charge of support. We got people in Vegas, in town, ready to get down, and we about to party it up for the weekend. So shout out to y'all. We'll be back in here tomorrow. Thank you for the support and peace.